Spaceship.
hoping he can find it, and he already has two. Two quick shots, and what was that?
Here up catwalk, he can do it all. Drew Payne buying time for this distracting, and he'll strike to the ball. Dave puts two down, and now it's just one.
Instead, at long range with the MP9, 3 kills for him. And Tarzan into 4 left.
3 different duels that he's able to take. It makes it look so easy. Lesser nearly gets caught.
And well, folks, you know, we finally made it. From FRAG 16 to a slew of regional events, we've made it to the Fragadelphia 17 Last Chance Qualifier. My name is Fi. I'm joined by Cole, Hector, McHenry, and we're here on the side stream to begin this one off with our lovely first round LCQ game. What's good, Cole?
Yeah, you forgot our good friend there in the corner as well.
Oh,
don't forget about him.
He's looking up. Well. He's always looking at you.
Counter-Strike as well. You can see our friend Pepe. He's on the couch. He's chilling right now. He'll be joining us throughout the stream as well.
Yeah, he'll be vibing out. He'll be giving us his one and only reaction. So, believe it or not, you know, there's only one expression to give for these opening round games, though, Cole. It's not gonna be. I'm gonna give you guys a spoiler. It's not gonna be pretty. We're gonna be starting this one off with Team 1 versus Team Atlas, I believe, for this opener one. But I think first things first, it is kind of important to, you know, get a little bit of an explainer video going, because we've had a lot of regionals. We've had a lot of teams who have already qualified to the main event. So let's go ahead and give ourselves the overview of what this LCQ is going to be at. Let's go.
Welcome to the Fragadelphia 17 format explainer presented by FTX US. Fragadelphia is back for this year's Counter-Strike Global Offensive Summer Series, a biannual open tournament series featuring the best players and teams in North America, culminating in the Fragadelphia 17 finals. Our CSGO series consists of both online and in-person LAN events between the months of April and July. Throughout the Frag 17 series, you and your team will have an opportunity to compete for frag points and cash prizing. These opportunities will be held across online events as well as 8 LAN events, all with varying prize pools and points. Our local LAN tournaments will feature 16 team brackets, while our regional LAN tournaments will feature 32 team brackets. LANs will be held across North America, taking place in Fullerton, California, Chicago, Illinois, Denver, Colorado, Georgetown, Texas, Brentwood, Missouri, North Brunswick, New Jersey, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 4 of the LANs will host a $10,000 plus prize pool. The winners of these 4 tournaments will receive direct qualification into the $100,000 Fragadelphia 17 finals, being held on LAN in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. In the finals, 12 additional teams will be joining those previously qualified for. These 16 teams will be seeded based off of the Fragadelphia leaderboard. The Fragadelphia 17 Finals is the culmination event for the entire series, featuring a last chance qualifier, followed by 3 stages. The Thursday of the event will feature the LCQ. Friday through Sunday will feature stages 1 through 3. The top 8 teams from the LCQ will qualify to Stage 1. In Stage 1, those 8 teams from the LCQ will compete against seeds 9 through 16. The top 2 teams from each group in Stage 1 will then qualify to Stage 2. In Stage 2, the teams that qualified from Stage 1 will compete against seeds 1 through 8. The top 2 teams from Stage 2 will then move on to Stage 3, the playoff stage. Playoffs is where we'll see the best of the best compete for the lion's share of the $100,000 prize pool and the title of FTX Frag 17 champions. Sign up and begin your Fragadelphia journey today at nerdstreet.com.
The recipe said to let the chicken chill, so sheesh. I let him relax. Welcome back to the side stream as we're back in from the break. And, well, good thing that we got a little bit of explainer video going so you guys can relax as well. So, yeah, we're taking this one away with Team Atlas versus Team 1. It's not a bad matchup at all to kick this one off. We get to see the Brazilians farm up a bit of a storm. At least that's the hope here. So, yeah, I mean, it's good scenes here on the Nerd Street channel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see Team 1 overall in this event as well. We kind of got them fresh off into some pretty hot form. They qualified for the RMR, so I think this is going to be a great boost for them heading into that event. If they can make it deep, obviously, we got a couple favorites, some front runners heading into this event. But
Okay.
I think, I mean, Team 1 at their peak could theoretically put up some fights against these front runners and even take down these front runners. So, again, they are in some less competition right now. But at the end of the day, we're going to see some exciting stuff out of them later down the line, and I'm excited.
I'm just here to watch Mobs just farm 4Ks.
Yeah.
That's all I'm here for, folks. So yeah, it's a good time to sit back and relax. But also, there's a couple of other streams that are running up around the Fragadelphia channel. So right now, you're on twitch.tv/nerdtreat. This is technically the side stream. The main stream over on twitch.tv/Fragadelphia is taking German Academy team Big Clan, who has flown across the Atlantic, versus Novum. So that's a pretty interesting one, as well as a couple other ones running down the stretch for some fun teams. If you guys follow the North American scene pretty hot, this will be a great one to go ahead and catch on to.
Yeah, a lot of good teams playing out on some of those side streams as well, so definitely take a look at some of those. I think Limitless versus All Gas No Breaks is a fun one to watch if you're interested in that. But yeah, a lot of good games going on. Obviously, that big Academy game on the mainstream going to be casted by Mike and John as well, so a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, and so let's also dive into our format here for the Last Chance qualifier, because we have 32 teams, which is an unbelievable amount. And this Last Chance qualifier lasts for 2 days, both today, Thursday, if for those who didn't know what day was today, and also for Friday. Long double elimination bracket, and the top 8 teams will make it to the GSL group stage for the main event. This is a long-winded and a very brutal Last Chance qualifier, so this is certainly to weed out, Billy and the 6th graders.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way to put it, right? They got some tough fights, man. We're going to see a couple 16-1s to open us off. Maybe some 16-0s as we can cross our fingers and hope that we get one of those. Always fun to cast those. But yeah, definitely going to be a pretty big gauntlet heading into the LCQ, right? Obviously, groups probably get a little bit harder. Playoffs is going to be super interesting with the teams that we got going on. But there's a lot of good teams in the LCQ, man, and so that's going to make things so entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, this is by far and away our most competitive Fragadelphia event to date. Numerous international teams that are showing up to compete in this one. We got Team 1, 80K for the main event. Man, this is gonna be a ball. So yeah. I will say the recipe says chill. So let bro relax.
Yeah, I mean, we're chilling right now. You can see Pepe clearly chilling as well. This is probably how you're going to be watching the games for the first couple best of threes. But yeah, once we get later down the line, man, you're going to want to get out of the pool, hop out, and catch some of these games because they're going to be super, super intense. But we do have rosters for y'all to take a look at. I want to see who we're going to be watching today. Yeah. Obviously, we know Team 1 pretty well. We got the classics, Mal Space at TRK. Actually bringing back a decent little core there, which is very exciting. And then, of course, Atlas Esports, some lesser-known names there, but I think I played a pug with Control once. So
that's your experience with these guys. I think they're a solid group of players. They've competed in a variety of Fragadelphias. I know Stuffing was attending Fragadelphia Chicago with a couple of these guys. They've been around at the regional level. But I hate to break it to you, folks. You're playing against Brazil. You're playing against some of the best Brazilian players to even come out of the region. Malvs, the godfather of Central American Counter-Strike. He's only 19. As well as I think a more unknown name for Team 1 is IDK, who actually was playing for Team 1 for 3 years prior to him rejoining. This is an age-old core that comes back from 2016 of Maluk, IDK, and TRK. That is such an interesting lineup that they're bringing to the table here for Frag 17, as well as they've just been on red hot form.
Yeah, they really have been. Again, like I said, just qualifying for that RMR was obviously, I think, a huge accomplishment for them because they struggled a little bit in the second qualifier, if I'm not mistaken. I think they dropped out to another team here.
Carry Esports.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, they were able to show some massive improvement throughout that. I think that they came into that third qualifier on absolute fire, and they needed to be in order to make it there. And so, again, that kind of leads up to this event, which they also are kind of coming into on fire, right? A lot to be excited about for this team, and, again, a lot to look forward to. I think that, like you said, with that core that they've got going on as well, man, bringing back, like, 2016 Team 1 is going to be super exciting.
Yeah, that's going to be a super awesome one to check on into. So we'll be jumping into games shortly. But for now, we do have to wait for the vetoes to roll on through, folks. So while that's going down, we're going to go ahead and toss this one off to a break. But when we come back, we'll be here with vetoes and a great, maybe 16-1, 16-3. I don't know, guys. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Spaceship.
Welcome back, Fraggers. We're back to Fragadelphia 17, that is. I'm fine. I'm joined by Cole, Exner, McHenry. Well, what were they cooking is the question we're going to be asking here today as we have our vetoes prepped and ready to go for Team 1 versus Atlas Esports.
That we do, and obviously, no idea what Atlas are bringing to the table. I'll be honest with you, but we can talk a little bit about Team 1. Overpass as their map pick isn't too much of a surprise. I am actually decently happy that Ancient was the first ban. That's pretty good for Team 1. I don't know if they have the best Ancient so far. I think they've actually struggled against some of the lesser teams on that map, so that's good for them. And then Inferno, good middle ground there. I think that we won't be seeing too much of Mirage, so I'll be honest. I'm not giving them too much hope.
Come on, you gotta be a believer here. I mean, there's a way. If Team 1 want to play a third map, they could just say, hey man, we'll let you play Mirage, but we're gonna 3-0 you instead. We can make this one a best of 5 here for Team 1 if they really want to. But I think we're off schedule enough here, so we probably want to get this one started as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Inferno. I mean, last time I saw Team 1 play this map, they just ran it down mid a bunch. Against a lower tier team. That was in the RMR.
Yeah.
RMR qualifiers. I think they're going to have similar amounts of fun. I mean, what are we looking out for here?
Yeah, I mean, Inferno is a map that you can definitely run it down mid. I feel like certain level teams can actually punish that pretty well, and I think that at this caliber, Atlas are actually one that could do that.
Okay.
It depends on what they're bringing to the table, right? I do think that like most of these players, from what I know from the one guy that I plugged with, is main. So like, I do know that for sure. So at the very least, they're bringing in some shooting back ability, and that's important. You always have to shoot back in Counter-Strike. That's rule number 1 of Exner's laws right there.
That's a great law. I'm sure you've gotten like a PhD in that or something like that.
Yes.
Studied at like DeVry or
yes, War Owl Academy.
War Owl Academy.
Yeah.
Perfect one there, right there. Shoot back, folks. Not a lot of people have done it against Malbs MD, aka Mario Samayoa. Or
you don't get much chance to.
Yeah, that's actually so true. I was watching a lot of Team 1 during their RMR game. And you just get peeked by mobs, and you're just gone.
No.
Like you're just spectating another teammate. Like you see a shoulder patch, and then you're your screen turns completely white, and you've ascended into your teammate's perspective.
Yes.
That's what it's like getting peeked by mobs. So that'll be super fun to see. It's also for Team 1, this is still an important game in the fact that you do need to get warmed up to LAN. A lot of these players haven't had the opportunity to play on LAN for quite a long time. And when they have, they've kind of gotten stomped by European opposition. I mean, what? There's like EPL might be the last time they played LAN, or
it
maybe
might be the last frag.
Yeah, maybe even this last frag. So just getting adjusted again is a pretty big deal for these guys.
Yeah, I don't know which one came first, but it very well could be last frag. They were playing with like keys, I think, last time in replacement of Malbs. That didn't go over too well, but again, they got Malbs back. I mean, they get their core player, their star player back, and I think that is so key for them. Like we've just been hyping up enough.
IDK.
And IDK, yeah, that's exciting too. I liked what they had at one point. I think they had Skulls as well.
Skulls was a mad fragger.
I like him, and now I really like him on Pain. He's doing really well. I'm a bit disappointed that they haven't kept him around, but he's doing great on Pain. He's thriving as well. So Team 1, they've went through many iterations, but now they're buckling down here a little bit. It's good to see. I like what they're getting out of this team, and again, at their peak, they can take down some tough names. I think goal right now is to try and close out this event.
I think there is a real chance with what I've seen from the forum of Team 1. But of course, this is talking online. LAN is a completely different battleground. But online, the results have actually panned out really nicely for this Team 1 team. I've been thoroughly inspired, and I'm excited to see, because I think individually speaking, this team might be the best, highest fragging team here. I think Malbs, TRK, are bringing a lot to the table when it comes to Frag and Billy and Pesadelo. I think this tournament really hinges around Pesadelo for this team and how he performs. So that's going to be a really important one. Going down to Inferno, that'll be a kind of I think Team One can just push everything forward.
Yeah.
It'll be a lot up to Atlas to see how they can do. But Overpass, on their front, hasn't actually. I haven't really characterized that as a Team One map necessarily. It's kind of been in their wheelhouse, but it's not like one they love to pick into. They got their Ancient Band. That is actually the most threatening map in Team One's pool. So it's actually I'll give credit to Atlas. They did do this veto pretty well.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ancient Band's perfectly fine. I was more so worried about that with Team 1 specifically because they were electing to go into that in best of ones, and going into Ancient in a best of one is a big red flag because you can kind of
lose
get off
knife
to the
round,
wrong
lose
start.
game.
Exactly, yeah, pretty much. You get that T-side start and it feels like it's over. I think RMR had different rules where seeding got the higher.
I think so.
the side
Yeah, I
selection,
think
but
seeding decided sides.
Still, it's scary at times, and I was always so confused when they got into that because every game that they went on Ancient was very close, and some of those teams probably shouldn't have been able to take them close. But I mean, we might see a different form out of them. I think we will. Inferno is going to be a super exciting one, like you said. If they do run it down mid every round, I'm going to be excited to catch that because it's so fun to watch Malps just kind of pug it out, man. You could do that all day.
Yeah, he's gonna have a great time. That'll definitely be a spectacle to watch, though. So my name is Fi. I'm the chicken, and Cole, he's that like CT guy with the cool goggles.
Am I?
And
Nice.
well, we have a little bit of a break coming up, and when we come back, we'll be back in towards games. So I hope you guys love us as much as you guys love the teams. So yeah, we'll be back in just a bit. Peace.
Spaceship. Speedy shit. Spacey shit. Spacey shit.
Welcome to the Fragadelphia B stream over here. We're ready to get into the action of the next game that we've got coming up. It's Carry Esports taking on Atlas Esports. We're going to see who's doing here because we're down to the lower bracket, and so we're into the elimination games. One of these teams going to be done here at the last chance qualifier. Already one team will be progressing on. We'll have to find out who's going to be who and who's going to be what in just a flash when we actually hop on into the server. But let's go ahead and take a look at these rosters because, frankly, I don't know who most of these players are on either side. Over on Atlas, we got Stuffing Tyra, Kabiza, Control, and Nipsey. And over on Carry, we have PLX2, Plix2, Kermi, Tribute, K2, and my personal favorite, Markin.
Yeah, you told me a story about that, Mike, and I don't think I'm ready to share it. But but for Carry Esports, I think I've seen Kermi play before, so there's one familiar name there. Outside of that, personally, not too many names that I recognize.
This is a roster that recently upset Team 1 in an RMR qualifier.
Oh, yes, you did tell me about that. Yeah, that's right.
So there's a little bit of spice, a little bit of heat, a little bit of excitement about these teams. But we're going to be headed into Ancient, apparently, as our first map here. Do we have the full veto available? Whatever it is. We're starting on Ancient.
It's something, Mike. We'll show it in a bit.
Molotov in, quick play going through, and this is going to be a little bit of a spicy one here. Let's see what we've actually got going on. Nice kills coming through. Kabiza and Nipsey finding damage here early.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that we can actually move this monitor. So, John, do a little bit of casting while I sort something out.
Let's go. So, K2 is the last one standing here. 1v3 in the pistol round. Nipsey, Kabiza, and Tyra are just defending post plant, looking to get this for Carry Esports, who, as mentioned, did upset Team 1 in the RMR, and they're looking good in the opening moments here as Tyra's going to take down K2. And a first round on the board for Carry Esports. Heading into round number 2, you're likely going to just see an eco come through here for Carry. No, they're going to go for the force buy. Okay. A lot of teams, it feels like it's mixed, right, in terms of that belief as to the second round on CT side. If you lose it, do you force or do you go for the eco? I think given the current meta and the current economy, it probably makes more sense to just go for that force buy and try to upset the T side. And that's exactly what's going to happen here for Carry Esports. MP9 and 4 Deagles. Over on Atlas Esports, they got the SMGs out. They want to farm that money. 600 smackaroos for every single frag you get with that MAC-10 and the AK in Kabiza's hands. We'll see if he's able to contribute here into this round, but for the most part, it will be the SMGs that want to get those frags and build up that economy, as mentioned. And there's Stuffing, like that name, getting the opening frag. And he gets another one. Kermi dropped.
Well, okay. Clean in this one. Nice start for Atlas. It's looking very good indeed into the second round, John, and there we go.
Oh, it was
Only
Atlas.
one player lost. All good,
I got
all
the
the way through.
Crossed up, Mike. I thought
It's
it was
okay. You'll settle in.
That first one. Yeah.
You'll settle in.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
I feel like the HUD steered me wrong, but probably not.
Just track Merkin. You know?
Track. Oh God.
Track Merkin. Then you know. Now our monitor is in a slightly better position for us to actually be able to see the game.
Yes.
Is it looking good for you, John?
It's looking great.
Okay,
I can
perfect.
See it well.
And we're just going to even. I think we can fold this in. No, we can't. All right. I'm going to break something. I'm going to break something over here. They've left us unsupervised in this room, and that's never a good idea. We casters are basically just trained apes shouting into microphones. So we should not be left with expensive equipment alone. Cody, how could you do this to us? What? I'm just over here breaking things. Don't worry about it. It's all fine. This is
moving
fine.
things around. It's okay.
Don't worry about it.
Mike
It's all
decided
fine,
to take
Cody.
control of the whole space. Yeah, we're good.
This is my room now. My room. And 5 pistols are going to say this is not our room because we have completely lost control of B. The bomb's ticking away, and this round is over, basically. The worst thing they could do is feed all 5 kills in towards a MAC-10.
Which they're not going to?
Not yet. Not yet, John.
Uh-oh.
1 for stuffing. Not a pistol bullet has gone the other way.
Oh, no.
Carry Esports
They
not
are.
having a good time of shooting back, and that is 4 kills fed to the MAC-10s. So now K2 is just going to chill with the 5.7 and get a kill!
An
There we go,
AK?
there's a gun, that's an AK! What a find!
That is the best case scenario for K2. You got a 5.7, your last one standing, an AK delivered at your doorstep on an unsuspecting player who just came around that corner not realizing that K2 is in that position.
Now,
so, something.
John,
Yes.
something very
Yes.
specific about K2's
Something,
name here.
yes.
It's written K2 exclamation mark.
Okay.
Clearly that means we
So
need
is
to say
it-
K2!
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that every
Point of
single time.
emphasis on K2 every time.
Maybe if he's in a clutch situation, I'll be like, K2! But not right now.
Yep,
Like,
okay.
it's more of a soft K2
Well, it's a bit of a
otherwise,
calm play coming through here early on. You know, A-site has just been left to the care of K2! And so in the meantime, Tyra going to start to take some space here. Fast in with the MAC-10s again. It's the 4th B play in a row. This time, Kermi positioned in the cave. Will be able to check it. But do they realize Nipsey's gotten out? No, they do not. Nipsey going to need to hustle.
Uh-oh.
And that's not going to work out. Not able to get into a safe space, but in the meantime, Stuffing has found a way through. And this minimap doesn't reflect it, but the bomb cannot be spotted from K2's position because they have walled up that space in the temple.
I don't know if I can tolerate that.
So now at 3-on-4, there's the initial pick, but damage coming back through Stuffing with a big pick, a big kill. It's all onto Stuffing. A 1v1 now found. Stuffing dancing over the boxes, but K2, sorry, looking for the last kill, and no, Stuffing instead will have it. A 3K in the post plant for Stuffing, and that is Atlas to keep their run going here to pile up these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Stuffing, great work, and that he's jumped to the top of the scoreboard as well. Everyone connecting on the Atlas Esports side. And if you look at Curry, I mean, it's been PLX. Outside of that, not too much. Maybe Tribute with a couple. 5 frags combined. Everyone else is just struggling to find their rhythm here in the early goings. And their economy. It's not there. Not there, folks. Deagles across the board for Carry Esports. Stuffing's going to throw a flash here towards mid, and he does gain the space. AK out. Looking for targets. Not going to see too much because Carry Esports are playing this very passively towards A. But at the B site, they're going to push down that ramp, and they could catch off control. Maybe.
This donut kill is important.
I don't think so.
PLX
Control's
has to
gonna
do
back
something
off.
in donut. Oh, it was actually American, pushing in, but American has been trimmed. And now it's going to be pressure onto the site itself. K2 hits 1, but not 2. And that should just about be the round over and done with. Kermi and PLX, I mean, there's even stuff worth saving, right? There's a smoke in this armor, so you might as well do it because they ain't getting nothing out of this one.
Is it PLPL? Because it's PL times 2?
PL times 2? Ooh.
We're going... reading into these names now.
Yeah, no, maybe that's what we've got going on here. So I guess we got PLPL in the server.
And K2!
And K2! Well, PLPL could use 2 PLs at this point because otherwise there's no chance of making this happen, if you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
We're looking for a little bit of damage, taking a duel, and they aren't giving the fight, but PL not hit.
Yeah.
PLPL, sorry. Don't want to misname.
PLPL. I like it.
Well, a pause going to come through here. You'd hope that's from Carey because right now they are getting annihilated. Of course, the way we expect Ancient to play out is we expect that CT side to be good, John.
Yes, we do. Absolutely. It should be good. But in this case, it's not.
Not so good.
5-0 in
Early
favor of
days.
Atlas, yes.
Early days. The op's out now.
It is early days. Double. Okay, that's
Double up.
Okay.
Double up Ancient's a tricky one because
It
what
is-
you do is you A anchor, right?
Yeah.
And then the secondary op can rove, pick in towards mid, make some plays over towards B. I've
Yes.
seen it deployed to great effect for some teams, but it can be tricky to make work. Retakes are brutal.
it's so tough because there's so many tight spaces on retakes on this map, so it's hard to have the op maneuver in and have any type of impact. You know, it's maybe on the A side, yes, but on B side, it's super, super difficult, especially with that double op setup coming into play. We'll see how it works. You're right. In terms of defending, definitely a viable option if your roving opper can do the damage, in particular towards mid. But oftentimes, you're facing so much utility, the smokes, the flashes into mid, that you don't have much of a moment to get that off frag. It's right at the beginning, and then afterwards you have to back off or try to force the issue, which is tough with the oncoming rifles. So we'll see how Carry Esports are able to work this. I mean, they got to try something, obviously, down 5-0.
Yeah, you got to get weird. You got to get frisky.
I don't have a problem with it. But
so
we'll
it's going to be
works.
K2 locking down A. That's kind of what we expected based on what we've seen so far, but where are they moving PLPL?
I like that we're going
mid.
with it now. PLPL.
PLPL's in mid. Plupla.
Plupsa.
Oh no, PL's in cave. Sorry, I misread this on the positioning. Here's going to come to play on in. Tribute stuck in the corner. Who's going to be able to get one? And now PL is activated. They're stuck at the ramp. They've not gone in. They dodged that op shot, but they need more. This is not connecting in the slightest. And Nipsey will find that. What a blunder here. Too many shots to have none connect here for PL. And while they're still sticking around towards B, there's a lot of room for Atlas to rumble. They've got the weight of the world on their shoulders, but they've got all of the world to traverse. And at this point, K2's coming back in to try and retake some space, to try and retake some information. That shot goes wide. The nade in, does that find Nipsey? No.
No, get stuffing for a little bit.
Foot race now. Foot race. Another shot missed. Flashbang on. Mechanics not quite there, and the bomb now down means that Atlas in a prime position to snatch away around they had no business being in. Merkin ready? Merkin dead. Timing beautiful on that peek from Nipsey, and now all onto K2, who needs to manage to secure this round. Nipsey low, but still has already found the damage and can now go on a bit of an adventure. K2 has a kit, has a flashbang, but is getting a little bit desperate here. There's the spot. Now they know. Don't have to peek until they hear the tick. There's the tick. There's the check. There's the shot not on. And I think that may have been the last opportunity. Shot hit, but time is getting short. It's going to have to be the stick here. And they baited it out again. He knows he's got it on time, and Stuffing will even add insult to injury with the kill.
Stuffing doing the brunt of the work here. The first hit, double digits on the server. 10-2, 6-0 for Atlas Esports. And that round, I mean, Carry Esports did what they had to, right? They were on that B site. They got the opening frags, but it was just the response was so explosive from Atlas. They didn't want to rescind control of that site. They continued to power forward, continued to try and get those frags, and it went their way eventually. Thanks to some op shots that were missed, admittedly, on Carry Esports' side, and that even came through in the winning moments of the round. Oh, K2 has got a chance here to do the damage, and he gets not one but two, lives up to his name, and finally gets dropped by Nipsey. 4v3 in favor of Carry, though, so that's a cheeky little spot that worked out. The thing is, they didn't really have that much presence outside of that on the A site, so it will be taken here, and a frag through the smoke helps out for control. So we've seen some nice opening moments here for Carry Esports, but at the end of the day, not much else to speak of. Okay, here we go, Merkin.
All right, a little bit of a surprise there for Merkin, stuffing in. Again, a chance for Stuffing to pull off the clutch, but this time Kermie's able to check. So finally, Carry will be able to get on the board, and it was a limited round. It was a round where they didn't have too much to show for it. Atlas just getting caught off guard again and again, and a little too exposed on this A take. So an op can be retrieved, a gun can be retrieved, and here's a real chance for Carry to put together a defense for us. They're going to have the ops. They're going to have everything they could possibly want here, and if they can start to string some rounds together, we got a match on our hands. But Atlas, meanwhile, say, well, that was a bit of an aberration. That was a bit of a blunder. Let's not do that again. Let's just roll through. Yeah. Correct.
Yes. We'll see if they can correct their course. 1 AK, an op, and three A1Ss coming through for Carry Esports, and they're going to send 3 players, in fact, towards this B site. And a little bit aggressive for PL with that op over in cave, but in fact, it's going to be opening frags coming through from both sides, traded on for it, 4v4, and now Atlas. They love to go quick on this B site, it seems, and why not? It's working out. They've got control again, despite the utility being there in their faces. Flashbang continue to be thrown. Merkin comes into the action, gets a headshot on Cabeza, makes it a 3v3.
That last push through is very frisky, very risky. Not sure I love it, but with the post plant and the bomb ticking away, it may not be much of an issue. The AWP will make it tough a little bit on the retake here, and they are going in, K2. So down 4 on point. Trying to find this space. It's not going to happen. It's all just the AWP, and well, they kind of need to get this AWP out into the next round. PL will no longer be allowed. They're going to chase this down, so nothing safe through. An immediate response coming through from Atlas Esports. That's a great way to do it. Now, because the last was a bit of a bonus round, bit of a salvage buy, Carey will be able to invest in this one, but this is where the bank stops.
Yeah. PL might have to remove the X2 off his name if he doesn't start connecting with some op shots here, because it is not looking too great on the Carey Esports side. 7-1 for Atlas. Atlas, of course, got plenty of bank. They're ready to rock, doing pretty well for themselves. So as you mentioned, there is enough money for Carey to invest here. What can they do with it? Mid push comes through.
Damage in.
Merkin just barely survives. But that could be the difference maker. No, he goes down to control. That will be all for the presence around mid here for Carey Esports. Now Stuffing does even more damage, goes around towards Jaguar. Kermie's dropped. Yeah, big ouch. 5v3 in favor of Atlas, and I mean nothing doing on this buyout for Carey. Not to mention the 2 most potent rifles are lost. They only got the MP9s and the op.
Yeah, this is not looking so good. PLPL gonna try. They found the op. That's the one big gun remaining, but they just want to pressure on in. They're just gonna bring the fight. Tribute finds one, creates a little bit of space here. Utility in for the T side. Pressure on, leaves Tribute isolated, but they've neglected the positioning. A 3v2, this is recoverable, if tough. PL! A little hope and a prayer and a spam through smoke, and the USP actually does find a kill, but now it's all on to PL.
He's got an up.
Gonna need a few more PLs. I think he knows Stuffing's low.
Okay.
So he wants the mobility with the USP. Would love to get onto a rifle, but that's going to require a bit of a challenge. And clearing this corner with the USP is going to be tough. Stuffing has been so good for this team right now. 4 kills in that round. 16-4 is Stuffing's scoreline through just 9 rounds. That is badonkers.
Unbelievable stuff from Stuffing. Stuffing. All right. Match going to be paused here as Carey Esports talk.
I do like Stuffing.
Yes,
you like stuffing?
I do. Yes, absolutely.
What kind of stuffing? What's your family do for stuffing?
Usually, it depends.
Okay. Okay. Do you guys do turkey for Canadian Thanksgiving, right?
Well, sometimes.
Christmas dinner?
Not always. Yeah. Because sometimes we just decide to go with the more vegan options. Because sometimes we like to explore that.
If you're stuffing a bird, though,
yes.
What do you go for?
I forgot. I'm not sure what type of nut it is, but there's raisins.
Pecans?
Maybe
pecans are good in
I'm not sure. Raisins, pecans.
Walnuts can be good too.
And I guess rice. I'm not sure if rice is involved
stuffing.
in that. Yeah.
Interesting.
But I really do like rice stuffing. Rice, the raisins, it's really, really, really quite good. And the crunch of the nut is perfect.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Heard it here first, folks. John loves the crunch of the nut.
I knew you were gonna do
my
that.
family. So my family, my dad's family's from the East Coast. My mom's family's from the Southwest. So we have a blend of white bread and cornbread stuffing.
Yeah.
That creates just magnificence.
Really?
True deliciousness. Yeah, it's possibly one of the greatest substances ever.
I mean, cornbread's amazing. So.
Yeah. So you do cornbread stuffing. Pure cornbread stuffing is good, but it tends to get really wet. So if you do half and half, you get that perfect texture. A 4v2 now, a real chance for them to make something in this round, although chase down Nipsey will start to even up the numbers. Got to be wary. The flank is on. They're coming at the B ramp. Has this been heard? It has indeed. Nipsey's still just doing it with the pistol, and somehow this is falling apart. Carey had such an advantage here. A 4v2 now, taken down to a clutch. This is doable. Cabeza has the AWP as well. May not be the best gun for this clutch. K2's going adventuring. Getting the space. And Gompers is feeling the heat in the chicken suit. As the first wearer of that chicken suit, yeah, it gets pretty uncomfortable pretty quickly.
How long ago was that?
GexCon 2018 or 19.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's
the event I was bought for. I just hope it's been washed a couple times since then.
I don't think it doesn't look well.
Yeah, the first couple of times I wore it, the whole chicken suit would just actually shed on my legs. So when I came out, yeah, it's just still this. I'm surprised it hasn't fully disintegrated by this point.
We have a 1v1 though still.
We do. This is very close. It's very clutch. Oh, Cabeza tries to go for the no-scope.
How does he live?
Oh no,
man.
Cabeza! That's why you quick-scope from that range even. K2 had no idea. Would have been a blindside shot. Instead, K2 gets a take through this round.
Oh my goodness, K2. A little lucky to come out of that one alive.
Little. Yeah. I think there was a
lot of
guardian
lucky.
angel right now diverting that no-scope bullet, just pushing it to the
I
side.
mean, so close. Usually the no-scope's going to connect there, but it's never a sure thing. The bullet can go completely wide. In that case, it did. Went into oblivion. And now, Carry Esports get a second round. It wasn't easy for them, and I mean, to be honest, should have been easier because of the way that round started. But again, you know, Atlas are able to power on back. That B site has been a very sore spot for Carry Esports, so I imagine they might try to reinforce a bit.
Stuffing
Not
spotted the
that
player,
they
getting
haven't
the
had
donut.
much people on the site. Yes, Stuffing has spotted the player.
Wants this fight while the smoke's still up. But it's Control who's lost instead. He got pressure on the donut play. That flashbang is great. Called through by the player in red, presumably. Stuffing chasing this. Stuffing's been so good. It's Cabeza who's lost. Stuffing as well follows. And now suddenly for Carry a chance to put on a real defense here. It came down to a clutch in the last one. They've got to avoid taking unnecessary casualties here, but it is looking so very good for the defense.
Yeah. First convincing round, I would say, for Curry here. 5v2. Nipsey, along with Tyra, still left standing. Tyra going to gain some space towards mid. And Nipsey on the other side at A. So I think Tyra's going to try and pincer into Donut. If this frag comes through onto K2, might lead to something on the Atlas side. But no, I mean, Nipsey's gone now, and Tyra's going to fall by the wayside
Clean
to
round.
K2, and that's a clean round indeed for Kari. Absolutely necessary, given that they haven't had one up to this point, and they will build up their economy. The thing is, already losing 8 rounds on your CT side of Ancient is problematic. This is the type of Ancient we saw, Mike, when the map was first released, where the T side was able to exploit, you know, that very quick pop they can get towards B. That the gaps have been filled at higher levels of play.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
We're not at those levels of play.
No,
so
we're
we
not.
don't know what to expect.
We
You got to
don't.
make hay while the sun shines. You got to get every round you possibly can. Because when the shoe's on the other foot, we have no idea what to expect from Atlas in this defense. I will say it's their map pick, so we should get something pretty solid from them. They've already, you're right, you're absolutely right, they've already had a good T side.
Yes.
But I'm just saying, expect the unexpected.
Yeah, why not?
K2? K2? Gonna bail? K2 out of here. K2? Out of here.
He's gone.
They've got the site. They've got the bomb.
They do? Really?
Planto, Reno coming in pretty quick. No one can deny this. There's still smoke up towards CT. That'll be the first pick, but still 4 players to defend this. This is not bad. And they've got full donut control, and they've got a player coming through elbow right now. Control is just now working through mid. Is going to realize it's completely clear, so they can totally focus back in towards the site. First kill, though. Oh, it's working out nicely, and everything is going the way of Carry. Even with the positioning, they just don't have the firepower to contend with this, and they need to get some kills right now if they're going to do anything about it. And the answer is they won't.
Just keep the AK.
Control will keep the AK. That's going to be the round for Carry.
Control keeps the AK up and running, and Atlas at least find a bomb plant out of that round, which should lead to a buy up here. No, okay, they're going to be more conservative. Why not? So just going to go for the pistols, realizing they have a sizable lead here. And hoping that that AK in Control's hands will be able to doll it the damage. Surprised that Control isn't going to drop that one for Stuffing, who has been a formidable foe for Carry Esports throughout the beginnings of this map on Ancient. But he decides that he wants to try and make something work and leave Stuffing to his own devices with the Tech 9. K2 getting aggressive there into the A main area, and now he's going to have to do some damage. There's 1, 2 from Markin, in fact, and then it's K2 coming out with 2 of his own. Not too fussed by the pistols, and Control does get 1 and a second. Hold the phone. Control a 1v3, and look at Carry. They're all stacked up in Donut here. Control has the bomb as well. This is not the greatest positioning. I mean, it is a 3v1, but still, Kari need to be very, very cautious here on how they make their next steps.
He's going to let time move off. I like this. I like this decision. They have no idea if Control's committed here, and with everybody bunching the donut, they've got no vision.
They might have seen the barrel of his AK.
It's questioning who flinches first. I don't think they have. They will now.
Yeah.
And now they'll realize what they've got. But that is a surprising amount of confidence into the commitment there from Carry. Don't think they had the information, but I suppose they were confident in their read. And so Carry have managed to run 4 rounds in a row to take this from looking like an absolute bludgeoning to actually looking like a real game.
Yeah. Making it interesting.
They're making it interesting indeed. If Atlas could get 9, though, 1 more round. That's all they need. This is the moment to do it. See what they got. See, they got the fire.
Nate flies through there. No damage done. That one will connect onto Stuffing, bring him down to half
Great
health.
positioning for the
Look at this push again from Atlas, though. They're managing to find the space into A, and this time they've got the rifles to support that push. One frag comes in. Great trade from Merkin, and look at Kermi. Pushes up through Snake, finds control around mid. Now they have him surrounded. 4v3, and PL's going to do even more damage onto Stuffing.
Was that through the smoke? No, that was just back from back in Tomb. They don't need to be facing that. They don't need to be fighting that, especially now with the bomb down. Rather not planted. This is a problem. They had to go back to retrieve it. It was less so far back, and on that smoke fade, Cabeza's going to get collected. This was a good start for Atlas, and it gets completely stuffed. They've been focusing in towards A for the last few rounds, and it has just not been working out.
No, I mean, what was working for them was the B site, but they decided that they would move away from that and try to go towards A, but I mean, they get space in the early moments, but Carey's able to respond, fill the gaps, and ensure that they only manage to make their way right outside of A main and then shut them down before they actually get onto the site proper. Now, Tyra could sneak on to B here. You have Tribute over in Caves, and, well, Tyra gets the opener onto Kermi. Probably won't expect the Caves player, so you have to imagine that the round's going to go to Carey, and indeed it does. So 6 rounds picked up. This was 8-1, right?
This was 8-1. It has been 5 rounds in a row to close this half, and suddenly we've got a game on our hands. A last-ditch effort to invest here, obviously going to come through from Atlas, but curious to see where they take it. If they get back towards those fast B plays, they were so very effective. Part of it is that they were keeping the CTs on the back foot, right? Once the economy starts to stabilize, once those nades are available, you got a lot more on your tool belt to slow down the fast pushes. But once again, they're completely focused A. They said no one to even lurk outside that side of the map, but Cabeza with an opening pick. It's going to tempt them forward. Only one player's been spotted, so the full commitment can't happen, but Cabeza starting to connect here. This is what they needed. They needed these early decisive plays. They got control of Donut. This time, the A take is looking good, and it just keeps getting better. Cabeza just continues forward, chewing up bits and pieces of the map at every turn, and now the bomb will be planted with plenty of control to play the post.
Oh, I mean, this is probably over. Kermi trying to make something of it in a 1v5. Nipsey is going to go down, and he continues to spot targets.
Try and get the ace.
Yeah, probably. No, he won't. He goes down. Finally, they're going to finish off Kermi. Are they going for a knife? What are they doing? Stop it. You could lose the round still. He's going to smoke off the bomb, probably try to defuse. Oh, the smoke's not good. Tyra takes him down. That's the half. 9-6. Atlas finally get another round after a 5-round win streak coming through from Carey. And they did get a little cheeky at the end.
They did get a little cheeky, but you know what? Cabeza killed everybody. Stuffing said, all right, let's try for a little bit of flair here. It's a really good half for Atlas, right, as they swap on over to their defense. Obviously, the way in which it was won maybe gives us pause that Carey were able to string together 5 rounds in a row, but at the end of the day, the scoreline is pretty brutal to recover from. So, there we go. There we go. We got it sorted out here. Atlas is going to be on the defense now. They've already got a pick. Cabeza, again, continuing that initiative, finding one early with a peek into window, and shutting down a lot of this B play right off the bat. They're moving into B, but there's still K2. Position in the site, and Stuffing lying in wait in the cave will collect one. They don't care about the bomb plant. They want the round win, and they're getting exactly that. The last player's not even nearby.
Great.
K2 has to sprint to even be able to contest this defuse, and now he's been spotted, so now they know. They can just keep him off the defuse, and it's comfortable. It's 5 alive. It's a very solid pistol round taken by Atlas.
Yeah, absolutely. 10th round going to be picked up, and as opposed to the success that Atlas found in the early goings of their T side on B site, Carey Esports get nothing there. Atlas know how to deal with that quick push quite clearly and take them down. By the way, Mike, back to the stuffing. I figured out what type of nut it was thanks to my wife who is watching.
Okay.
She said it's pine nuts that
yes. Pine nuts are incredible in stuffing.
They're fantastic. So
here's a secret as well, tip about pine nuts. If you are not the most able chef, but you're cooking something and you want your kitchen to smell amazing because you have company over, let's say you're trying to impress a date or something like that, if you toast pine nuts, your kitchen will smell incredible. Speaking of smelling incredible, Cody is eating food and it smells delicious right now.
And we're hungry.
Is that just yours, Cody, or is there some to share? I would like them to get some for me. That smells fantastic.
speaking of getting some
we'll
here,
sort it out
Curry
later
Esports
on the
might
food
be able to
department.
do something with K2 finding Nipsey. They got control of the site. Not a single frag on the board when that bomb was planted. So I don't think Atlas are going to be able to get back in here. Tribute and PL are going to take down Tyre and Cabeza. There was one frag that came through, but this one likely over. Stuffing does manage the frag onto Kermi. Are they just going to try and jump onto this bomb and defuse it? I mean, Stuffing does have the kit, but it's so unlikely.
They know where the players are. They've got one. It's good damage, but they need to be saving here. Look at the damage. Look at the remaining health on these players. They got so very close. 15 points of health between them. But the end result is the same. The round's lost, and Atlas are now in a really tough spot. They don't have the economy. They're going to force buy into this because it's going to be a double eco, but we might see Carry actually able to equalize off of this, and Atlas are majorly on the back foot. That was a big misstep.
Indeed it was. They should have had more control of that round. In the end, as I mentioned, not a single frag on the board. They gave the site for free. All right, 1:45 on the clock here. Kermi looking for an opener. A lot of aggression coming through from Atlas, and there's Tyra. The one dig onto Kermi. A rifle dropped right to the ground. It is also available to pick up, but instead Atlas are not going to take any chances. They're going to go back towards this A site where the execute is actually happening here for Kari Esports. Nipsey waiting, trying to catch them off guard when they go for the plant, and it doesn't work. K2 is watching. Nipsey is dropped. And it's evened out at a 4v4. And at this point, I think the best Atlas can hope for is likely some exit frags. But you know what? They're Atlas. They're going to try and go for it, as did in the previous round. And they will at least get one frag to trade that out. Stuffing comes in from the flank. Gets another one. PL's dropped. K2 with the trade again. Control comes back on the Tribute. This is chaos, but it's K2 with a 4K in the round to finally shut down Atlas, who appear to be ready to go for some very unconventional takes, despite that they don't have that much firepower in their hands.
K2 is just the back end of these rounds. That one got so very risky, so very close to the wire. But K2 manages to zero things down with a massive 4K. So impactful here. Atlas not going to have anything to show for this round. They've got a P250. That's it. That's it. So what do they try and do with these pistols? How are we going to get cheeky with it? Heavy presence in the B site. Heavy presence on through.
Yeah, Atlas stacking towards this B site with just the default pistols. What's that?
I think the best case scenario is Cabeza surprise one. They molly it. Yeah, okay, it's fine.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Clean round.
Oh, Tyra gets one, maybe a second. No, okay. Could have been exciting. Nipsey comes through, gets completely ventilated by the AK, and that will be a 9th round picked up by Carry. So their T side is now looking pretty good. 3 rounds picked up in a row. Sure, a couple of those are against the ecos, but still, they do have the scoreboard very tightly knotted at 10-9 now. One more round by Carry, and we're tied up. Apparently, it's all about the T side so far. As Merkin's going to go for the entry here towards mid. Lots of utility smokes back and forth. One right in the open. I think that one might have missed its mark, but Atlas Esports are going to send a player back in. Tyra, a good self-flash coming through, so gains the space, but Kermi, in fact, on the other side of the map towards B, gets the opener on the control. They don't know where Stuffing is, and Stuffing will get one, not a second. Tribute trades him out. Now we have chaos again. Cabeza somewhere is going to get Merkin, and a 3v3 ensues here, Mike. As Tribute is going to come around this corner, dropping Nipsey on the defensive side. Atlas still have not been able to do much outside of the pistol round. They have a chance here to come back in. They're grouped up together. Smoke available to them, so they could smoke off this bomb and try to get the defusal. That's exactly what they're going to attempt here. It doesn't work. Kermi, with the spam and the transfer, gets 2 frags, and we are indeed all tied up at 10-10.
You remember what we were talking about in the first half when we said you can never know what to expect
yes.
at this level of Counter-Strike? Well, here's the expectations being defied as Carry is just screaming out with momentum here on this T side of Ancient, defying our expectations for sure. Atlas now really needing to rebound here. Pistols will be invested into. They'll get a teensy bit. I mean, they just have 1 HE. It's not even really utility. It's just a go boom grenade. So this round, not looking likely. But next round is where we need to see something from Atlas, because his defense has just been so unconvincing since the pistol round. Kermie finds the first. Carrier just doing such a good job of punishing this aggression from Atlas, right? They're peeking into angles, they're taking fights, and they're dying.
It just feels like they're still stuck in a T-side mindset right now, right?
They need to staple their feet to the floor of these sights.
Just hold the sights.
Just hold the angle. You don't need to swing. They will come to you.
There we go. Oh. Oh. Good. Good discipline from Stuff, and he's deciding when to shoot. Tribute still has not looked in this direction. So, okay, finally Stuffing decides that's enough. I'm going to get that headshot, and then does a ton of damage onto Merkin. Gets away as well up the ramp. The thing is, he loses a teammate in the process, 4v3, and there isn't much to speak of on the Atlas side either. So, okay, hold on a second. USP rings true. Cabeza finds Merkin. Looking good. Kermie does manage to take down Stuffing, but a 2v2, now a 2v1, and eventually that overwhelming firepower advantage for Carry Esports comes through and deals the final blow.
Lead for Carry. It was 8-1 down at one point. Atlas have let this slip. They have let this slip indeed.
Second round.
They got the investment in, though. They got the investment back in, right? Here's the AWP out from Cabeza. We saw that start to have some serious impact in the first. We've got an AUG as well. That's a little interesting. Cabeza not going to be on with this one. They have cooled way off of Atlas. The confidence not flowing in the way it was, and you can see Carrier just waiting to see if they're going to get peeked into, because, well, they have been. It's a double jag setup. And instead, players moving in towards A main, there's no one in position to deal with his A site if this is where the take comes through. Nobody is watching. The double push window has now found no one in mid, so they should know. They should have the information. The rotation is on, but are the CTs going to be there in time? Smokes will come through. It's just going to be about the donut player here, because the op is not in position to do anything about this. They want to go through? Oh my goodness, he wants to go through. The AUG, not the E-gun for that particular angle, but Cabeza has forced the issue into the site. The bomb will be denied. There's still a minute on the clock, though. There's no reason for Carry to rush this, and Control coming back into the angle, he gets checked. So again, we see a situation where Atlas get out of position. They're a little bit too eager. They're a little bit too quick to move, and, well, Carry find the vacant site. They find the gap. This retake is pretty tough to see coming to fruition with the economy being in shambles. Atlas could consider the save, but they won't. They'll come back in. They'll force the fight. They don't know the word save, John.
They really, truly don't. In that situation, you really can't gain much from throwing bodies at the AKs, because the T's can afford to lose the guns. They've got the momentum, they've got the rounds, they can buy up no matter what. It's on CT side that it's much harder to maintain that economy, and, well, Atlas Esports are finding out the hard way at this point. 4 Deagles are going to come through, probably one on Cabezera as well, or Cabezera, wow, I just did Cold Zera and Cabeza combined there.
I mean, he's been impressive, but I don't know if he's going to be jumping, colliding on Mirage just yet.
Well, Cabeza does end up going for the CZ instead. We'll see if that can do some damage, but K2? Oh, they're pushing out, Mike. I mean, I get it. They're on pistol. Might as well try something, but K2's just farming. He's got 3. PLPL gets one onto Control, and it's all up to Stuffing. The Deagle. Body armor. Is he going to do it? He's got the audio cues. He can't get the shot. Tribute takes him down, and that's it.
Well, this really has been a tale of two halves, and not the way you would expect in the slightest. But reminder of how this has worked. Since it was 8-1, this has been a 2-12 run between the two sides.
And it might be 8-1 again, Mike, in this half anyway, on T side. Maybe we'll see a repeat. And we'll go to overtime.
Maybe. Maybe. You just said a dirty word. But let's see what's going to happen here. It's going to be a quicker play. They've accelerated the pace, and this time, Cabeza's in position with that AWP to put one down, and this is looking good now for Atlas. Here's the answer. Here's the rally. Here's the return.
It just feels like eventually each side is feeling out the other on their T pushes and figuring it out, and now it's Atlas's turn. This time at 7-1.5 to shut down Carry for now. We'll see if Kermie and PL can come back into this one. Spam going to go through into the cubby by Kermie. It doesn't connect with anything. No one is there. Or at least no one going to get damaged. Now PL finds the op shot onto Nipsey, so that's at least one and still a ton of time to work with. But the thing you have to be careful of is a push, and Tyra along with Stuffing are both trying to come in on that flank. The space is being closed and Atlas are going to be stuck here. Even a rotation would be very unwise because there are two players waiting for them to do exactly that. Molotov's going to get tossed on over and it misses the mark. Mike, it ends up right at his own feet. Tyra waiting, crosshair lined up, and will connect onto one, not the second. Kermie survives, but it's only a matter of time now until he likely goes down. Still, yeah, there you go. Stuffing's going to take him down. An 11th round picked up by Atlas. They are finally back to their winning ways after losing 7 rounds in a row.
But can they sustain, John, is the big question, because there is plenty of cashola from the Kerry side, and Kerry will be bringing the fire back in. And one of the things that Kerry changed up in that round is they went for a fast take, which has not been their forte. If they just sit, Atlas have tended to bring the fight towards them to disastrous results. Now, if Kerry try and go for these faster plays again, they're going to get in towards mid. They've got utility devoted towards it. That's aggression from Cabeza. But now with this mid control, they can kind of just sit on some things. Oh, sorry. And wait it out. Stuffing will get initial pick. The peek from window, very effective here. Merkin going to get shot in the back. And this time the aggression works out beautifully for Atlas. Okay. One after another. They're just all being eliminated. Exposed around the edge of that smoke. That wasn't a good place to stand.
Well, if you push enough, eventually it works, I guess. Maybe.
They didn't even really push. I mean, they had the window peek. That was the aggressive play. But otherwise, Kerry have tried to pick up the pace, and it, well, no, not so much of the success part. Nice round for Cabeza.
He's had some pop-off rounds here. This is another one for him. The previous one, I think he had the 4K and was trying for that ace, and they got cheeky at the end of the half. But that was very nicely done for Atlas. So, okay, they got their rhythm now. They've caught up to Kerry. 1 round away from tying it up again. Match going to be paused. Teams are going to talk things over and decide what is going to come through into this round, because the money is starting to run out for Kerry. They will have 4 AKs in the Galil. And in terms of fragging duties for Kari, it's been Kermie and K2 doing the brunt of the work, but everyone's contributed at one point or another. On the Atlas side, it's Stuffing and Cabeza. Cabeza's had those 2 pop-off rounds, but I think Stuffing has been their most consistent performer. He's been helping them out in their round victories immensely. And we'll see if he can come through here and help them tie the map up. Did we talk about the veto yet, Mike? I don't think we did.
Oh, we got the veto there.
Yeah.
Overpass is our second. What's our third?
Yeah.
I didn't catch it. Inferno?
Inferno, yeah.
Overpass, Inferno as the ones after this. But let's see who emerges from Ancient, because this is a far closer affair than I really ever thought.
Usually you see more of the Puggy maps come out for these lower-end teams, but I like to see them playing Ancient and Overpass, right?
I mean, Kara Esports is a team. I think Atlas is as well, so they may actually have protocols onto these maps. I mean, we've seen it here on Ancient. They definitely do. I don't think either of these are actually full pugs.
Anyway.
I don't think we've got pugs on our hands.
No.
Damage on the Tyra, but no critical kills found just yet. There is a player worked up mid, and this could be interesting. Somebody's watching it back from the B side. I think that is Cabeza with the AWP, but it's going to be Tyra and Donut. That's the big impact early on. They line up, but they get the kill. Very important there. Molotov in to try and section these players up. A little bit of team damage. Takes Merkin almost down to death, but the TK doesn't come through. Karmi getting collected does mean the retake can happen, though. And this is interesting, especially with Merkin so very, very low. Oh, Tribute. Needed that kill and found it. Big hold in the defense now. They should not go for this retake, quite frankly, in a 2v4. They are locked out, but they're going to attempt it. It's going to be risky. Cabeza will make the move. And spot the first. Be able to withdraw. Time is short. Do they have kits? They do. They do have one. Cabeza drop. Control to follow. And that was, in fact, an ill-advised retake that puts Kerry on to 14 with nothing saved through from the Atlas side.
Yes, so just to confirm, Mike, Atlas Esports indeed an IM team, 8-1 in IM right now, but Carry Esports 5-4 in advanced. So they're 2 leagues above. I mean, we talked about the gap between leagues, open, intermediate, advanced, main and advanced, and it's a little smaller at that range. I'd say IM teams can sometimes catch up with main and advanced, but when you make that jump to ECL, that's when the gap is very, very wide. So there is a chance for Atlas to definitely upset here. They performed quite well against Carry Esports, but according to the leagues that they're in, technically Carry is the one expected to come out with victory. Alrighty, let's go in here. Round number 27. Carry off another one of those wins. Are trying to make it 15. Cabeza moving around the defensive side, and what a good read from Atlas. Everyone watching the A site. Doesn't even matter, though, because K2 is going to come out and take out Nipsey. Stuffing on the flank could do some damage. Control does get the one onto K2, but the bomb's been planted now, and Stuffing's got to worry about what's going on A main. The thing is, PL zeroed in towards the front of it, so Stuffing has a chance for a free frag, and he gets it. In the meantime, Cabeza drops Kermi. Now it's all up to Merkin and Tribute in the post line. Only Merkin with 5 HP. It cannot be done. Atlas are back to it. 13th round picked up.
But the economy, John. The economy!
It's tough.
The money's in shambles. It's in the sewers. They got no cash. They'll be able to buy in this next one, but it means that if they lose any of these following rounds, right? If they lose this next one, they really can't contend for map point. Now, the question for Carry is how much do you want to invest in? It seems like a partial buy will come through. 3 players were good, 2 not so much, and so they don't apply the pressure. Conservative call here from Carry Esports. If they'd managed to crack Atlas in this one, what could be? They still have an opportunity. There's even a scout out for Tyra. So this is far from a good buy. And it seems like Carry's going to go for a very straightforward play. Everyone out towards B. Seems like this might just be the move, and Stuffing aggressive into it is dead. At least someone gets away from the scout, but they better get that utility down because these T-side players are chasing. They are chasing. Not enough bullets in it. They're all getting overwhelmed. It's a disaster now.
Crazy.
Control drop, and it's a complete catastrophe. A 4v2 at this point with no money back in store. Atlas may have just cracked at the worst possible moment. Can they even justify going for this retake? I know they're going to.
Oof. I mean, they have, right?
Frankly, they shouldn't, but they are going to, yes.
They haven't stopped themselves.
That's what they've done every round to this point. They need this to work. It has to work. It's not working. Nipsey alone. No idea where these players even are, and he's down for the count. Map point found for Carry. Atlas are broke as a joke. What a dynamic start to this map it was, and what an absolute catastrophic collapse it has been ever since.
I think it's been inexperience as well that's come through because they don't want to save. They don't see the value in it, but it's so important.
They don't sit. They don't play their defaults. They chase. They fight. I mean, in that round, they go for an aggressive peek with Stuffing when your opponent has pistols. Their economy's broken. Why are you pushing?
It's
unfortunate situations, rough situational calls, and now Kermi does get dropped 1 for 1, but the trades are good for Carry. They've got the advantage here. And even that gun in towards mid, I don't think is going to be very easily retrievable, so there's nothing doing for the advantage here for Atlas.
Yep. I mean, they could have had a couple of rifles. Just save them. Way better buy-up would have come through. But instead, they try to go for that hero play at the end of the previous round, and now they are trapped in a very bad situation. Tribute going to get that frag onto Stuffing. So now only Control and Cabeza are left here to try and fend off Carry Esports from taking this first map on Ancient, which will send us to Overpass. K2 gets Control. It's all Cabeza, and there's so little he can do. He can try to push up here. He's going to be hurt, and that'll be that. Mike PL has the last laugh, and it's Carry Esports taking map number 1.
Wow, what a comeback. What a comeback. 8-1 at one point. They were getting absolutely dumpstered in the first half. I mean, it was a 9-6 even at the half. That's a substantial defense. But Atlas just unable to play disciplined CS in the second half, leave themselves very abusable. So very nicely done there from Carry Esports to run it back, to stay disciplined, to heat up into the series. I guess we're going to have to give it a little bit of distance here for your height, John. Yeah, no, very nicely shown from Carry. Disappointing for Atlas. I'm sure they're going to be kicking themselves for that one. They just need to settle in, put some sand in your pants, just sit sit and let the round come to you on the defense. Just give yourself a little bit of something here, John.
I think they just got too caught up with how well the aggression was working on their T side. They thought, okay, we're losing here. Why don't we try to do the same thing on CT side? And it wasn't working at all. As you mentioned, plant your feet into the ground, hold a sight, and stop pushing out there, especially in the pistol round. That's the perfect example of why they were losing that, why they lost that match. They just pushed out, went into the pistols instead of waiting for them to come to them and just taking them down as they walked into their crosshairs. They could have come back into that one and made it closer than it was, but in the end, Carry Esports were able to take it away.
That they were indeed. We are going to be headed over to Kerry's map pick as well of Overpass, so this doesn't necessarily bode well for Atlas, especially since they're going to be starting on the defense on Overpass, and Overpass is another map where that temptation to push, that temptation to flank can set in. I think it's something that Kerry, if they've realized it, as a tendency are going to be able to punish. But I don't know how to segue off of that one, so I'm just not going to. FTX US, download the FTX US app and sign up. Use referral code NERD. Earn crypto free on every trade over $10 with the FTX app. So get downloading, get crypto in, get FTX US. We're going to take a break here, folks. When we come back, it'll be map 2 of this series. See you in a flash.
You wouldn't trust your clumsy best friend with your brand new i9-3090 GPU DDR5 memory, 4TB, 8.2 PC? And you shouldn't just trust anyone managing your cryptocurrencies either. Sign up with FTX and start managing your crypto on a safe and secure platform trusted by over 6 million users worldwide. Download the FTX app today. Use referral code NERD, that's NERD, and earn free crypto on every trade over $10.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Spaceship.
Counter-Strike. It's why we're all here, and it's what we're about to watch some more of. Carry Esports, Atlas Esports.
Yes.
Who's going to take the dub? Probably Carry, based on what we saw in the collapse from Atlas in that last one.
Yeah, I feel like Carry are playing a much more disciplined style of CS than Atlas are, and Atlas got away with it, to their credit. I mean, it worked out so well on Ancient on their T side, but slowly but surely it slipped away from them as Carry Esports caught on to what they were doing, and then that more disciplined play that Carry were bringing to bear was, in the end, the winner, because you saw how much Atlas wanted to push on their CT side, and it just wasn't working.
Every round. Is there a fight we can take? Let's find
go.
one. Swing, swing, swing. What's a save? Don't know what that is. So it worked very effectively when they were the attacking, but, you know, tempered aggression is a great thing for a CT side. All-out aggression, not so much.
No, not at all.
I don't love it.
I don't love the not saving it all once on your CT side either, especially with how many rounds weren't going their ways and and the opportunities they had to save too were there, but they just decided to push every single time.
We will get an idea of whether maybe Atlas can talk that through and correct it in this one, because they're going to be starting on the defense here on Overpass. They're going to need to get that under wraps very early on and get it under control, because at Carry, it's their map pick. They're going to have some ideas here, and as we've seen, if they just carry over the lessons from Ancient, they will likely spend a lot of time on the T side just waiting for aggression and punishing it. That's what I would do.
I mean, for sure. There's no question. You got to wait for them to come to you. Even on your T side, just burn some time off that clock. It certainly won't hurt them, right? Take the first 30 seconds, see what they're going to do if they want to get impatient, which they did repeatedly previously. So, yeah, I definitely agree with you, Mike. That's a good strategy for Carry to employ.
Now, we did see some dynamic plays. Stuffing was having a really good play. Cabeza as well over on that Atlas side, popping off of that AWP. That's something that can be huge on Overpass if the AWP is really hitting. So I'm looking to Cabeza to potentially be someone to propel Atlas back into this series. I think he is going to need to mantle the sky if they're going to do this one. Lift it on up on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, where do you post him, right? I would probably favor going for long A control and A control towards bank with him at the op, but he can also opt to go into sniper nest or heaven, towards the B site and snipe down from there onto any oncomers towards the site. So I don't know. Either one's good, but the thing is, they need more than just Cabeza. They're going to need another player to pop off as well.
They are indeed. And if we do get to it, we haven't necessarily talked about it too much. The decider will be Inferno if we get there. It may be a little while before we do. But we should hopefully be ready to hop on in here. And just a reminder, folks, for anyone tuning in, this is Fragadelphia 17, a $100,000 prize pool. And we are in the last chance qualifier right now. So one of these teams is at their last chance. They're going to be eliminated. Whoever loses this series is done, is out, is done on day one. And right now for Atlas, it's last chance saloon. They can't drop this map or they're out of here.
Yeah, they need to make sure they come out with a dub here on Overpass and push to map number 3, because like you said, double elimination here. Once you lose those two, you're gone, and we are in the lower bracket. So here we go. We're jumping into Overpass. Atlas Esports up against Carry Esports. Each have different spellings of esports in their names, Mike. One of them is right, one of them is wrong. Which one is wrong? No?
I have questions. I mean, definitely Atlas is wrong here.
Okay.
If that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
We're talking about
the dash, sorry.
Yeah,
the spelling is technically the same. There's a dash in there.
We don't follow New York Times style books here. I think they're still insistent on that. I don't remember whether they were the dash or the little E, but either way,
okay.
Very annoying
we don't
to me.
even know. That's how crazy it's been.
Yeah. But Stuffing's going for some aggression here. Players going to be coming in towards B. They've got the space. Cabeza hits one. One and done is not ideal here. And Kermi with a flank. This could be the backstab that they need to shut down this round. It's certainly going to provide the space for his teammates to get on towards the bomb plant. But they do need to plant. Tribute needs to get that bomb on down. And now Kermi will start to strike. Stuffing has gotten around. Oh, are they going to overlook the spot? No, they're just going to leave. They're just going to leave. Nice read from Carry. Just get out of here. Get gone. Why not?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go to the ace side here. Control. Tap and away, trying to connect, and does, but not with a frag, just damage. On to Merkin. There, finally, Control does manage to take down Merkin, and that could deny the plant. No, they can't get to the bomb planter in time, and in fact, even with the wide swing, Tribute still survives. He's holding his ground, headshots Nipsey down to 3 HP, but look where Control's managed to get to. He is the last one standing, finds the frag on the Tribute, but has some advantageous fights if Carry peek into him. They do, but Kermi's good for the headshot with the Glock. 1-0 in favor of Carry.
There we go. an opener here to carry over their momentum from Ancient. Slow starters, but since then they have never let off the gas. Now they're looking to continue to gas up here and provide this pressure on their Atlas Esports side. Look to be going for just about a full save in this one.
Yeah. Not going for that force buy.
1 P250. Nipsey P250 ace. You ready? You ready?
All right, Mike. Eventually it's going to happen.
Eventually it will happen.
You say it so many times.
If I called it enough times, but then you just clip that one time and you act like a genius. It's the system here, John.
Yes.
And they will need the ace. Never mind, he's dead. Won't happen this time. They don't get anything. They barely even hit a bullet. So
Kermie almost aced.
Yeah.
4. So
yeah, the other way. That's a less interesting way. 7-0 though for Kermie. Nice start.
Yeah, that helped. I mean, 4 frags in that round helps to get to that 7-0 scoreline. Carry Esports just carrying over what they had in that previous round into this one. The 2 Galils, the MAC-10. Make that 3 Galils, the MAC-10, the AK. Atlas will be buying up. It's not going to be the best, but it will be decent with 2 A1Ss, the A4. The FAMAS being not the best part because they do have the op in play here in Cabeza's hands. Cabeza's not going to hit his opening shot. In fact, he gets blind and just goes for a retreat. Here's the flashbang thrown by Carey. Perfection so far, and even better as the trade comes through for them. Onto the B site they go. Nipsey is able to do some damage with that FAMAS, excuse me. Can't figure out the name of the gun in the moment, but it is going to be the FAMAS getting the frag, and now he goes down to Kermie. Smoking to get tossed into Sniper Nest. And Cabeza tries to push through it. Doesn't work out.
Nope, should be a save, but as we've established, don't really do those. So let's see what Tyra's going to attempt here in the 1v3. Gonna creep on out, coming around the corner. No kit either, so time is a major concern here. And the first one found, but the instant trade is there. Are they like philosophically opposed to the concept of saving money?
I don't know.
Are they just...
I mean, they're probably younger, right? So they don't understand
finances?
The finances.
I don't know.
I'm kidding.
I don't know anything about their age, but for all we know, they're going to be accountants. And they're just like, in real life, we save money. In so Counter-Strike, we spend it all.
We got to go all in
about
every time.
escapism for them.
It's their way out of reality. Okay.
Oh! Cabeza's getting removed from reality right now. Removed from reality indeed. That is just punishment. All right, K2. Okay, K2.
Okay,
and
tribute.
it's looking good. Okay, this round's over.
Lots of okays, but certainly Atlas are not okay. Being down 4-0 right now on their CT side of Overpass. Tyra has got the scout. And, well, I mean, look. Carey's got control of this B site. Have a feeling, an inkling of where Tyra might be. And Tyra not going to save, of course, because Atlas doesn't save. And they go down. That's it.
Death comes for them.
I mean, admittedly, didn't have to save in that one because the money is there this
They're
time,
going to invest
right?
in the next one.
But still.
Cabeza will even have money for the AWP. Here's the round where we need to see something special come through, though, from Atlas. Nice shiny knife for Cabeza there. Bet he had to save up for that. Come on, apply the logic here. Bob gonna go for a peek in connector. Nobody's here, but with the door blown off now, Cabeza maybe get spicy, but they're expecting this aggression, and they are going to get it. They're going to get 2 kills as a result. The third, not quite there, but there it is. Advantage for the T side. Carry set up to expect the aggression out from Atlas, and so they come out on top, and now it has to be control. He gets 1. Oh, he gets 1, but he's pretty isolated. Teammate trying to come in to support, but it's a little bit too late. Control is down for the count, and at this point, Tyrate is in a really tough spot. No kit, no utility. Gonna try the 1v2. May have just been spotted on that one. Clearly was not. Knows where both players are. Merkin's gonna be dead. Spray on the net.
Wow.
And Tyra pulls off the clutch. What a play. What a round from Tyra. The bomb will be defused. There's probably an op even retrievable, I think. Not sure where Cabeza died, in towards connector, but they won't waste any time about it. Tyra's going to make sure that they get on the board, and I don't think he's going to be able to get this AWP.
Yeah, probably should have gone for it before. But, I mean, look, you didn't have the kit, so we wanted to make sure the defusal came through. All right, so Atlas Esports, great play by Tyra, sneaking up walkway there, and Kari Esports completely unaware of his position. So, first round, as you mentioned, picked up by Atlas Esports, but Kari, they still have plenty of money in the bank to get a buy up here, and money to spare even for the next round should they need it. 4 AKs and the AWP for them. And on the other side, no op yet for Atlas Esports. Tyra going up aggressive here, down long A, going to toss a smoke into playground. That will give him some space to push up should he choose to do so. On the other side, Kari have K2 posted up, looking to get through Monster, but in the end, they decide to fall off that venture, realizing there's some tough opposition on the other side, so they want to wait until the utility's set up to go for a more decisive take there. Not to mention, they're hunting for some frags here on the other side of the map, and there we go. Kermi goes towards long A, finds Tyra, 5v4, and that's what Kari were looking for, some space to build off of. Doesn't mean they're going to go towards A, but if Kermi can continue doing damage here, he could draw all the forces off the B site for a free plant to come through.
They're getting this free space. They're getting all this space. It's just Nipsey in the back of the site. And a tough spot as well for Nipsey to battle through. Stuffing's gotten a kill elsewhere. That might make this more viable. And suddenly, the bodies are all just dropping. One after another. This is a catastrophe. They got caught in the periphery. And they don't even have the bomb down here. That nade will find Nipsey. Make this a little bit more viable, but the flank is on. Stuffing's gone looking. And if they wait too long, I don't think they have any idea that Stuffing could be in this position.
No.
Bomb plant at least comes through, but this round should be denied. The smoke's still up, makes this very tough for PLX. If they just hold the spam and get the defuse, what's he going to do? The answer is not a whole lot. Good peek from Stuffing.
Nice work from Stuffing indeed. And here come Atlas. You know, they struggled in the early goings of the map, but now they're starting to get a feel for things as to what Kari is trying to do. And again, Kari repeatedly is working that B site, so Atlas is able to kind of isolate their fights towards that direction, and also the aggression does work for them. You know, it has been successful on occasion. So another example of that happening there in that round. As we head into the 7th one, Kari Esports, as mentioned, still had enough economy to fall back on, but eventually that is going to run dry. AKs across the board, full util set for everyone except for PLX. PLX already going to use some flashbangs just to gain that control of Fountain. Kermi pushing right through the smoke. AK drawn. He's made his way into connector, and I don't think they're aware of it. Thing is, it doesn't really matter because, of course, Atlas don't have any presence there. So they'll let that space being taken by Kari. Stuffing, having a peek towards water. Nice boost here set up by Atlas, so they'll get the information. Kari have to be aware of the possibility should they open this door.
Minute 10 on the clock. There's the flashbang. There's the check. They're on out. Stuffing's gotten off of the boost, so no harm, no foul. Atlas showing a good deal of patience and discipline in this round. There's the swing. But Nipsey just trying to make it happen with the MP9 there. That was a tough spot. One down into the water. That's going to be huge. It's left to Stuffing in the water, who has been chowed down upon. Cabeza and Tyra likely want to withdraw in this situation, except that, well, again, still waiting to see that first save come through. This could be the moment. They have to know this isn't doable. Unless Cabeza gets a pick here, they have to know there's no way back in. Now Cabeza is alone. Oh my god, John, they're going to save. They're saving. It's happened. Cabeza is saving an AWP. We didn't think it was possible. Science didn't believe this could happen. But Atlas Esports, they're saving a gun. Oh no, he's going to die. He's going to die. They're on the hunt. Cabeza's going to go down. It's okay, though. They're getting there. Look, sometimes progress requires trial and error. And finally, they do go for the first trial. Just came with an error.
I think he just didn't know what to do at that point. Just kept running and running and running when he could have stopped somewhere on the A side and just waited. But I get the idea, right? Trying to go back in towards long A and tuck yourself in on the other side of the map. The thing is, Kari Esports were just on a really aggressive hunt. They didn't want that op to be saved. And it was not. So now Atlas Esports going to be on a pistol buy-up, 2 5.7s, 2 USPs, and the Deagle. A little bit of utility, not much. K2 spotted a player, misses the opportunity to punish, though, and now gives away his position in the process. Smoke going to get tossed in for Squeaky Door, and K2's going to push up. Dangerous position against that Deagle, and Tyra peeks around to see a couple of players there. Tribute, in the meantime, goes towards Monster. AK out and manages to connect for one, probably a second. There it is, Tribute with the 2K, and now Kari Esports have a decisive advantage. Oh, nice shot coming through from Control with the USP. So that's something. AK upgrade. No body armor to work with, so still a little vulnerable. And Kari, realizing the presence towards the B site, decide, you know what, let's head towards A. That might be a good decision. We'll see if Nipsey is able to make that decision a bad one.
I would say in that situation, I get what you're going for a rhetorical device, but it still would have been a good decision, just a poor result.
Yes.
But either way, it's also a good result.
You're right.
They get the dub. But I appreciate the rhetorical device there.
Of course.
Let's get into semantics here. That's what I'm about. That's what I'm about. Cabeza has been a lot quieter this half. 2 and 7, right? I mean, we haven't seen any egregious errors. The problem is that AWP is just so potent on Ancient. They could use a little bit more of that, fire, a little bit more of that fierceness, because Carry are just stacking up the rounds at this point, one after another. It's a really tough spot for Atlas to be in. This gun round has to be big, and they're already past Cabeza. They're already right up in here. Oh, this is going to get so very awkward. Utility on. It's aggression from the CT side. It's Tyra out by the bench.
Yeah, Tyra could be the difference maker here in the round. Maybe they were just trying to... Okay, well, I take it back. Stuffing is going to go down.
Stuffing.
I don't know why he was in connector in that situation and not realizing the possibility of players are behind him, but I digress. Tyra waiting around here with Cabeza supporting. Now Cabeza's come out to help support this fight. Merkin does get one end. Oh, look at this. K2's managed to slip on through, and they've turned the round back in their favor. Nipsey is the last one standing.
Well now, Nipsey will find one and they can just leave. Very nicely played. Very aggressive posturing from Atlas does not really do them very well.
I mean, I liked it a lot. It looked like a very strong setup, and they started off
The problem is, it's a setup that's so dependent on everybody staying alive that as soon as you lose your connector player, you need to be readjusting, you need to be moving, and they just don't. They don't do
wanted
that.
The fights.
So instead, Gary take the round, and Atlas, it's back to the drawing board. They're going to take a pause here, as they should, because holy cow, nothing is working for them. They had 2 rounds, and they've been completely isolated outside of that.
Yeah. And I mean, I feel like what's going on in their minds right now is they're saying, look, we're finding rounds when we're being aggressive, so let's try to be more aggressive, and hopefully that'll yield success, but that's not the way it works, unfortunately, and they found out the hard way there. Even though, you know, they did take some fights and win them, Carry Esports were able to surround them because they had the long A player circle all the way around through bathrooms, and then at the end of the day was able to do the damage that was needed. So, Atlas back to the drawing board, talking things over.
Chatting. Thinking. Pondering.
Chatting.
Much to think. Much to ponder. What's the meme? It's like Billy Ray Cyrus, much to think about. Just looking thoughtful.
I'm not sure, Mike.
That's the moment here. These are outdated memes that I don't even know the proper reference to. I'm just, you know. I'm just clearly hip with the kids. The kids love Darth Mike. Yeah, here it is.
Ah, okay.
I've pulled up the meme for John.
I have not seen that before.
I'm here to educate.
Thank you, Mike. I needed that education.
It's just one of those, you know, celebrities who are too old for this stuff posting cringe. A classic. Cabeza has a Nova. That's not cringe. That is actually based. I think is the way the kids say it.
Mike, don't.
I'm trying, okay? I'm trying.
Nah.
The casting pool here is young outside of us.
Yes.
I got to get hip with the times.
Let's just embrace your age, Mike. It's fine.
Got to get hip with the kids. We got to lure some of the infants over from Valorant into this game. We got an opportunity here, John. We got to convert them.
Sure. I'll let you do the converting, Mike, all right?
Yep.
I'll leave it to you.
We lure them in with based memes, and then we bring them to the greatest esport. That's what we're looking to do here at Fragadelphia. Merkin is looking to kill everybody, and Carry are once again very well positioned to have a round. Ah, yes, we got an overkill. All right, I'm happy.
It could have been more than that. He did connect onto Merkin, but yeah.
Yeah, we got an overkill. That's all I wanted.
Stuffing, stuffing.
All right, I'm in. Stuffing's got no health, and
not.
Merkin will
He's
make
out.
sure that that's not going to get out of hand, but there was a moment there where I believed.
It was a nice shot. Stuffing has been good for that, right? He's been their best player, no question. Sitting here at the top of the scoreboard once more at 7. Not as decisively at the top here as he was over on Ancient, with Control right behind him at 6, but still definitely the player that stood out in our eyes. Carry Esports already taking this half on their T side of Overpass, which is very good considering how CT sided this map can be. But again, we talk about this level of play. Doesn't always go in that direction, as was the case on Ancient. A lot of strong T-side rounds, which you don't usually get. Maybe the same thing will happen here on Overpass. And we do know that Atlas are very good on their T-side because they favor that aggressive style of play. So, who knows?
Who knows indeed. Double op is out. Control Rock in the secondary. Connector has been lost to Merkin. Merkin really fuzzing up that spot on the map. And, I mean, Carry can kind of sit here. They've got really good positioning. Merkin's now found an opener onto Stuffing, trying to get adventurous, trying to get the checks. I think they were going for the boost up, actually, there, and that's a good find for Merkin. This setup is good, though. This setup has been erased. Cabeza, again, no patience there. Just started to shift at the wrong moment, got caught in transition, and so now the site has been lost, and frankly, this should be a save. I think even Atlas Esports probably know that. You can see Nipsey's not quick to rotate. Never mind, it's Control who's not quick to rotate with the AWP. Gonna try and salvage this one to keep the op alive into the next round.
Whoa.
Won't be able to, though. Rip.
Yeah, Nipsey's tucked in here. Look at Carry. They're pretty aggressive in their hunt.
Would you say he's nip and tucked? Nipsey and tucked?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sure.
Yeah? You'll give it to me?
I'll give it to you. This time.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Nipsey will survive. That's at least something. Anything here. This is the first successfully saved gun, I believe, for Atlas Esports in this series.
That is correct.
Not in this map. I think in this series.
In the series. In the series. Yeah. They did not save once on their CT side. Round of applause. Round of applause.
Woo!
Good save, Atlas.
They're learning! Just might be a little too late.
Yeah. Perhaps. I mean, almost double digits for Carry on their T side. And yes, they have the A1S. What do they do with it is another question. Yeah. Okay. I guess everyone else is just going to push up here towards Connector, and the A1S will stay on the B site. Okay, that helps. Stuffing another headshot with the Deagle, this time through the smoke, and he gets the upgrade to the AK. This makes things a lot more interesting.
Don't swing, Stuffing.
And he...
Don't swing.
He wants to.
He's thinking about the swing. Grouped up, okay, maybe they can swing. They have a flashbang for this? There we go. There's the trade. Now putting the knife out immediately afterwards was a bit of a blunder. And, well, okay, that's gone by the wayside.
They're waiting here, too.
Remember, folks, always assume there could be two players in a position and don't take your knife out when you're in a fight.
Look at those nade exchanges. I think Tribute trying to connect onto Nipsey, but Nipsey was very quick to get out away from sandbags, and then Nipsey tosses one over and connects on Tribute, but it's not enough to deal the frag, not enough to get the frag, I should say. So Tribute going to be coming through here with the AWP.
PLPL.
PLPL.
Point person with this rifle. That's a big shot from Tribute. And the second as well.
Oh,
all right,
wow.
Tribute. 4 kills in the round. Hot hand here. And double digits secured
and nodding
for Carry
up and down,
Esports.
acknowledging his success. Very pleased with it.
Glory.
And, I mean, he's actually going to drop the op. Not usually on the big green.
There's an auto sniper out for Kermie.
There is. This is
interesting.
The highest level of disrespect you can, I think, employ in a Counter-Strike match.
Specifically to spam this angle. Unfortunately, no one's going to cross it. I'd say the highest level of disrespect is an M249.
Is what?
M249?
Okay.
And the kills have come back the other way, so now they might regret the auto.
Yeah.
Because the auto was actually an effective gun.
I mean, it is. The M249, I mean, you can get one-shot headshots with it at mid-range.
Yeah, the M249 is the best gun in the game.
Look, it just hasn't been
expensive.
used properly yet,
That's
Mike.
why it's the most expensive, is it's the best gun in the game.
Yes.
Everyone knows that.
Oh,
Otherwise,
man.
why would Valve make it the most expensive? You think they're out of touch with their own game?
I mean, Valve didn't technically make it the most expensive. Technically, it was Gooseman back in the original release of the M249 in Counter-Strike 1.0, I believe it was, or earlier on than that. Yeah. I mean, yes, they
break out the textbooks, folks.
I mean,
John's giving a lecture.
The M249 has always been.
This is falling apart. They had a 5v3, and it is completely fallen apart for Atlas Esports.
I can't believe that.
It was a 5v3, and it has just fallen by the wayside while we're discussing who technically added the M249 to the game.
It was definitely not Valve. I'll tell you that for sure. It was in the game before Valve bought Counter-Strike.
Okay.
Back in before 1.0, in fact, because that's when Valve purchased it and released it within its boxed version, right?
Gotcha.
But the M249 was always one of the most expensive guns. I think it might have been a little more viable to use, but it was never a gun that anyone really went to. It was just there, and it's still just there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Some
History
history.
lesson with John. I
Yes,
appreciate it. I
of course.
appreciate it. It's important to get educated in this round. Stuffing has educated them to the tune of 2 kills, but they're going to need some more. They're getting them. Finally around, perhaps, for Atlas. Right at the tail end of this half. Something to build upon. Perhaps. May chance. PL wants to ruin their days. PL has brought down to a 1v1.
No way.
PL refuses to pick up the bomb. There we go. There's the C4. Minute 15. Doesn't have to commit to this site. PL's just going to sit. Just going to sit for now. The question is how many bullets are left in this gun. Tyra's looking for it. Doesn't have the information. And there's the kill! PL's pulled off the clutch. A 1v3 to completely shut down Atlas's slight glimmer of hope. They are just getting stuffed straight into the dumpster.
Unreal. I mean, every single time they've had the advantage in the last 2 rounds, and both times Carry Esports have come back in a 3v5 previously, and this time a 1v3. They cannot buy a round. And Carry Esports are punishing with their experience and, of course, higher level of play that they're currently conducting in advance. So, 12-2. 15th round of play here in this first half, but having already won map number 1 and gotten so many rounds on T-side here, this round feels like a moot point, but hey, look at Nipsey!
Okay, Nipsey!
He pulls out the USP
Be a
against
hero!
full rifles, gets 2 there.
Go on, then!
And Kermi and PL, they're gonna get flanked! Tyra coming through! They're trapped, Mike. They have nowhere to go. They have to fight their way out of this situation. Molotov is there. Tyra gets 1, but Kermi managed to get the trade. This is a very tall ask, even taller than the 1v3 in the previous round. Can they pull it off? 1:15 left. Kermi, does he have the bomb in his back? No.
No,
So
it's
gonna
down
be
in Monster.
very, very difficult.
It's down in Monster. This should be impossible, not just difficult. The only thing Atlas could do wrong here is chase. This is the last round, so the money doesn't matter. They just have to not give isolated fights, and they will be able to bring through that round. At the very least, they get a 3rd. 1 more round to help them out, but that is a whole lot of red on the scoreboard. Carry Esports going to be up against it. Or, sorry, Carry Esports dominating. Atlas going to be up against it here. And a reminder, folks, if they lose 4 more rounds here in regulation, they're done. They're out of here.
Dunzo.
This is the last chancest of the last chances of the qualifier.
Oh, boy.
The L of the CQ. Oh, kills coming in. Exchange here early on. Cabeza making some noise. Cabeza! Oh, delivers through 1 more. Gonna secure a bomb plant at the very least for this team and put them in good position for the post. And Cabeza is just collecting every scalp. It could be an ace, but Stuffing snatches away the last. Here we go. Atlas will at least get a chance to do something in the second half.
Yeah, at this point, you don't care about the ace. You got to get rounds.
Yes.
Just get the frag when you get the opportunity. Otherwise, Carry will punish you. So, 4th round picked up, and we talked about in the first half how very effective Atlas can be on their T side because they favor that very, very hyper-aggressive style of play here. So maybe they've got a chance to come back into this one, but Carry Esports want to try and put that final nail in their coffin right now, forcing up 3 scouts to Deagle. So they're trying to take those long-range fights, which there are a lot of here on Overpass with the snipers. PL waiting, flashbanged. Doesn't connect there, going for a second peek, can't connect either, and finally does, I believe, but it doesn't matter. Nipsey's going to take him down 5v4 as Atlas are continuing to push down aggressively towards Long A. Finally, a scout frag does come through, and the presence is here for Curry to deny this, but oh my goodness, the frags continue to fly on through for Atlas.
Oh, all right. It's very messy.
Whoa.
But Merkin, suddenly, the surprise from down under. It's all into K2 now. It's all into K2. A player on top of Dice. That's so bold from stuffing, but it'll work out here. And Atlas, that's hairy. That is scary, but it does work out for another round win. Kerry now will have to take a proper eco. Just a few upgraded pistols, all they've got to show for this one, and, well, this will be tough. So 6th round on deck here, John.
Yeah.
Very prop.
Here's the T side.
It's the T side.
It's the T side
where
for
you
Atlas.
can just let that aggression flag fly and
Green
not just
lights.
get punished for it.
That's your objective now, right? Get aggressive, so it works out for them.
And that's actually going to be reminiscent of something that we talked about on Ancient, which is it took a while for Carry to get their feet under them because they needed the utility to be able to slow down some of these faster plays.
Yep.
And that's, again, going to be an issue here on Overpass. So one of the things that Carry likely wants to do here is actually play very conservative in these half-buy rounds in order to get the nades up in the future. Because right now, Stuffing just wants to chase and kill. Stuffing lusts for blood. One for Kermy?
Yeah.
Kermy, I think, just wants to make some money. And we'll realize that's not really a possibility. Still going to frisk it? Still going to risk it?
It's very jittery. What does he want to do here?
Die. Maybe keep someone in towards the bomb.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's trying to keep some bodies here, and it won't work. The bomb's going to... Yeah, almost, but the bomb won't do any damage to the remaining players once it explodes, and Atlas Esports pick up a 6. But that was the easy one. Here comes the tough part for Atlas Esports. Sure, you got the pistol, you got the next 2, but Carry Esports have a full-on buy-up now, and that utility you spoke of, Mike, so they'll be able to put a stop to those quick pushes, get the Molotovs on the ground, the smokes as well to guys off vision, and Atlas Esports need to try to find a way around that. And you need to be a little more patient in those situations. That hasn't necessarily been their strong suit. Tyra, gonna toss a nade on forward there towards Fountain. And
fast
now
control
a
and
Molotov
construction over on B, though. This is the thing, John. They're already in. They've already found a kill. Tribute's down. Tribute's down for the count. That was just spam through on towards Graffiti. And Merkin with an answer will slow things down.
Yeah.
Will put the brakes on here for Atlas. But they just want to keep up the pressure.
Nipsey and Cabeza are now stopped in their tracks in construction. They know they have a player monster watching for the push, but they are indeed going to be very patient here. They're waiting for that smoke to fade, and it will likely lead to a fight if these angles are continued to be held. K2, along with Control, will likely be engaging shortly. Well, maybe they're not within view just yet, but Tyra will get an engagement as he is pushing up into those bathrooms. Kermy looking the other way, so a chance for a freebie on Tyra's side.
Oh,
he's overlooked him. Overlook each other.
This has to be the instant trade. Kermy doesn't realize what's going on here. Kermy with a missed opportunity. They're in towards B. It's just on to Kermy. He's been overspotted. I mean, that was a catastrophe from Carey every which way. The player crossing towards the truck just thought they were completely free and clear because Kermy was right there. That's a little awkward.
But I don't understand how Kermit doesn't get the instant trade, like with the information gained, especially with all those bullets.
Turn around that time.
I mean, you got the audio
answer.
cues.
And now attempting to go into this, that's just going to be a wasted gun. A save needed for Kermy there. That's a little embarrassing for Carey, but nicely done for Atlas Esports.
It's been a tale of T-sides so far. Carey Esports unable to find anything in their first full-on buy round, which means another eco is looming. 4 Deagles and the Scout coming through. A couple of smokes, but that's all to speak of for the utility. And they will immediately toss that on forward because they know how aggressive Atlas have been. One of those is for Monster. The other one is for the bathrooms. So they're just trying to block off visibility in those locations. And now PL's looking to connect with that Scout, and it doesn't. In fact, he takes a bullet and needs to back off. Will indeed safely do that at the very least, and connects onto Nipsey. Kermie, in the meantime, gets a headshot with the Deagle, but that might be a moot point if the A site is taken at this moment. Stuffing finds Kermie, and yeah, indeed it is. They should be able to get to the site with no problem, but they are going to go for the fights instead, and Merkin only gets one before he goes down himself. K2! Last one standing. Deagle in his hands, some body armor, nothing else.
K2 Thunderfoot in this as well should be dead as soon as he rounds the corner. Stuffing looking for this, Stuffing looking for this, Stuffing got it. Deagle upgrade available there. Atlas have closed the gap to 4. These strong T sides lighting the way. An investment's going to come back through from Carry. They could opt to go for the AWP, although it would take sacrifice financially. But here's where they look to get back on track. They will actually go for the opposite. Where are you going to deploy PLPL? It's been a quiet game for PLPL. Where do you move them?
Very quiet. Wow.
Kermie, Merkin, and Tribute all have 20 kills apiece, though, so that's been the firepower base for this team. What does PLPL do with this AWP? Just a conservative peek out towards the fountain, hoping someone's going to come his way, and they might eventually, but the deep Molotov will slow them down for now. Nipsey's just made noise here in construction, so they've got confirmation of that positioning. The nade comes out as a result. But at least for the moment, it's all quiet on the Western Front.
Have you read that book?
A long time ago. One
too.
kill in, a second as well. K2 is just lockdown monster. A double swing, a double collection, and Merkin adds one more to the tally. So this is the shutdown round coming out from Carry. They get healthy, they get the guns up, and now they're making their presence felt. There might be a path in towards A for a little something, a little something to happen here. But even that's going to be tough. Because there's still presence out towards long, and there's still this op lurking. PL needs to warm up with the big green here. Because these shots are not landing. Sometimes you just need that one round for everything to start to feel natural again. 35 seconds about to hit the clock. Time starting to get short here, and there we go. Back into it. All good. Just left to Tyra. Lots of swings here, and eventually a kill that comes through from Kermie.
All right. That's definitely what the doctor ordered for Carry.
Yeah, it'd be good if PL could hit one of those op shots, but you know.
Yeah, you know, it's not really mattering when you got 3 players on 21, right?
I want to see one in this round. Little concerning there, just the number of shots around the dice box.
Look. He's saving it for the next game.
Yeah, charging up the energy.
Yeah. PL going to be moving on forward here with a rifle by his side. And Nipsey, in the meantime, on the other end for Atlas, is going to charge on through into the lower tunnels. K2 on the site, trying to defend the push here on Atlas. And Atlas has already made their way into Canal, so they will be very difficult to deal with 3 players charging up into K2's face, but the flashbang is actually not too good from Stuffing. It leads to the death of Tyra. Merkin takes down Cabeza, and with all that space gained, finally, okay, 2 frags do come through, and it doesn't really matter, though, because the trades were good. Yeah. That's strange, because when you have 3 players already up there, not to get much presence forward?
They were just rebuffed. It was a nice setup from Carry, playing around the pillar, waiting for them to hit a certain point around. Flashbangs come in, and the answer is found. Very nicely done from Carry Esports. Now a couple really big rounds being taken through here as they are so very close to putting this one away. I mean, this is just the reality of a 12-3 half. Even if you have a nice start to the second, well, you better have a damn good start or it's just over. And that seems to be where we're at right now.
Just, you need a phenomenal start. And it didn't come through. All right. Well,
PL time.
I mean, this is the last
This
chance.
is the round.
This is it.
PL. Kermie has missed the opportunity. So now PL with that AWP needs to step up. American's going to be coming on the flank here. Shots go wide. That was a rough spray there, and now suddenly
it's PL.
Atlas have a chance. It's up to PL. There's the first one. That does connect, though. Second one goes wide. More opportunities will be available, but this AWP needs to find home. There's pressure on and overwhelm. The Deagle finds it, and it's over. This round is done. K2 needs to save. K2 needs to save.
No.
Finds one kill, but even with that, this should not be attempted. If he saves, there is money available.
Nice jump.
Okay, now it's a 1v2, and this is going to be very tempting indeed, so K2 is going to go for it.
Mike, K2 was never going to save. He was fully committed to going for this take in the 1v4 and punished.
Deleted.
Finally, by Control, no clutch comes through this time for Carry, and Atlas do ring true for another round. But they need to get in double digits and very quickly. In fact, I would say they have to win out just to keep this one in regulation in their favor and send us to map number 3, because if Carry gets one more, it might be the death blow.
There's a FAMAS at least, but imagine what this would be if there was a saved rifle with a full belt of utility on it for K2.
He took a chance, Mike. He got a 1v4. He got 2, though, and he was in a 1v2.
That doesn't justify it. Anyways, all right, I'll stop ranting. I'll stop ranting here. We'll move on to the next one. They've got enough of a buffer that it should be all right, but those are the kind of rounds that when you look back on it, you're like, well, that is the moment for a more conservative decision, perhaps.
Watch the FAMAS get a 4K. Really?
Don't know if I'm buying it. Don't know if I'm buying that one. I've used the FAMAS. I know what it feels like.
It's truly terrible, but it could happen. Who knows? Flash is going to come through here.
My FAMAS doesn't do that, at least.
No. Neither does mine.
It's going to be tricky. PL's going to be pressured in a big way. Adjusts to Optimus, but needs to keep his teammate clean. Kermie somehow coming up with all of these kills. What a showing from Kermie. They upped it just enough, and this is going to be a shutdown of the round. They won't need the FAMAS whatsoever. So I guess it is irrelevant here, and indeed they don't. K2 can't upgrade, so we'll be stuck with this cursed rifle for a little bit longer. But map point and series point at that is found by Carry. One more round, and Carry close this out. They move on with the W.
It's what they all want to find, and they don't really have to change what they got in their hands. Did get an AK upgrade of that previous round. Still have the FAMAS in play. 2 A1Ss and the AWP, and that attempted retake in the 1v4 from K2. It's just going to be, a memory here for Carry Esports, in what will, hopefully for their sake, be a victory here. Stuffing. That's the Tech 9, and it will be Kermie Kermie finding Tyra for the opening frag, and Cabeza finds a trade. It's just back and forth here, but that's bad news for Atlas because they're only down to 3 players. They do continue trying to charge through here. Cabeza with the Deagle does spot out PL, but PL is just trying to fight the AWP at this point. Can't really connect on his shots on a consistent basis. Nade going to get tossed on forward. Still to the advantage of Carry Esports here, Mike, with 1 minute and 11 seconds left, and again PL misses the shot. Tribute going to go down behind him. Cabeza connecting. There's PL ringing true, but it's only still 2 players left, Mike.
Oh, that's a nice tag. It's all under Control now. Control, the last one surviving, tag down. This could be it, and the USP will escort them out. A big round from PL to close things down as that AWP finally finds its rhythm just at the right moment to salt this dub away. Heck of a victory there for Carry Esports. It seemed like Atlas were going to come out the gates ferocious on map number 1, and then from that moment on, from the half switch, it was just all Carry all the way.
I feel like your hair got a little messier throughout that match,
It happens.
Mike.
That happens when I watch CS that frustrates me in some way, like perhaps an unwillingness to save. I'm tearing my hair out here. They'll learn. They'll learn one day.
They will. And they did admittedly save a gun throughout that BO3. So that's good.
A gun. Yes. Progress.
But look, Carry Esports looked a little shaky once they got over to their CT sides both times against the T side of Atlas, but eventually they settled down, they find their rhythm, and even when they go for those hero plays, which I guess they felt confident about, given the fact that they were winning a lot of the 1vx situations, they decide to go for them. Even though they don't get punished afterwards, they still win the following rounds, and that's it.
That's it indeed. Well, commiserations to Atlas Esports. I think there are some exciting pieces there. I think there's some serious firepower pieces. I think just the bigger picture needs to be tuned up, disciplined, controlled a whole lot more. The aggression is good. Controlled aggression is way better.
It's just discipline and strats that need to be worked on for them. There's definitely some good pieces there. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely. But they'll have to try again at the next Fragadelphia. In the meantime, Carry Esports will travel on with another chance at this last chance qualifier to try and find one of those 8 spots into the next period of competition, next stage of competition. If you're looking to up your stage, your personal stage, your gaming stage, well, then the best way to do that is with a Mavix gaming chair, specifically the LMAX, which has the competitive advantage you've been waiting for, featuring cooling, heat, and massage. The LMAX will keep your gaming sessions going even longer with body temperature regulation and increased focus. The future of gaming is here. Shop now at Mavix.com. Use code NSG to save $55 off your Mavix gaming chair. 50% off now when purchased with a gaming chair. That is pretty dang spicy, pretty dang shiny. You need some of that sweet, sweet LMAX. We are going to go ahead and take a break here, folks. When we come back, it'll be a different game. See you more. Fragadelphia 17 in just a flash. Bye-bye now.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Video games were definitely a source of tension in my family. They weren't really happy that I'm like kind of starting to steer away from education and steer away from school.
I had a grind. I came here from nothing. I was never in the spotlight. In fact, it's something that's very new to me.
Esports isn't for now. Esports is for 100 years from now. Just like the NFL 100 years ago when the NFL was starting up, like what is this? People hitting each other for fun, and look at it now.
Anything worth doing in life is always going to be hard. So I knew that this was going to be difficult. I just didn't know to what extent.
27 seconds to go. This round is
I was dealing with all these things and I had to keep a facade of everything is fine, and there came a point where the facade just cracked.
Quitting esports was the easiest option.
That year was probably like the worst year in like a very long time. There was like a huge falling out with like gaming in general.
Everything was going great, and one day I had gotten a call from my sister and she was crying and she was just saying, "Mom can't walk. Like, get over here. Like, Mom's not walking. Like, she can't walk." I'm sorry.
And then my dad asked me, he says, "So what are you gonna do about it? Why do you gotta tell me that? Why can't you just tell me to give up?" But he didn't, so I didn't.
Through all like the lows, to knowing like this is something I've always wanted since I was young, and I've been a gamer my whole life. I've been in esports since I was like 15, and knowing that everything I do now is like culminating to like this person that I've kind of always wanted to become, it makes everything worth it.
Esports.
Esports is home. It's everything I've ever known.
What?
Oh, it's relegated twice!
And he's gonna get 3!
Nerf, unbelievable!
My name is Matthew Johnson, and I'm the art director for Nerd Street. My role in designing the rings was taking the brands that we created for each unique series and trying to translate them in this unique and stylized piece, trying to figure out how we apply the logo, the color palette, and how we determine which elements we want to incorporate on the various sizes. As a team, we decided to go with a ring as opposed to a trophy because we wanted to make sure that every member of that team had something that they can take home and show off, and not only put on their mantle at home, but something that they could bring to future events as well. The designs for the rings go through several iterations, and it actually is dependent on which series it's a part of. So we have winter and summer series, and we try to make sure that the ring matches the style of the logo and the brand for that particular series. The key visuals that we want to include in the rings pull directly from the logos themselves. So for the winter series, you'll find cooler color palette. Sometimes the logos include elements of snow or snowflakes. And for our summer series, obviously there's a more warmer color palette. You may even find some palm trees and some other visual elements trying to pull from that. So on the top, we have the tournament logo along with bright, colorful, flashy diamonds. On one side of the ring, we have the nerd block, which obviously represents Nerd Street, and then we have the year that the tournament took place. On the other side, we wanted to dedicate that towards the team that won, so we have their logo as well as the name of the player. As a Nerd Street champion, these rings signify that you're the best of the best, similar to traditional sports because it allows you to walk around with the hardware. Similar to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan, kind of showing off all the hardware you have, and if you're lucky enough to have multiple ones and multiple iterations, you're able to showcase them all at once. The Nerd Street Champs rings symbolize victory and accomplishment for competitors. At the end of the day, we're looking to have our rings visually represent that very specific series itself. There are some unifying elements like the Nerd Street Trophy, but we want the rings as a whole to represent that series that they won in that particular year.
Yo, we're still here at Fragadelphia pre-game game. Right now, we've got 3 1v1s. It's a best of 3. Whoever wins it out is walking away with some Fragadelphia t-shirts. We've got Valve employees plus 1 Trickster and Adventure Time to jump onto the setups and see who's gonna come out on top. Let's head to the PCs. Joining us from Valve employees, we've got Fat Guy, and that's his actual game name. I did not make that up because I'm an asshole. Fat Guy, how are you feeling for this 1v1?
My name is Lucas.
You f***er.
Fat Guy here, coming at you with another. What?
Are you a content creator?
I used to make a lot of food review videos. They were all memes. I would just be like, yeah, look guys, Fat Guy here, in like the most fucking disgusting voice possible.
That's some indie stuff. What was the best thing you reviewed?
Double quarter pounder from McDonald's.
You say that you're the main fragger, the best aimer from your squad. What does everyone else provide to the team if you're such a top dog?
Well, I don't know, I'm just the best. Oh, this guy's getting absolutely destroyed.
Well, let's go find out. From the side of Adventure Time, who do we got here? Twitchy, how confident are you in these 1v1s?
Very confident. We're going to 3-0.
Is your aim on top? Because this is a little bit of a Wild West situation. Are you a cowboy shooter from the hip?
Are we R8ing? I am. Yeah, 100%. I trust myself. I trust the boys. This is going to be easy.
I think you also mentioned you're a content creator. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
I stream on Twitch. I don't really play CS on Twitch, but I do other stuff like fall out of chairs and stuff.
Anyways, the 1v1 is commencing. Are you going to get those shirts?
Of course. I'm going to wear them tomorrow on stage when we win.
That's fantastic. Well, very optimistic. We might as well jump into those 1v1s. Time to make it happen. Cubs coming here. Here's what's on the line. We got some Fragadelphia merch! We're about to join up, but first, before the game begins, I gotta ask Scott another question. Scott, would you consider that half of the weight of your head is located with your hair?
Probably more than half, honestly.
Oh, reloading, hiding behind the barrel. You might be able to shoot behind. Oh my God! What is that? Bow! Bow! What is happening? The second coming. God's gift coming in second.
All right.
Round 1 victory. How you feeling?
I'm just better than a man.
is better. I mean, let's see if that can
Why do I spawn backwards?
Go! Spawn! This isn't looking good for Twitchy. He's a content creator.
I spawned backwards.
That's the whole point. You turn around and hit him with it's like a Western duel.
I got you.
Are you even trying?
I understand now.
Look at this! 25 mils to get the shot. Oh, he's getting it close for the kill.
Empty. Accidents happen.
This is easy. I'm not even. It's fine. It's all good.
Yeah! All right. One more.
Where are you? What happened? What happened?
RNG is not my favorite.
Look at that! Look at that, baby!
He's
coming back!
I'm not exactly sure what the win condition is on the default server settings here, so they're just kind of shooting each other until we tell them to stop.
What's going on? What's going on?
All right, I gotta rethink my strategy here.
I'd say like first to like 102 kills. We should keep them here till like 1 or 2 a.m. Probably pretty good death match for theirs.
It would probably take a lot longer for them to get there with how this match is going.
Woo! Let's go!
Yeah, you guys aren't really giving him any hype at all. He's got a whole crew.
I'm waiting for him to get, lose a lead and he's gonna destroy it.
It's first to 8. Looks like we were incorrect about that. I guess the first to 8 for the R8. Oh, a shot. Yes! Bad guy! Turn it up. It's 7-7. It's match point. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get the frag t-shirt? Let's go! Bow! 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 We were wrong. It doesn't happen a lot. But that guy is the victor. You will get the frag t-shirt.
What size is that?
We'll get you a correct size if it's not enough.
Let's see how well this fits on the fat man.
Looks pretty solid to me, but Fat Guy, how are you feeling after this absolute W?
I'm feeling chill and hungry. I don't know, man, it was so expected.
It was expected.
Like, I would never lose that game.
No, there was some fans in the crowd who were a bit skeptical on your victory, especially when the second coming Twitchy took the lead initially.
Oh, I'm just chilling.
Spaceship. Spacey shit. Spaceship.
And we're off to the races here to start off the pistol round. Team 1 taking on Blackhand. And welcome to the second stream here at Fragadelphia. At Fragadelphia 17, I'm Fi. I'm joined by JRT for this BO3. And boy, do we got a really interesting one.
We do. Team 1 up against Blackhand. And Blackhand, of course, coming all the way from the UK to make it here. And competing up against one of NA's finest. We claim them in NA, of course,
sure.
Even though they're a Brazilian squad. Team 1 coming through here. And looks like Pesadella is going to engage here with one. Joe Stair and Fraze are going to come back and get a couple for themselves, but it's still a 3v2 advantage in favor of Team 1. TRK looking for a shot, gets it, and the last one, Fraze, will eventually go down here after he finds the headshot onto TRK. So 1-0 in favor of Team 1, who have been revitalized by the re-addition of Mobs. There was a scary moment for them, I guess, when they lost to Carry Esports in the RMR. Yeah. But since that point, I think it lit a fire under them because they have not dropped a single map aside from the loss to Evil Geniuses. The main squad, 13-16. They pushed them pretty far in that matchup.
Yeah.
So I'm really impressed with Team 1's been able to do. I'm curious to see what they're going to do moving forward because they already qualified for the RMR. They made the close qualifier for Rotterdam.
Yeah.
And, I mean, everything's looking great for them.
Yeah, and I mean, even those wins were stomps, believe it or not, in that RMR. They absolutely shredded. B-Hop was a 16-8-64. They've had a lot of great success coming their way, and that will continue. It's the Eco, and Blackhand will toss themselves into the flames. Is their map pick as well? We kind of, Blackhand coming in as a bit of an unknown unit. They're from the, competing the regional areas of the UK scene. So now they're coming over here to NA, trying to get some valuable experience, trying to get that one up over Endpoint, I suppose.
Yeah, we'll see if we'll see if they're able to do that. It's a tall order, but yeah, I mean, look, it's good to see the UK scene having a couple teams come through, and it's one that's seen the same kind of struggles as NA, right? Like they've had trouble like finding their roots and getting things going there, or planting their roots, I should say. Yeah. Hopefully, you know, they will be able to find that, and of course NA on the other side will too. You know, the struggles continue, but it's great to see one example of a region that's really started to flourish recently is South America, and that's why you see a lot of these Brazilian teams going back to South America because they had to come to NA before because there wasn't really much there in terms of competition, but now there is a ton of competition there, and I mean Team 1 is sticking around NA. They like to be here, I suppose, but I wouldn't surprise me if they eventually went back as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of talking points to be had. Oh, and that's one of them. What a flick from Fraza.
Yeah.
Catching the player out towards top garage, maybe even trying to sprint in, cause a bit of distraction outside. See if the Blackhand can capitalize on that.
Smoke's going to come out here towards outer yard here. Blackhand do have their first proper buy-up coming through. AKs across the board for them. Molotov going to get tossed. And Pesadella will go down, so there's another opening frag here, second one for Blackhand to make it a 5v3. And Team 1, I mean, it is just their bonus round in a way, and Malbs is going to get that frag onto Fraze, so that's an AK upgrade. That should help immensely.
IDK's here as well with the molly. Oh, it's going to force him into the fight. Greatly placed. Malbs, though, playing right behind it. A second molly to follow up, but TRK saves his teammate. Joined together with Malbs, it'll turn into a kill. But a 2v3 is not a likely endeavor, especially when both players' positions are noted. We'll see if they can they'd have to be brute force, just break apart every single crossfire. They have a little bit of utility to play with, but I think the save is a more likely call here from Team 1. And that's what they're going to go ahead and take up. The Brits are going to be able to pick up the first round, in their first round, T-side, in the series so far.
Yeah, save going to come through for Team 1. TRK and Malbs going to be carrying over an A1S and an AK. Not too shabby, and it will be a buy-up in the next round regardless for Team 1. So they'll be in decent condition, but good for the Brits to come through and pick up the first round.
Yeah, I mean, a really nice outside distraction being ran there by Fraza. I mean, first things first, the kill of the garage player was a mean shot, but it's also just the distraction being ran. It makes Team 1 have to commit more and more resources to outside, and that's where Blackhand can quickly just trounce inside of ramp, only facing up against the solo player, and the rotates aren't enough. So, I mean, already seeing a pretty decent game plan out of Blackhand to start, but here's the real purchase here from Team 1. It's Maluk on an op, and plenty of rifles to follow that one up.
Luke. Overwatch here on the A site with a big green in his hands, or big orange in this case. The Op Boom, one of the first skins, I should say, added to the game. Using that one.
I actually use that skin, believe it or not.
It's a very nice one.
It's almost as old as I am.
Yes, actually. Well, I mean, 8 years probably. So it's kind of almost catching up to you. But I mean, you got some time on it.
It's catching up to me.
I don't think it can catch up to you. Obviously.
By the way, guys, I'm 12 years old. That's just for the record. Just setting that one straight.
It can never catch up to you, obviously. Time continues to march on.
It will accelerate, actually.
Unless it can accelerate through time. Yes, it has a time machine. Pesa gets a couple there. Yeah, very nice. Dexter manages to get the AK frag there. 4v3 in favor of Team 1. So they're trying to isolate that round victory that Blackhand was able to obtain, and that's even better. Malbs has just been so very good since the ECL season started for Team 1, and now he will go down to Dexter, but still he's given his team the man advantage by finding that first frag. A-Site is in a bit of a pickle here for Team 1.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, Dexter can go back up the vents. There is a possibility that Blackhand can navigate this round. Smoke even goes back into mini, and Dexter will get the plant. The thing is, lobby flanks are starting to come on through. TRK is going to take his time, though. He's going to wait for his teammates to join alongside him and make a coordinated effort. That will overwhelm these potential Blackhand players. Of course, the angles being played are quite ratty. Dexter out in the corner, trying to just tuck away. Bait for his teammate, maybe just there. Could find the Heaven player. And everything can go according to plan. TRK, though, not going to clear the corner. And this is where this 2v4 can unfold. Dexter looking for the kill, but it's IDK and Maluk to come through. And Maluk does have the kit, so he will get the defuse. And Team 1 will put together the retake, denying Blackhand.
That's a really good response from Team 1. Lost the bonus round, came right on back with their full-on buy, and took care of business against Blackhand. Nice retake in the 2v2, as you mentioned. And Pesa going to be happy with that. Pace, of course, another player to watch. When Malbs was no longer with the squad, he was the one who stepped up and took care of the fragging duties for the most part. But the thing is, for Team 1, they just really couldn't find their rhythm over the last 2 seasons of ECL, finishing 3 and 4 each time. Now they come into this one with Malbs added to the roster once more, and they opened up their season very, very well against Mythic. Convincing wins on both maps, so it's good to see for them. We'll see if Fragadelphia has anything in store for them as well. So far, so good, as they have a 3-1 lead here. And you will see a force buy coming through from Blackhand. It makes sense, though. Fi, you know, they have enough for 3 AKs. They do get the trade, too. Okay, some space gained on A.
Good work out. Dexter considering the spam back in through, but maybe just waiting. The flank coming in from Malbs. But he takes the disadvantageous angle, and that's where Fraza will find the instant headshot. Malbs being shut down. 3 versus 4, and I mean, they have some utility to play with here, but maybe the risk is a little too great here, John. I think they're going to back this one up.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for the save, and they have to because they invested pretty heavily again into this round. They have 3 players down to below $500. Saving here could lead to a buy in the next one around these 3 rifles. It wouldn't surprise me. But Blackhand have been doing a good job wrestling back and forth here, getting a couple of rounds over the last 3.
Yeah, and you know what? This is some solid starts here from the Blackhand guys. I think we come into this as a bit of an unknown factor. So far today, they have a 2-0 win over Carry Esports in round 1 of the LCQ. It was a pretty dominant one, all things said. I think Carry Esports, not necessarily the top team in this one, but this definitely is a big test for the UK guys. If they can keep a competitive scoreline with Team 1, that would already be an impressive feat.
Yeah, there's no question.
Already starting this one off with a technical pause. It's not a great way to continue your momentum, however. So we'll see if the Team 1 players can reconnect back into the servers. Kick this one off with a bit of a tech.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. I just realized 2 players are gone. They rage quit. They're done. they're
Lose one gunfight, and we're checking out.
We're out of here, guys.
Yeah.
Screw it.
We'll go to Mirage. Nuke being an interesting pick as well, and even then, I even want to point attention to Ancient. I'm surprised that Team 1 haven't picked it as of late because it's been one of their best maps in their pool. Of course, one of their games in the RMR went quite the distance against Unjustified, but the playstyle that they exude on that map is just straight confidence, and that's exactly what you need on this kind of map. It's a suffocating CT side they run on Ancient. It makes me surprised that they didn't pick it, but you know, if Blackhand are going to leave it in the pool. I'm sure Team 1 are going to love it.
I'm guessing it was calculated for them because they realize that Blackhand tend to leave Ancient in there, so they figure, okay, maybe we'll get 2 picks out of this, right? We'll get our Mirage pick, which, you know, they've been very good on Mirage as of late. Even though it's been a lot of tight wins on that map, still they've managed to find a way to get to, I believe, a 5-2 record on there now. And then if you look over on Ancient, as you talked about, 5-1 over the last 3 months. And that's after being 0-4 prior to that 3+ months ago. But 2 losses against Pain, 1 against Godsend, and 1 against Game Gladiators. So, you know, some tough competition kind of handling them on that map. But once they go up against potentially, I guess, lower tier teams and things like that, Ancient is their strong suit.
It's kind of what lends to the they like running an impressive game style there for Team 1.
Yep.
Very in your face. Of course, you have players like Malbs and Pesadelo who just exude firepower.
Yes.
You want to be able to use that as much as you possibly can. Take as many gunfights as you can, and that's what gets Team 1 the success. But of course, when you're playing against a much tougher opponent, we've already seen Malbs get shut down on a couple of these peaks just that previous round, and both rounds that they've come close to losing these last 2. So Malbs has not been invincible so far to start this game. So that actually gives some props over to the Blackhand guys to kick this game off. I mean, Fraza is already impressed sitting at 5-4.
Yeah, Nuke's not a map that Team 1 play as much. It's probably close to the bottom of their maps played, but they still do well on it. I think 3-1 over the last 3 months. It just haven't been tested too much, and Blackhand realizing that, deciding that it would be their go-to pick here. Another player to talk about on Team 1 is probably Maluk, right? He's been their IGL for so very long. He's been there for forever pretty much, and he is also the IGL and also deals with the opping duties, but what's nice for him here is he's now got a very familiar squad. All these players have played under him before, even though some of them are returning after a while being gone. IDK, TRK, and Malbs in particular. But IDK's been here for a couple seasons. I think TRK for 2 or 3, and Malbs returning as well now. So he can be more comfortable. His players know his calling style, and when he's more comfortable, he's able to deal more damage with that AWP and be more involved in the fragging.
Yeah, that's for sure. But before we jump back in the game, we'll give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors over at CS Money, as we do get a little bit of a match medic going on forward, and you can maybe heal up your inventory with CS Money, where you can buy and trade CSGO skins easy peasy on CS Money. Choose a trusted platform with millions of skins and a 40% top-up bonus. So if you need to fill up your inventory, CS Money is where it is. So go ahead and check them out, cs.money. All that good stuff. That's where we should be heading back into game shortly. We did get the medic on through, and I hear the typing, I hear the resets, I see the resets. Hoping to get back into this one. But yeah, Malbs being shut down early. Maluk coming back on opping duties, but he's not like that playmaking op, is what I'm going to say. He's not hyper aggressive.
No.
He's a very disciplined, measured op. He covers for his teammates. He lets the riflers do the work. And again, if Team 1's riflers get shut down, Blackhand are in a prime position to start running away with this game.
Yeah, very true. I mean, definitely Maluk is not that flashy opper. You're not wrong. You know, he's more of a passive opper and likes to hold those angles and keep players at bay, but he can certainly come out with those fancy plays as well. We'll see if he's up for it here on Nuke. And finally, that technical pause will come to an end, and we get going again here with round number 6. Nuke notoriously CT-sided, of course. So, I mean, 10 rounds on CT side is not unusual. It's actually ideal, I would say, for a lot of teams, you know, because once you go over on that T side, it's a lot harder to come by the round victories, unless you're Pain, perhaps, who are very, very scary on their T side of Nuke.
We'll see how they fare. Starting this one off a bit more of a slower lobby say here for Blackhand. We don't see the relentless, or do we see the relentless aggression from Team 1? I already see Malbs making moves around that ramp smoke, trying to put pressure on the lobby potentially, but they see 3 outside smokes, so they know this play is coming through.
Nate's going to fly through as well from Pesa. And yeah, here's the wall of smokes, a deep one between Mini and Big Garage, and Zulu is going to get that opening one on towards Pesa. Oh, and a great response. Touchdown nade coming through from Maluk. 4v4 as Husky drops to dirt. And now Blackhand are going to make an adjustment. Looked like they were thinking about going towards outer yard, and now they've come back to ramp. Malbs only has the MP not at his disposal, and he really gets caught out in the middle of nowhere. Just Air, I believe, is going to take him down.
It is Maluk here to stop the ramp play, and the flank comes back in through lobby. They've trapped Blackhand inside of the ramp room, and they're going to try and chase down TRK, drops the molly, and has the chance for a double kill. Make that 3 on the round as TRK has sat down the Brits in this one. It's just Dexter on 25, and this has been a magnificent round. Despite starting 4v5, they've completely turned it on its head.
Dexter, 1v3, trying to save the day, and it won't happen. IDK with the headshot in the back and forth. Jostling continues. Neither team have won a couple of rounds in a row for the last 4, so we'll see if that trend changes here, if Team 1 can string a couple together and really start to build up a momentum here in this first half of action. But Blackhand, I mean, last time they were in this position, they forced up. This time they're going to do it again. It's going to be a couple of AKs, the Galil, the MAC-10, and the Deagle over on Team 1. They're sitting pretty. Got a couple of AKs, which helps so very much on that defensive end because you get that one-shot headshot potential. Maluk comes through here with the big green, peeking around. And Team 1 are just waiting for the arrival of Blackhand, and it might come soon because they are setting themselves up in lobby. Justair pushing up, flashbang thrown. Oh, he's just dead to rights. The flashes don't connect at all, and Pesadilla has an easy one.
There were 4 players on that A site. That is not happening at all. Even the flash was actually good. It blinded 3 players. I saw that on the
But
HUD.
not the one that mattered.
That, unfortunately so. Malbs is going to be at the test here of 4 players for Blackhand, but instead he'll just drop the molly and fall on back. Doesn't want to fall victim again like he did in the previous round. And so, sure, they'll work with ramp control. That's a foothold, I suppose, for this T side.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad to have, as long as it gets overlooked by Team 1, which for the moment it is. You would imagine they, I don't know, would want to go towards the B site with all this control, right? But it looks like they're posturing towards A instead. Molotov's going to fly through on top of Hut. IDK gets tagged a little bit, so that's an audio cue for Blackhand, and they're still sitting still and waiting for an opportunity to punch through here. 35 seconds on the clock.
Dangerous game being played here by IDK, but he picks up the molly. That's what IDK's doing. He picked up the molly, and then they go in, but it's a 2-for-1 to start this one off. TRK needs a kill, and he'll actually go down. It's a 2v2. The bomb's going to get planted. Is Maluk going to try for the spam? He will. It comes close to connecting, but Husky trying to chase. Was he spotted by Maluk? I'm not necessarily sure. Malbs is walking with nades in hand, and now it's Maluk in a 1v2. The op is not the weapon you want for this. He trades out for the rifle. Maybe trying to flash on through. The smoke's about to fade. On the corner, though, he's been spotted, and they're gonna get it. Blackhand salvage a round from out of nothing.
Back and forth we go again. And Blackhand managed to do it on another force buy. And it's been because their economy hasn't been too bad, right? You get 2 AKs. That's still really good going into that type of round. So Blackhand will now have 4 of the said AKs. A MAC-10 as well to round out the buy. And over on Team 1, they are going to force back. The force buy wars continue here on you. Not the first time I've seen it, and certainly won't be the last. 2 Deagles, MP9, a Scout, and the FAMAS, and that Scout in Maluk's hands. He's guarding the outer yard. Oh, Pesa! Oh, he didn't realize the Molotov had bloomed that far, and now Zula's going to come around the corner knowing exactly where to look. What a shame.
Yeah, Maluk is not hitting anything here. Spam through the smoke, but he's going to get wrapped up by a MAC-10. And you're going to have this 3v5 that just sitting pretty. Someone from Team 1 has to make a masterful move, and all Blackhand needs to do is just sit back and wait. Maybe catch some CT side aggression, burn some seconds off the clock, and then make their move into the site. You can see TRK having to get aggressive in towards lobby. And IDK and Malbs just duoing up inside of Secret, hoping the play comes to them. Yep. TRK actually finds that kill. And wait a minute, IDK comes up the vents and also collects. There's still a possibility in this round. They're going down the vents. Malbs, he does hear this, and he'll be able to go back in through Secret. Molly to cover his tracks, though. And so he's going to need a Malbs Deagle moment. Yeah, he was spotted by the player inside the vents, and TRK is going to need something masterful from out of ramp. It's not looking great here. I won't lie. It seems like Malbs actually wasn't spotted here, because they're still jump spotting for him. And, well, it's going to have to be some trademark Malbs moment. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. Team 1 will walk away with an AK in this round, but they invested everything into this.
Yep. Finally, the force buy wars end, and Blackhand on the winning side of it. TRK will walk away with an AK at the very least, but They'll have to be on an eco outside of that. Everyone else just hovering around the 2K mark, and probably very little, if anything, invested from Pesa and Malbs. Maluk, the same thing. IDK, perhaps a pistol. Maybe a P250 will be bought up, but that's probably it. They're going to hope that the AK can deliver something here, but Blackhand, they managed to get a couple in a row and looking to make it 3 in a row, which 5 rounds already is going to be pretty good for T-Side and Nuke.
Yeah, Malbs has been caught out a lot. I'll say that. We're looking at the win conditions here for Team 1, and we're looking at those riflers, Malbs and Pesa, and they've certainly been limited in how they can play and how aggressive they can be. Now we're just going to see this fast play out from Blackhand to make their way down to the B site. But this has been a Team 1 who's kind of playing without a win condition right now. Malbs is definitely going to need to turn out, but this Blackhand team can actually turn this one around. The Brits are looking to get a great T side here. Started up on Nuke. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, well, IDK gets one. If he can get that gun and run away, it's probably not too bad. Okay, a second comes through as well. Oh, that's tough. TRK, they were really chasing hard, but they do at least grab one AK off the ground once more. That's IDK. Probably Blackhand is aware of his positioning, and they can chase. Their money is decent. Will they is another question, and it's like they just aren't entirely aware of where to look. So that AK will be saved over, but Team 1 have lost the lead. Blackhand have finally wrestled it away from them, their first lead in this map.
Now you maybe start to wonder here if you're Team 1. What's the solution? Blackhand are looking very strong on this map. To be said, I like the eco decision as well. Just gun it through the vents. We have more utility than them. Our execute will just simply be better. Good confident play so far out of Blackhand. Another gun round rolling out though for Team 1. See what changes. This time it's more outside aggression as a nade touches down onto Fraza. And we also see Pesadelo, but is he gonna put too much faith in that one way? Does he know that Fraza is just crossing out in the middle of the open? And Fraza thinks Pesa's respected him. Ships in the night. One player's gone down secret, and the other one gets to flank around lobby. Who has the better position?
It's tough to say. I think Pesa right now might have the edge, depending if the timing is right. Yeah, they really don't have any idea because their player just went out of yards, so they're like, it's completely clear our
they're
flank.
They're the bomb.
There's no way.
Oh, that's the bomb.
That is awful. Pesa comes around here, and he's going to have trigger discipline, waiting for the right time to strike. They have no idea. He's right next to him. Pesa, how do you not get one out of that? Ew, man, at least they still have the man advantage, but that is truly the worst thing that could have happened for Pesa in that situation.
It's
Malbs,
it's not going to go wrong.
Malbs recovers at least with the 2K, and you still have Husky along with Dexter alive, but only 109 HP combined, with Dexter being on the low end at only 105 HP combined. Dexter being on low end only 5. Dexter misses the shot, and eventually will be finished off. Husky does come around for one here, but probably done. 24 HP. Okay. That's one. One more to his name, but 15 seconds left.
B-site's open.
He doesn't have time.
The B-site was open, but
I mean, 12 seconds. No.
I think he has time to go down the vents there. 12 seconds is plenty.
It's to rotate all around, but
it's a risk.
Yeah.
It's a risk. At the end of the day, no clutch is guaranteed.
And he had no info. So.
Yeah, that is the truth. And maybe you see Malbs still alive, and you're saying, okay, maybe the ramp player is still in play as well. So, I mean, there's a couple of considerations to be made. 5-all, though, for Team 1. That should have been a more dominant round than it was.
Yeah.
It's going to cost them in the finance department. Blackhand, however, built themselves up a bank. They'll be able to buy in again and actually give this one a second go. Just such an oddity of a round.
I still don't understand how Pesa doesn't get anything out of that round. It's just wild to me. At least they took it, but you're right. It should have been more dominant in terms of the position that they had. First frags come through here. Traded back and forth. 4v4 as it stands. Zulu's going to charge on through here in towards Secret, and they're already in. Not sure Team 1 is aware of this fact, so that's an advantage here for Blackhand. They're going to continue pressing that advantage with 1:10 left on the clock. Zulu and Fraze.
Malbs is home, though.
About to engage, yeah.
Could jump up on the rafters or could just play the back of the site. It's always such a risky angle, but it sometimes goes unchecked often, and as the glass gets broken and Malbs doesn't make a move, Blackhand might accidentally call this one clear. The scope's been heard here of Maluk, who's hunting for this kill and is going to patiently take the shot. More players coming in from ramp, though. He has to readjust, and he will. Fantastic shot under Joster. Bomb goes down. Zulu will get the refrag, but Malbs is there as well. 1v3 here. Dexter can't hit the shot, and Team 1 finally post up a round that is more akin to their brand.
Yeah, Malbs is heating up as well. It looks a lot more comfortable round after round here. 9 frags on the board. It has been TRK leading the charge with 11 frags on his side. And in fact, Blackhand, the scoreboard, yeah, I mean, it's not that great for them. They've been winning rounds, but tightly contested. 2 players at a KDR of 1, everyone else below it. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, how it happens, whether you get frags or not, it's 5 rounds, which is good on T's side. But we'll see how things move forward if Team 1 keep winning these aim duels, how it'll be for Blackhand, especially when they get over to their CT side. Match timeout going to be called, and it's quickly over.
Yeah, I mean, the most impressive player so far has just been Fraza being able to find so much space on these outside lurks. I mean, he's been able to make his way down to the secret a couple times. The duel versus Pesadelo has gone down quite often. At least, to what I can recall, 3 to 4 rounds he's been dueling out versus Pesa. So that always battling for that part of the map is important for the Blackhand play style. So we'll see if he can still hold on and take ahead at the duels. Of course, this is only a Tech 9 round, but they're going for a mini drop, and Pesa is in exposed position. He still finds 2 out of it. IDK in the same point, though, has some help with TRK on top of Mustang, and that will be the double kill. Husky seems to be always good for at least one in these kind of situations, but it'll be Team 1 picking up the round.
Good job by Team 1 there. I mean, Blackhand didn't have much onto that round, and good for Pesa at least to get a couple. It was actually a misthrown flash by Blackhand, blinding their teammates, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah, Husky threw that flash, and it didn't really help, unfortunately, for Blackhand. Help Pesa, he's happy. So he gets a couple more frags to his name. Obviously, it could be a much better scoreline for him, but I think he just wants to forget about that round and what happened when he was on that flank. 7-5. Looking to make it 8-5 now for Team 1, but Blackhand will be back to their rifles. 4 AKs and a Galil. Will they try something quick here is a question. They've got a lot of presence in lobby, but no, they don't want to go for that quick pop into the A site, at least not yet. Still very early in the round. Raze, he continues to work outer yard very well, and he's snuck up again into red box.
Yeah, Pesadelo is watching out for the mini end of things, but Infraza's going to win the duel.
Again.
He's just doing so much work for this Blackhand team outside, and he's taking all of Secret too. He's doing so much work, and Team 1 have to make a play off the back of it. Maluk hoping to get an angle back into this round, but they've crossed it in inferior angle, and he'll fall. Everyone drops here for the for Team 1, and Blackhand are going to wash this round over Team 1. Just Malbs, I suppose, but he's being held by an op, and we'll still be able to win the duel, but this is just a fight to save right here. As Malbs, I guess, is going to clean up a second and give him some extra service on the end of that one.
Yeah, chasing a lot here. Our Blackhand. Husky's down to only 8 HP, and it doesn't matter. Zulu's going to finish things off, and Malbs will eventually go down.
I mean, Fraza consistently winning these duels outside is really bringing it home for Blackhand, and you can see the attempt to fight back for map control there for Team 1. When you lose one part of the map, you have to try and regarner some sort of control, and it just failed. Blackhand are back in it.
This is a very good T side coming through for Blackhand now at 6, and a potential to tie it up at 7. And I think that's why Team 1 are saying, hey guys, like, look, if they tie it up at 7, that's really bad news. We got to try for something here, and they will, forcing up an AWP, an A1S, an MP9, an A4. Asa stuck on the Deagle, but I think they're going to play a little more passively this time as a result, because they don't want to get caught off and give Fraze that opening frag once more, and that's exactly what's happening here. Maluk, although they are pushing up, but from a different direction.
Yeah, this is a new one.
Yeah.
Blackhand have not seen this kind of op play inside of Trophy Room. And basically this gives full information to Team 1 saying it's very likely just this outside play.
Yep.
Pesadelo inside a secret. They're sneaking in front of the smokes. This is an incredible read here from Blackhand, completely avoiding the secret player. They're going to turn this into a mini split, but they go into the 1M4. He runs out of ammo, but 2 kills should be enough. TRK next in line, and all of a sudden, from start to finish, that round took 5 seconds.
Wow. Good aggression into lobby by Team 1, and Blackhand just weren't expecting it afterwards. The bodies just fell by the wayside. Blackhand, I mean, they've only been able to get 1 round over the last 5. Team 1. Nice little resurgence for themselves. Keeping Blackhand at bay on their T side. And now trying to make it 9-6, which, I mean, would be, I think, the minimum required for Team 1 going over to T side to make this interesting.
Oh boy!
Malbs is going to get the 3K. Fraze finally shuts him down, but there's the Malbs we were hoping to see on LAN. Fraze and Husky, the last 2 standing. Fraze, 39 HP. He's going to jump down here towards the B side. He has gained the space. He has the bomb on his back. He's going to push in here, throws the smoke for secret. Excuse me, Squeaky. Maybe I'll start with S. Fraze is going to go to double doors. Could catch Pace off guard. Pace is going to have to be careful here, but he's just swinging back and forth in observation in those double doors. And Fraze has managed to get on through here.
A sneaky position. I mean, he's hoping for a bit of a kill. If he finds that kill, that could draw the rotations down and maybe activate Husky. Blackhand's still giving themselves a win condition, but it really hinges on Fraze. If he goes down, it's just a bomb and it's just game over. And while revealing his position,
intentional too. He's trying to circle around, right?
Oh, but he gets shot in the back. Timing.
Oh man.
That's a nice shot though, Husky. With 1, but there's the trade. That'll make a 9-6 half. Admittedly, I would call that a bit of a recovery from Team 1. They were slipping away. The game was falling through their fingers a bit, but, I mean, they walk away with a pretty sizable lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good on them to recover after what was a very challenging first half where Blackhand just would not give up, especially in those force buy wars. That's when they were able to get those 5 rounds. And usually on T side, it is in the early rounds that you need to find it, because if you don't, then afterwards the CT economy gets under their feet and they're able to really shut you down on your attempted takes. So, good job by Blackhand. Same for Team 1. That's a really interesting scoreline heading into the second half.
I wouldn't complain at all by this scoreline if you're both teams, but the pistol round means a whole lot. And the taps are starting to roll on through. There's a huge stack here for Blackhand on the ramp side, but it could turn against them in just a moment. It's a 2v3 with Dexter so low. But the rotates have already arrived. Fraze is down on the site at double doors, and Malbs taking liberties to plant. It'll leave TRK to complete the 1v3. At least the bomb can go back into his possession. It is in a decent spot, covered, but the single door play could come through here for Blackhand and unhinge all of this.
Yeah, TRK, see how the bomb he does. He can go back to A. That's not a bad idea. 1 minute on the clock here, more than that.
Thought.
It's not a bad idea, though, because he could rotate around. There's really not that much presence, although it can be quickly resolved by Blackhand going through the vents. We'll see if they decide to do that.
Though.
Yeah.
They don't expect someone to walk onto the site, get the bomb, walk back up ramp, up heaven. Right? That doesn't really just occur to you as a CT side. You're hoping that he's trying to play the angles.
Yeah, and I think they also want to play together, right? They don't want to send one on each site.
Exactly. So they're going to play this retake together. They're going to let him plant on the A site, and it's going to come down to this retake for Blackhand.
Yep. At least he gets the plant. So that's the good news for Team 1. Can he get the win? Possibly. No.
They almost lined up, though.
Yeah, they did. It just TRK couldn't press the trigger quickly enough, and that was that. So Blackhand will win the pistol, but at least the bomb plan comes through for Team 1. That means they can force up into this next one.
Still keeping it close there. I mean, I definitely had some belief in TRK, but it's also just a great way to play that clutch. Just a very textbook way. You know, I was actually, just before this match, I was talking to Switcher. He is the Estonian player that has just been brought over to Davenport University. He said, losing 1v2 clutches in EU is an embarrassment. Just hold hands. That's all you need to do to win them. Like your teammate's your girlfriend or something like that. A bold statement to be talking for Counter-Strike players, I know. But anyways, but you know, playing that one together, textbook way to win that clutch for Blackhand. All good. Now Team 1 are back in with the force buy. And we'll see, of course, they sometimes have the superior weapons over the CT side, or at least comparable weapons. So still a very good chance here for the Brazilians.
forgot there are 2 swishers now.
Yeah, they don't really want to. They don't even like. I've asked about like the pronunciation, and they say you need to pronounce it like swisher, not switcher, or something like that. Even then, so yeah, there really are 2 swishers.
Yeah, exactly. Like not with that pronunciation. So anyway, back to the match here. Team 1. You have a very nice buy-up indeed here. 3 Galils, the Scout. Make that 4 Galils in the Scout. They opt against the AK because they want that utility. Going to be a couple of smokes, a flash, and a Molotov left, which is about the same as Blackhand, although Blackhand don't have any flashes at their disposal. A couple of nades, the smoke, and the incendiary. Dexter, waiting patiently here right outside of Secret. Is his patience going to be rewarded, or will he just be flicked upon? Another footnote on this round. Dexter, they don't clear it. Dexter's going to get 1, but only 1. At least a trade. And then the second. I can't believe Maluk is able to hit that. Peeks around the corner. Takes down Fraze. 4v3. Zulu gets the bomb delivered right at his feet. And then the trade again. Maluk, the IGL. All 3 frags coming through. Picks up the Galil in that case and uses the rifle to take care of business. TRK pitches in. This is fantastic for Team 1. Only Jostair left, and he's in the vent. They know it. And Pesa takes him down. Well played for Team 1. They hit double digits first.
Absolutely juking out the rotations. When you come down to the map of Nuke, rotating down is easier than rotating back up. And so if you're able to force those rotates down to the B site and then double back A faster than the CT side, you're going to win that round. You're going to be able to cut the rotations off. And that's a really nice play there from Team 1. Sneaking TRK in towards Squeaky, preventing that rotation from hitting the A side. Really nicely done there from Team 1. A good tactic employed. And Blackhand, now we're going to have to go into 4 spy wars, and this could break their back in this map.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to continue forcing up throughout the remainder of this half. Eventually, they're going to have to save. Especially if they lose this one, but they've been pretty solid, so we'll see if they can pull it off. TRK having a peek there from Silo. Now Maluk's moved his way up towards red box here at outer yard and throws the Molotov. That'll push the player off at a secret. And there is some space gain for Team 1, but look at Husky. He's going into the lobby. Catch the player with utility, but cannot connect on the shot. Just a sliver of an opportunity that he missed out on. And now TRK does strike the opening blow. Malbs gets Husky, and it's so far trending the way you would expect in this round, as Team 1 got a couple.
Uh-oh. From right underneath. There was a gap in that smoke. Jostair finds a kill himself, but now Dexter's position is noted, and at 30 HP, he is going to need a flaming hot deagle shot. He's actually going to be able to get away. Now he's really on his own, unfortunately, as he loses Fraze, who is trying to help him out by pushing out through mini, but it's no good. That's a 4 spy. It's the money break here for this CT side, and this game starts to run away from the Blackhand.
Yeah. That's a tough one. It's easier on the T side to absorb those force round losses, but on CT side, I mean, your money gets in a really tough position, and as is the case here, not going to buy up anything at all on the Blackhand side, just USPs and the P2000. Nade's going to fly through here from Maluk, and in fact, tons of nades for Team 1. They want to take aggressive control here of this A site.
These full eco rounds show who the P2000 users are. Gosh. Unbelievable and unacceptable. Can't believe you use this gun.
You get an extra bullet, though, so... you know.
Cope harder. JRT, cope.
It's something. Look. Anyway, I mean, the USP is superior in every other way, so...
Yeah.
IDK gonna get one there. Bomb gets planted, and there's really not much Blackhand can do. No, that's not. There's no way this works. There's just no way. TRK gets a couple. Zulu will also just get deleted. Malbs finds him. That'll be that.
Full eco dispatchative, and we're going to get into these CT side woes. You see the utility, no good. No one gets any kits, so when that bomb goes down, things get a lot harder for the Blackhand. And this is what I talk about by having this game fall out of your hands. They need a dominant round win here if they want to stabilize this game.
I'm surprised they don't get a kit. They sacrifice a little bit of utility to get that kit in your hands if you're Zulu, for example, but okay. I mean, just don't buy an incendiary. There's your kit, right? On CT side.
Some may say that mollies are more important than kits. Mollies can...
It depends.
Yeah, that is true.
But I understand the logic. Yeah. I understand the thinking. Just being without a kit is a really tough thing especially once you get into that post plant.
Especially when your opponent already has more utility and they can outmaneuver you for a plant. So it'll be it's a risky endeavor here for Blackhand. Again, they need this clean round, and Zulu was trying to clear out towards Squeaky. He does. He still is able to readjust on a Malbs, even though the timing didn't go his way.
5v4 for Blackhand. Lots of time left on the clock here for Team 1 to work with, though. They don't have to panic. IDK tossed that Molotov in for secret. There is a player right around this area. That's Fraze in the big garage. And he will get the frag onto IDK, who tries to slip through that smoke, so that's even more of an advantage now for Blackhand. They're trying to get back to their winning ways here. Only one round found so far into this second half. Husky gearing around, and Team 1, oh man, that's going to hurt even more with TRK going down to 7. And then the nade, oh, salt in the wound.
But the nade goes right back.
Yeah.
Absolutely avenged upon. But 20 seconds, John. I'm not sure they got this. Fraze precise. This is a pretty scary round posted right here. This is the kind of round exactly what they needed. This clean round, build that money, and don't even let it get close to a site.
Yeah, they need another one like this, of course. And, I mean, looking at the money over in Team 1, they're buying in the next round. So Blackhand are going to have to repeat this success. And Maluk, realizing the situation, how much money he has in the bank, the save's not a bad call. You know, he'll be able to drop for Pesadelo. Pesa won't have to buy up the AK. There it goes. And that leaves them in a much better spot. All right. Team 1 will once more, as mentioned, have the full-on buy-up, and it's up to Blackhand to try and rebuff this again. And look, their money. I mean, yes, they did win that one and built up a little bit of money, but like I was saying, they need that to happen again here in a much, much tougher situation.
Yeah. Now Team 1 are just back on their feet once again. And Blackhand, the pressure starts to go on, but at least getting themselves a breath of fresh air. But the trials are still not over by any means. Seeing just a straight lobby group up here for Team 1, hoping to catch some aggression from the Brits. Brits not going to give them any. Instead, they're playing this anti-execute play where they drop their mollies, they burn out all their utility, but so have Team 1 at the same time. Blackhand's rotations have been jostled. So they just leave mobs here inside of Squeaky, and they're going to re-execute back onto the A site through this Squeaky door. Molly goes in onto Husky. That will force him out into the open, and they make their way out. But Zulu on top of Hut combined with Fraze. It's a crossfire, but they both get disassembled. Now it's just one more player sitting inside of the hut. They surely know this is a possible position, but Malbs runs in first alone, goes untraded, but Pesa fights one back. Dexter from in heaven and one inside of Hut. Try and make this happen. Flash goes in, but they look away from it. But doesn't matter. One's right below you, though, Dexter.
No.
And IDK, he was completely blind through the play, and he'll still close it out with a double. Team 1, that is a dagger.
That's just the perfect positioning for IDK, because the one place you're probably going to overlook when you're up in the rafters is directly below you. You're more focused on the hut, on the site, on everything else that there is to look at. So, good job by IDK, being patient, not panicking in that situation, and then resulting in 2 frags for himself. 13-8.
Like, if he panic sprays there, he goes down.
Exactly, and he didn't. I mean, that's important, and obviously why they were able to take it. Anyway, and Maluka's going to get the headshot over onto Fraze, 5v4, and look at Blackhand. I mean, like I said, they needed 2 rounds in a row. Instead, they didn't even get the round. They lost it, and now they're back onto pistols, trying to save up for the following round, but by that point, it will be 14-8 unless something crazy happens in their favor.
Yeah, and even then, we're going to keep talking about the CT buy. It's going to be paltry again. Like, we have... Dexter will at least be able to get himself an AWP next round. He has ecoed enough to go ahead and pick one up. So we'll actually get to see that AWP really work this map. We haven't actually seen Dexter have a fantastic AWPing performance so far. Surely. IDK. Oh, he could get knifed. IDK's about to get knifed.
All right, that's money for Dexter, even more. And he gets an AK.
Yeah! Hey! Maybe you could drop that one over to a teammate, or... Well, Jostair does have the armor, but Dexter has full HP, so whatever you want to phrase it. Still, let's see if that AK can do any work. They've made their way down to the B site, and one is just going to straight burn. That's tough. Dexter trying to wallbang out potentially players on the rafters, but TRK is just going to spray transfer right onto him. And Dexter's probably best off getting away with this AK because the rest of his teammates don't have much to work with. 14-8 guaranteed for Team 1. The question is just Dexter with the AK.
Yeah, this AK is very, very valuable. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. It was valuable. It's gone now. TRK took it out of his hands.
Sad.
And, I mean, if Dexter's able to drop that for one of his teammates, it makes the buy even better on their CT side. They'll still be able to get the A1Ss across the board. And Dexter, with that knife kill, is able to get the op and a full util set. So that helped him so very much. Will it make a difference? Well, at least he's put himself in a position to have that question be asked. As we move here into round number 23, Team 1 looking to at least secure OT with a 15th round here. Dexter here and around the yard. Malbs is priming a smoke, getting it ready, but right before he was probably going to throw it, a smoke goes in from Blackhand, so he decides to put that back onto his belt and pull out the rifle. IDK gets taken down. Husky pushing in from the hut, gets one and a second. That is huge. 4v2 in favor of Blackhand. Malbs managed to strike back blindly through the smoke to get Zulu. So only a man advantage for Blackhand. Can Malbs pull this one back?
Malbs almost finding the next. Husky goes down low, and the trade is through.
That's
TRK
unreal.
and Malbs together. Posting it up. Are they going to go down the vents, though? That could be a problem. Jostair is waiting.
Molly.
But Jostair is going to go back up. Oh, and it's not a great angle for him. If he goes up, Malbs has him dead to rights. But timing, could it favor him, is a huge question. He's maybe going to wait for Dexter to take contact. He'll slide out the vent. He hits the headshot! Jostair, what a blinder! And it's TRK in the 1v2. The stick, but they don't have a kit. They don't have a kit. Dexter has to hold the angle. He will.
Wow.
And Blackhand save themselves in this game.
Wow, that's just a great shot from Dexter. He misses that and the round is done. I mean, I don't think they'd have an opportunity afterwards because they'd have to have Dexter come all the way back and try to stick that defusal, and with the full 10 seconds
that shot
required.
On the ladder, though?
Yeah, it was a nice shot. That's what it was. Really well played.
Some would say a skill issue. For Malbs, I would suppose. My God. First bullet out the gun, and it's a headshot. That is what Blackhand needed so badly to get back in this game.
Still a long way to go because, again, Team 1 have enough money to get AKs across the court. Maluk is just thunderfooting himself on forward. Jostair gets not one but two, and one of those coming with the Molotov, burning Pesa to Nitty Bitty Crisp. IDK does get a response, but it is the man advantage again for Blackhand 4v3. That said, a little bit of a different situation because Team 1 have managed to work their way into ramp, and that's a really nice shot coming through from TRK. Fraze will go down 3v3. Malbs tosses his utility on forward. Zulu's trying to slip in on the back lines here from the vent, but by the time he gets here, Team 1 have already positioned themselves for the post plant. They are looking pretty solid here.
I heard a tick because I know for a fact there was a nice shot, and that's another one. It's a wall bang into the rafters. TRK, he only just planted, and he needs to hold from this angle. It's normally considered one of them, but he has Malbs for support. It's a 1v1 between Malbs and Dexter has no kit. This is a huge problem. He can fake all he wants, but he knows he doesn't really have the time for this. Malbs just playing with his food, and he just needs to play the time, but he'll play the kills instead. And Team 1 might have just broken Blackhand's back.
Wow, great job by Team 1 there in that post plant. They had the advantage, the position, they used it very well. One player playing anti-flash on that attempted take in towards that site from the squeaky door. And, well, I mean, that was the difference maker because not only did they get one, but the second from Malbs, who's supporting. Well played. 6 rounds for Team 1 to close out this map and send us on over to map number 2. That was, of course, Team 1's map pick of Mirage.
Yeah. And even then, it's kind of the weaker end of Team 1's map pool. So this is where we kind of get a check of the caliber of team we're looking at for Blackhand.
Yeah. I mean, like, Mirage is always a close map, right? Regardless of the team that's playing on it. So we'll see. I mean, we talked... Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean... Yeah, you're right. This series is not over, of course.
Yeah.
You know, Mirage is a map that anyone can play. All things said. Of course, it leverages the firepower, and that's why Team 1 love it. And I think they've definitely woken back up, especially the man on your screen right now who's 25-13. He started off this map cold, keep in mind, but it's Malbs. He'll always bounce back. So
yes.
Sweeping out through ramp. This should just basically call for the end of the round once those digits get punched in. As Black Hands have gambled incorrectly here.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had to force up in this round. Their economy's been tough for the entire half because they've tried to get back into it. When you're going back and forth like that, winning rounds, losing rounds on CT side is just not good for your money. Only 3 deals in MP9 left for them to work with here. And, well, Fraze misses an opportunity to get an early frag here in the post plant. There's Husky who's going to connect for one, though. And, well, that might be all they get out of this map because Malbs is going to get 2 more. TRK drops Zulu, and now Husky flicks around for a couple, but time's running out. He has to push the force the issue here, and he charges in towards Cubby. Husky goes down. Pesa finds him. That will be that, and it is a 16-9 win for Team 1 here on Nuke as, well, they've set themselves up nicely for their map pick, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, despite starting off a bit cold, and, I mean, also just a good-looking Black Hand, it was Team 1 who were able to push it across the line, just maintain, you know, the consistency that we expect out of this team. We expect a deep run out of this squad, but also now Black Hand, the pressure starts to go onto them. They've traveled across the Atlantic for this event, and, well, going down to the lower bracket here is a pretty scary sight for the squad.
Yeah, I think they'll do well for themselves in the lower bracket. I think they're still shown that they're being quite competitive against Team 1, but that was their map pick, we can't forget, and it wasn't exactly the performance they were hoping to see, especially after getting 6 rounds T side. That's good, but their CT side fell completely flat. They just didn't know how to deal with Team 1.
I think that, I mean, also Team 1 just started waking up, individually speaking. A great, very impactful map from TRK is what I'll say. A lot of really solid openers. Also on that CT side was bringing back a lot of rounds. And, you know, power rounds out of Maluk. And we just got our Malbs resurgence. There's no doubt about that.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, next up is the map of Mirage. But first things first, we'll give a shout out to our sponsors over there, a presenting sponsor over at FTX, where they have the most complete crypto app. I like to call it the Crypto Swiss Army Knife, where you can trade, sell, buy, all that good stuff on the FTX app, whether it be crypto or NFTs. You can go ahead and even use code NERD to earn free crypto on every trade over $10 with the FTX app. So you can go ahead and download the FTX app on the App Store, or also use the QR code on screen. So with that, though, we have Mirage coming up. It's not an impossible map for Blackhand. In fact, it's not an impossible map for any team, and Blackhand, they've shown that they're definitely capable. So, I mean, any thoughts before we head out?
I think that, you know, Team 1 have looked good on pretty much every map they've played, like I said, as of late. So I think they're going to be a formidable opponent. There's no question about it. Malbs will be one to watch again. And I think Maluk will feel pretty comfortable on Mirage, you know, watching from window and trying to take those out mid-fights.
Yeah. All right, we'll go ahead and see you guys after a break. Team 1's map pick coming up, and Blackhand hoping to stay in the upper bracket. Be back in a bit.
You wouldn't trust your clumsy best friend with your brand new i9
Not too bad for the first time in a year.
DDR5 memory, 4TB endpoint 2 PC. And you shouldn't just trust anyone managing your cryptocurrencies either. Sign up with FTX and start managing your crypto on a safe and secure platform trusted by over 6 million users worldwide. Download the FTX app today. Use referral code NERD, that's NERD, and earn free crypto on every trade over $10.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Where am I? This isn't Summer Champs.
This is CSGO. Welcome to Fragadelphia.
Oh, well then I guess I'll ask some gamers some hard-hitting questions. The games are starting up, right? Your team's getting really, I was gonna say hot and heavy, but that's not the right term. What are your tips for trash talk?
Man, just yell as loud as you can. F you there, F you here. I mean, if you're not talking trash, you're not winning this game.
F you everywhere, right? Just state your name, not your age. If you want to, that's fine.
I'm Fraser from Blackhand. I'm Husky from Blackhand.
What would you say if you were trash talking?
I'm not sure. We've only played against other UK teams and they just get really personal.
Creativity is pretty hard. Even though I am the Gompers, it's not easy. All right, 5. I'm gonna ask you some questions. Too bad. Yeah, I make the calls here. So 5, Mr. Ficasts, that's his Twitter.
I actually made my name my Twitter @ so more people can follow me. So, yeah.
Legally, he changed it, legally. It's on his passport, on his driver's license, by Olivia Rodrigo. What is your favorite Fragadelphia memory?
There was Frag 16. It's called the Mountain Dew moment. Player's name is Alpha. Came on stage and said, I'm gonna drink this whole Mountain Dew by the end of the map. And after he hit a 1v3 clutch, Aloe, our admin, takes the bottle, shows it to the camera. The whole Mountain Dew's gone. That's my frag moment, the Mountain Dew moment.
Kermie, I have a question. Are you good for a small question?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to turn around because the wire. Wow, okay. He was sitting and I was like, oh, he's not that tall. I heard you're a massive talker.
I wouldn't say that I'm a massive talker. I would just say that when people mess up, I let them know. Yeah, I let them know when they mess up. That's all I gotta say. When you mess up in the game, expect to be heard from me.
That's valid. You're valid. All right, you look like a top G, right? So I wanted to ask you a question. So are you a massive talker?
Yeah, I feel like I kind of earned that reputation.
Did you record all of towards the last 2 rounds? Did you see me almost vomit on camera?
I like it better when I can see who I'm playing, but I don't know where these guys are. But I'll find them, and they'll hear me. So.
Do you have any tips for the betas, I guess you could say? The guys who shiver in their chair, afraid to say anything.
It's not something you can really learn. You either are really good at, or maybe some people are just quiet and enjoy just sitting there and just beating them in game. But I just love watching people get angry and upset, like that little kid right over there. I love yelling at that kid.
So this is the Carry Esports. Okay, I know you're a massive talker.
I'm a massive talker, guys. I love talking.
I love talking too, right?
Yeah, not taking.
Well, I like both, but we'll talk about that later. Let's say some guy's really pissing you off.
Go home.
Go home.
Be here. Go home. Go home. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Go home, respectfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've realized it's a little scary talking on LAN because you actually see the people, so I'm gonna be respectfully mean.
Respectfully. Thank you, the Carry Esports.
Follow us at Carry Esports.
FaZe just 16-0 MIBR. Well, seems like we're back. Welcome back in.
Yeah.
I guess surprise, folks. We're back, I suppose. As Blackhand versus Team 1 wanted to get off so much of the races that I don't even think you expected to get back in. It is. That being you, the viewer. But hi, John. It's Fi and John back into this one with our secondary stream. And we're already starting off with this T-side pistol here on Mirage. And we're seeing IDK and Pesadale in this 2v4. Made 3. Pesa, could he make it another is the question. Yeah. The shots are not quite connecting. And that's going to be Zulu and Husky to clean up. And that will be the Blackhand picking up the round.
Nice job by Blackhand to open things up here on Mirage. As mentioned, Team 1 a pretty good record here on Mirage over the last little bit. I believe 5-2 over those last 3 months. But a lot of those matches have been extremely tightly contested. A couple of them going into overtime. So we'll have to wait and see if Team 1 are up to the task here. But my prediction is the way Blackhand played on map 1, even though they lose their map pick 16-9, I think Team 1 will still have their hands full up against them here and could very well see ourselves onto a map 3. Mirage is always prone to upsets.
Yeah, but someone has just bought the ace weapon in the round. It's Mobs, and it's a Mobs Deagle. Come on now. It's actually been, it's been a while since I've gotten some real Mobs Deagle action, all things said. It's been a bit since he's been on Team 1. This is a prime Mobs round. I'm trying to, bring it into existence here. Right?
He's excellent with the Deagle. You're not wrong to try to channel that into the match. But Fraza, there we go. Fraza.
Who? I mean, I guess we're probably the superior English speakers here. I'm gonna be honest.
I think Fraza sounds more UK to me than Fraza, but it's fine. It's Fraza. No worries. Fraza gonna go out here. And now he's going to have a peek towards that A ramp. Now eventually goes into Palace. This could be a mistake. He's up against Maluk. I mean, it is just Glocks.
Ooh, but I mean, that was a little bit of a cheeky play there from Maluk. Even though he heard the footsteps, he's actually not even going to peek. Of course, Maluk has the bomb, so that would be a bit of a problem. They're going back into the apartments. Hoping to draw rotation back. I can still see the Blackhand have 2 players still on the A site, and ouch, tough luck. And Fraza is still watching out for Maluk. So we're going to start off pretty hot here for the Blackhand once again.
Yeah, I mean, not much Mobs could do with that Deagle in that round, but I'm sure we will see him get into action with it at some point here in this BO3. If not in this BO3, definitely at some point throughout Fragadelphia. He is really a magician with that weapon. All right, AKs across the board here for Team 1. Over on Blackhand, it's going to be 2 A1Ss and the 3 MP9s. So a bit of a bonus round coming through here for Blackhand. Should they take it, and there's a chance for them to really blow this first half wide open in the early goings. TRK.
It's a big gap.
Yeah.
Cat completely clear. They could have even went up and started sprinting into the B site. In fact, Zulu could have no idea that they are already in ladder, and Malbs is going to instantly headshot him. Punished there. Blackhand not ready for the aggressive play. Same time, Pesa. Oh, hello. We're going to give him a warm welcome. Comes out from the Palace and just sneaks right in behind Husky. TRK even finding success on other parts of the map. And it's only this individual effort that can happen here. 2 players marooned from each other. And Fraza, inside the smoke, could only provide certain solace. He could sneak through, but a huge kill from Pesa to protect the plant. And it's Joster 1v2.
Yeah, good job by Fraza there. Or good attempt, I should say. Try and catch him off guard, but eventually shut down by Pesa. Joster coming through. I mean, there's only so much he can do because both Team 1 players have tucked behind cover. He does have the smoke, so that could be the X factor into attempting this defuse. We'll see if he decides for it or just falls off completely. He just says, you know what, I have no information here. I don't know where these guys could be. I'm not even going to risk losing the A1S. I'm just going to save it and make our buy-up a lot more comfortable next round because this was, at the end of the day, just a bonus round for Blackhand. So they will cede the round to Team 1 who pick up their first.
I think they should be able to even drop over an AWP if they want to here. Zulu does have the funds for it. And it's actually going to opt against it, which is, it comes to as a bit of a surprise, but no big deal. Blackhand will still be rocking out with the rifles. And for Team 1, that was just a very cheeky round. I mean, you see everyone just kind of sneaking around every part of the map, and that's just called relentless pressure right there for Team 1. See if we get more of that trend and theme. It's good to see that kind of confidence on land, especially.
Malps, throwing a flashbang for underpass. He's going to follow up that flash. Charging on forward. Pesa supporting on the other end. This is actually a really good play by Team 1 to take this mid control. Smoke's going to get thrown again from Pesa. Fraza could punish. No. TRK spams him through the smoke and takes down the one threat here over towards mid. But Dexter quickly fills that gap, takes down Pesa, evens at the numbers at a 4v4, then re-smokes Connector to ensure that he continues to have a bit of a one-way over the tippy top of this.
I'm surprised that TRK didn't immediately jump into window, though. When you see two players inside of jungle or inside a connector, you got to know that window should be open. But, I mean, you're sitting 4v4, you have a player towards the bottom of middle that can activate on alert. Team 1, they're certainly loving their positioning right now. And in this 4-on-4, they're just going to contact walk out A main. The timing, though, Husky, can he get away? TRK falls, and Husky actually sneaks away into Palace. They're still just shift walking everywhere, though. Surprise the flash, Mobs. He has to hit that shot, but he's not ready for Dexter, who's tucked away inside of the corner. Husky's still inside of Palace. They've mollied him out, so they have an idea that he's playing from this position, but they don't fully cover it. The trade will come through here for IDK, but a 1v3 is not a fun situation. Players at every turn, and Dexter will find the headshot. A bit of a misplay there. Mobs should have had that kill, but it'll get Blackhand the round instead.
Yeah, great recovery from Blackhand. As mentioned, their bonus round did go by the wayside, but they had a strong buy in the next one with still a lot of economy for themselves. And again, they're still going to have a lot of economy. You do have to invest a little bit to get the guns back up and running, but well played. Team 1, on the other hand, struggling in the early goings on their T side. They will be back to pistols only, 4 Deagles and the Glock. Looks like they're going to split themselves up here. One player going towards Palace, one at the ramp, one towards Min. The other two are heading to the B site. We'll see where they decide to actually hit. The bomb was dropped right outside, or right in the beginnings of T Apartments, and the first frag comes through. Good trade for Maluk. TRK looking to find something as well onto Zulu, and gets it. Zulu, that is a rough spray. He should have had that kill every day of the week, and instead he goes down. Could gift an A1S to Team 1 if they decide to try and chase it, but instead they say, look, you know, we have 4 players live, we have the man advantage. Let's try to press that with the guns that we have in our hands.
Mobs hears this jump spot, though. Mobs hears this jump spotting from just there, and they know that they can just contact walk up. This is the bad part about going for these jump spots and picking the timing perfectly. Sure, Jostair drops the smoke, but the thing is he has so many players at so many different angles that he'll just simply get traded, and the CT side can't afford this. Dexter will drop a molly, but the plant has already come through. The AK is in play for TRK, but he gets dropped instantly. Maybe they can have a chance at this retake. It's going to be Fraza coming in from the catwalk end. But he'll make his way on through. Molly goes in towards bench. It doesn't quite force the fights, though. Instead, Pesadelo hits it onto Fraza. And it's just Dexter and a 1v2 player up close. And Mobs will hit the headshot. A full just Deagle round for Team 1 comes in.
Yeah, Mobs good with that Deagle. We talked about it. Only one there, but it's an important piece. Important frag for them to find in order to get that second round, and a timeout's going to be called. You have to imagine my Blackhand, because after they recovered after the bonus round, they get that round victory, and only to lose to the pistols only from Team 1, who now get the op, they get the 4 AKs, everything's looking pretty for them, versus Blackhand, who will probably find themselves on a light buy, because they have 3 players above 3K, but probably just want to invest in maybe an MP9 for Jostair, everyone else onto pistols and see what that can do. But at the same time, you also want to keep that op money available to you, so investing too heavily is risky.
Yeah, I mean, some decision to be made early on.
Yeah.
That's such an impactful round to win because it just sinks the money of Blackhand. And Team 1, a capable team, but I mean, a couple of mistakes there from Blackhand. And those kind of rounds just kind of linger in your head. Those are rounds that you should be winning. A couple whiffs coming through. And you got to wonder if That'll affect Blackhand in the long term. And the op just rings out instantly onto Dexter, and well, this rest of the round is about to be pretty systematically dealt with, as it just hits 3v5, and we kind of just await the inevitable here. Raise up. Hopefully this USB searching for a bit of damage. I mean, there's always a little funny jump that you can do inside a sandwich. It's a possibility, but this is just another one of these, reversals that we've seen from Team 1. One individual starts firing off, and the rest start to follow up. So we'll see. Of course, it's always the win condition we've talked about so far. This game, Pesadelo and Malbs have delivered in the early stages of this game. And while it's only about to be 3-all, definitely some momentum lies in the favor of Team 1 in here.
All right, and that caps off the very straightforward round for Team 1, as Adjuster will fall by the wayside. So tied up again, this time 3-3. I shouldn't say again. Tied up for the first time, because it was a 3-1 lead in favor of Blackhand. Team 1. 4 AKs and the op, but here come Blackhand with the A1Ss across the board. So no op to speak of for them, but they're counting on the A1s doing the damage, and so far it's been the AKs on the other side taking care of Dexter, getting him down to 25. But nice peek and good flash from Husky, along with Zulu assisting on the damage on Malb. So that's 2 for Fraza. And now a 3v3 because at least Team 1 were able to trade it back. That is that the second time Husky has whiffed a spray? I think it might be.
Yeah, it hasn't been great. But still, it's such a hugely impactful frag for IDK, because that opens up the A site. That draws all the players back from Blackhand. So it's going to shift away these rotations. They're just going to go back towards the B site here for Team 1, completely circumvent the issue. And the Brits are bamboozled. And they'll walk into an open B site. TRK, all about to go as expected. Team 1 are going to plant. I think Blackhand here are better off saving.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to engage much more at this point. Both players, because they invested so much, right? They can't get their economy under their feet, and it feels like kind of a repeat of what happened on Nuke, right? Their CT side, they continue to try and invest and fight back against Team 1, over-investing sometimes. I think even the case in the last round, because they could have saved a little bit more and ended up with an AWP here instead. They're A1s, and they have to keep them up and running.
Yeah, they went in for a very aggressive, ambitious mid-peak as well. But if Malbs wasn't there, that mid-play would have worked out fantastically. If there's only 2 players running the default, if it's a smaller default there from Team 1, it can work. But sometimes you just run out of gas. You overextend too much, and then the play comes rolling back in. And when you head into that 3v3, the T side just has too much space to work the maps and play with rotations. So that's just it's a bit of an unfortunate round there from Blackhand. A little bit of a misread, you could probably put it in there. But for Team 1, it's a very nice conversion of the situation.
Absolutely.
And back down to an eco here for Blackhand. Stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, you still got, they could have forced around the 2 A1Ss, but to be honest with you, the Eco's the better call, because they have been getting a little too loose with their economy, and it's a good thing to see them saving here. Let's see if those 2 A1Ss can do damage. A good chance here. Oh, no. I thought Joe Stair would have a chance, but TRK gets the headshot and then even does more damage against Dexter. Both A1 players, one down and one quite low, and they can't recover that A1S can Blackhand. But look, they don't need it. They just need a pistol.
Or not.
Briefly.
Malbs MT is
over.
here. Oh, man. And we're starting to go back to square 1 or square 2 again, I suppose. It goes from square 1 to square 2 back to square 1.
Yeah. 4 in a row for Team 1. They've really bounced back well after that slow start to this half, 5-3 in their favorite T side. And, I mean, they're very good on their CT side as well. So this is boding well for Team 1 at the very least. Run boost. Oh, man, I think they were trying to keep it going all the way towards here, but at least they gain a lot of speed in order to get to this ramp first. The thing is that Molotov is perfect. It stops the quick creep from coming through. That's what Team 1 wanted to do. So Blackhand at least keep them at bay for now, but I think Team 1 have their heads full of
Oh
steam. They want to go
my.
for this one. That is a wicked headshot coming through from Malbs onto Husky. 5v4. They're going to continue pushing in because why not? But Fraza's able to deny at least one player their life. That's Malbs down. He turns around, has an inkling that someone's behind him, and it is a good thought to have, but he still goes down, even prepared for it to Pesadillo. 4v3 in favor of Team 1, and they have pretty much possession of this A site.
Dexter's going to try and make a move, though. Spam is so close to Pesa, but it's no kill. That would be the foothold for the retake, but it's not here. Justair, only plan who can make a play, and he's exposed. His position revealed, down to 24. It's another save call for Blackhand. I'm not sure how many more of these they can even consider, because the lower bracket might come calling for them very quickly. And, I mean, they're playing against a solid opponent, a respectable opponent right here, are the Blackhand. And they're still playing a decent game, but this is the type of team you're expected to play against. This is the type of team that you need to improve against. I mean, it's good early on this tournament to get this experience, sure. But this game is starting to fall out of favor, and Blackhand only have so much time to recover.
Yeah. Let's see if perhaps it'll happen here. It's not looking good, right? I mean, the economy dictates that there will be another half buy coming through here at Moles. Dexter with the AK, and yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. Deagles, a little bit of utility. I mean, they need rounds. They need rounds quickly here. And Team 1 looking to get their 7th. Dexter along with Justair are going to head to the B site, and the other 3 are on to the A. So Team 1, in the meantime, they've liked to play defaults. They're just kind of hanging around, waiting for pushes to come through. And in fact, they're already going for a lot of mid control. They like this pincer attack. Excuse me, from underpass to top mid.
Yeah, that's the way they like taking their mid control.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
And with no one inside of connector, though, there's no one even to contest this mid control right now for Blackhand. They're just hoping for a big individual play, and who knows, Zulu could potentially deliver on this. Of course, at this rate, if you're Team 1, you start to maybe consider the Palace play, but Zulu has heard these footsteps in towards A main. A sincere possibility, but at the same time, they are also splitting in through jungle. There are multiple prongs this attack, and Husky needs a big play out of this, but far too many angles to deal with. Zulu's even been heard by the top mid player, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if it's been called out. It has not been called out. He'll get the 1. He needs the double, but he has to reload, and he gets a... Wait a minute. He just got away. Malbs is on 11. TRK needs to cover, and it's the AK of Dexter. This is the best possible chance here for Blackhand to find an upset round. But I'm not sure. He didn't spot Malbs falling back into Firebox. He might think he's still tucked on towards default. And in the meantime... Wait, TRK's repositioning? Dexter knows where Malbs is. He can jump up and find the kill. TRK, though, the reposition. The stick's about to come through. TRK, is he going to bite on this? He is not. Dexter has just won the 1v2 and the eco for Blackhand. They're still in this.
Wow, what a recovery from Blackhand. I'm surprised doesn't even at least peek, get some information, see what's going on in that defusal, but no. Blackhand are able to clutch it out. 4th round secured. Everything was trending to Team 1 5 rounds in a row. They had the advantage in terms of hardware up against just a half buy for Blackhand, and still it slips through their fingers. And perhaps we're seeing some of the reasons why Team 1 has had a lot of close engagements on Mirage. That's a mistake that could come back to bite them. Blackhand, economy's still fragile though for them, but at least they have the double op out.
They get so much map control so early on. 15 seconds in the round, and Malbs is inside of ladder room.
Yeah.
But it also is kind of the double-edged sword of the Team 1 playstyle. It's the individualistic plays. You see, Malbs is kind of in ladder room alone. He doesn't have any support. They're relying on his individual ability to battle his way out of situations. I mean, if there's any player I'd give that to, I might give it to Malbs, but it kind of cost them in that previous round where I believe IDK was fighting top mid on his own. This time moving together as a unit. It is an op holding this angle. It is Dexter on the line. And let's see if he picks up. No, he doesn't. He misses the mark, and TRK with a massive shot. Justair does find the lurk of Malbs, and now he might be able to hold on, but he's out in the middle of the open. He can't reposition. Players still out towards bench, but not anymore as Maluk over the top of the smoke. Fraza trying to battle back, but he falls to TRK, and it's just Husky. It's time to pack your bags up and save, folks. It's 7 for Team 1.
Nicely done for Team 1. Getting into that B site, the opening frag was, of course, very critical, and once Dexter misses the shot with the op, it's free and clear for Team 1 to walk right in and do exactly what you guys just saw. So, 7-4 in favor of Team 1. They make up for the mistake in the previous round very quickly. Don't give Blackhand any momentum.
Yeah, I mean, even after losing a sitter clutch like that, right? Or, I guess, winning it for the Black and just straight stick with TRK kind of misplaying his positioning in towards Palace. Owning up for that mistake with, you know, a more classic Team 1 round. They'll be happy with that one and how they leverage that control. They drew a lot of... Also, I think a big part of that is Mobs drew out a lot of utility from the catwalk side. He drew out a nade, a smoke, and 2 mollies his direction because they knew he was inside a ladder room. The pressure that they utilize when they get that space is really nice, and Blackhand got outplayed there a little bit by the Team 1 tactics. Now, well, with only the op in play for Husky, I'm not sure they know it's an op for Husky, so, you know, they might underestimate this play a little bit. The flash is out middle, and it finds a couple kills, but the crackback is here. And the rifles will clean house.
Yeah, that's Blackhand's been trying that quite a bit here, flashing out of the smokes and keeps catching Team 1 off guard. This time it doesn't really matter. The 5-7 comes out and it rings true, but at least Team 1 are able to recover 3 frags from TRK, who's been solid for the entirety of the BO3, honestly. And Husky, on the other side, continues to hang on to the op, which, I mean, he obviously wants to save it again at this point, but he's just having a peek towards mid to see if he can maybe catch off another one, make this a 1v2 and perhaps more viable. But at this stage, yeah, now he's definitely just on for the save.
I mean, he's trying to maybe hunt for an exit or two, I suppose. But, yeah, I don't think winning this round is out of the question. Find the kill. Is it? Wait a minute, he's gonna give this one a go? He has no kit. I refuse to believe this is possible, John. I mean, I'm willing to be proven incorrect here. He might! Wait, a smoke onto the defuse. There's no time.
There's no time for the defuse because he doesn't have the kit.
He's dead to the bomb. Or he's just dead to IDK. I don't know which one.
I don't understand the point of that. Like, yes, everyone dies on Team 1.
I guess he's getting a bye anyways.
Like, you got full loss, though. I mean, like, it's not full loss, full money. For 2 players on Team 1, IDK and TRK, they don't care. They could lose every single player for the next 2 rounds, and they're fine. Perhaps he felt like he could get it. Maybe he realized last second, whoops, I forgot to buy a kit, so this is not possible for me anymore. Who knows? But at least they are, like you said, still able to buy up the ops. So perhaps they figured, okay, well, we got the op still. It would have been a double op.
Oh, they're an underpass, though. A double kill comes in from Zulu, and Dexter fighting out as well. This is a different approach to mid control, and it's just worked out for the Blackhand. And they will be able to get away. There's no response here from Team 1. The Brits have finally found themselves a true, tangible advantage.
Yeah. I mean, this mid control has been very tough for Team 1 to come by, oftentimes just because they're not prepared for these quick peaks and pushes from Blackhand. In that case, it was a boost that worked out really well, but Fraza is going to get one onto Pesa. Yeah. TRK, the last one standing. And he will get a nice headshot onto Dexter. That's something. A minute left for him to work with no bomb on his back, so he'll have to go and recover that. But there's a chance to isolate 1v1s. Oh, it looks the wrong way. Husky will take him down, and that makes it a 5th round picked up by Blackhand. But Team 1 have already taken this half on their T side, looking strong again, as they did on Nuke. We'll see if they can crack double digits, but well, they're going to have to do it against a Blackhand side that refuses to say die. They continue to get rounds, but the thing for Blackhand is those last 3 round victories have all been isolated to only 1 round, then a loss right afterwards. So they need to find something, some sort of rhythm, because Team 1 has been denying them that all the way back to map 1.
Yeah, no consecutive rounds here for the Blackhand. It might continue. They're just gunning it up cat. They found this gap in the defense so consistently for Team 1, and that is the lack of a cat player. And now This entire setup has just been unhinged. It's Husky inside of the smoke, and
unbelievable.
This round is just a complete wash. It's like Team 1 just said, it's like they just opened up the playbook. It's like, okay, you guys are going to be here, here, and here, and we'll take you all down. This round's over.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, look, they were already hard saving after they lost those 3 players. Just what a take from Team 1. Utility on point. All the frags come through almost simultaneously, and now IDK going to try and chase. I mean, why not if you're Team 1? Chase as much as you can. Try to take those guns out of Blackhand's hands.
I mean, there is a world where there was a player on the A side. They've left the bomb completely unattended, excuse me. But it doesn't matter. They want the guns.
No, they know where they are.
A couple nice shots there from Zulu.
It's worth it.
It's completely worth it. They take all the guns away, and to close out this half, Blackhand are nearly dead broke.
They're going for a glass cannon. Okay, Freza. Let's see how that one pans out. 2 A1Ss and 2 FAMASs. Utility's not too bad, but it's about, it's less than half the usual util that you'd want to have here on your CT side. And Team 1, they're sitting pretty. They got everything they could want. 4 AKs, the op, full util, and they're going to charge right on forward. They haven't really gone for a quick play yet, so this could be a good call. It looks like that's what they're setting up here. Flashes are going in. IDK charging on 40. He's already passed the Molotov that was thrown on up, and he will drop right down. Justair is completely blinded, but still gets a frag as he recovers. TRK, the instant trade. They're on this B site, but there's so much presence from Blackhand that it's difficult for them to get a foothold, and Blackhand, to their credit, are hanging on well here. Maluk is in a really bad spot, but Malbs and Maluk both make it work. Malbs to the smoke gets one, Maluk another one, but it is all up to Malbs, and Freza comes through with the AWP for the last 2 frags. There we go. Blackhand again denied Team 1 those double digits in the first half of action.
All right, finally, that's a very big statement round. Just shutting them down at the door.
Yeah.
Finally, Blackhand post up a confident round in one that they haven't even had anything close to having. Lots of clutches have had to be won here for Blackhand. That's a definite statement. But immediately, if the game doesn't stop, there ain't no halftime breaks here. We immediately swap in Team 1 with an identical halftime scoreline, but this time on the map of Mirage, and they get to move over to the CT side. I mean, some would say it's a bit favored on generally most maps, and especially with a team like Team 1 who, if they want to pick and choose the battles that they want, I think the CT side could definitely bode well for them, and we'll see what Blackhand bring to the table to upset that balance. Looking like they bring this one straight to B.
Yeah. I mean, definitely there's always that slight CT edge, but I think of all the maps, Mirage is probably one of the most balanced, right, between both sides. So, I mean, we'll see. It's still a very good scoreline for Team 1, but it could easily swing the other way. Cannot discount Blackhand at all. Smoke going to get tossed on through. That is for Connector. Blackhand are trying to come through. Oh, TRK, wicked headshot, and then a second one, and a third! TRK, are you kidding me? He has come to play here into the second half, and of course throughout this BO3, 24 frags. Maluk gets another one onto Husky. Freza's the last one standing, and he's just getting closed in upon. No chance to survive. Pesa finds it, and now Team 1 immediately get into double digits to open up this second half.
I didn't even notice TRK's on 24 kills.
I didn't either.
I mean, they're quiet frags, right? They're just, it is very just, you know, double kills, not anything, not these massive quad kills or insane clutches, but he's racked them up consistently, and that shows why. Double digits for Team 1, and they just smacked down Blackhand on that pistol. Glocks out, no bomb plants, no fun. One flash to rule them all for Blackhand. I'm not really a Lord of the Rings enjoyer, I'll tell you that, but I at least know that. And Pesa and Maluk. Hey, TRK has also come to take his taxes. He'll collect an eco frag on the way out, and Team 1 will shred through that one, 11-6, and this is the must-win round here for Blackhand.
Yeah. I mean, it's still an opportunity. Even if they lose this one, it's possible for them to come back. Still, TRK's having a little bit of fun there in spawn, eventually settling down into this one. But yeah, I mean, if Blackhand lose here, yes, it'll be 12-6 for Team 1, but the full loss bonus will kick in eventually, and then you have a chance on T-side in particular to start buying up round after round. If you keep getting bomb plants, then you're in okay shape. But eventually, those rounds will have to come through. You're not wrong. Pesa. Going through here into mid, and Justair could challenge underpass. In fact, no one's going to be in his way.
Gotta stay confident here if you're Black Hand.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly about dealing a little bit of damage towards this, at least staying competitive in that one. That's such a nice block, though. He blocked the window smoke and even smoked out the underpass players. It's like a 2-for-1 right there, blocking the window smoke from Maluk.
That's a really smart play. I mean, I don't know if it's intentionally blocking out visibility to underpass. Probably just a little bit of luck on the block smoke, but still, what a smart play there from Maluk. Malbs waiting on the B side here with the MP9 in hand. There's the information, so he's going to fall back, toss a flashbang, I think, on forward, and 4 players get blinded, so that's great. Gives IDK a chance to get a position, and Malbs jumping headshot. Zulu takes down both of them, though. IDK and Malbs are dropped. 4v3 nade doesn't connect for the final blow onto Zulu, who's only at 3 HP, and Pace is waiting patiently on the edge of this smoke to strike on forward. Team 1 are definitely going to go for this retake, and that helps a lot. Pace gets a second as well. 3v2, 3v1. Pace is dropping everyone. Looking for the 4K on the round, and it's actually going to be Maluk to take down Fraza. Doesn't matter if the 4K comes through or not for Team 1. That is a fantastic retake, and I think Pace making up for that flank that went awry on Nuke there with that play.
Oh, man. And the way that they line up, too, because not only did it take the person in front of him, but he absolutely lit up the person on site as inadvertently as a collateral, too. Pesadilla, sure, it takes a little bit of luck, but that's what they needed to get the retake across the line. And that is a gut-wrenching round for Black Hand to falter in. They'll be able to force back in. You've talked about the loss bonus already, and the bomb plant's rolling on through, but the utility is minimal. They're going to need to win this round in a quick fashion because they won't have the utility to really take map control back from the CT side.
Yeah, that's really tough. I mean, look, still have 3 smokes, a couple of Molotovs, a couple of flashes, so it's enough to get an execute going, but you don't have the luxury. I mean, you do have potential luxury of going for a fake, but you have to dedicate most of your util to the fake and then go and dry on the other side. So you're going to have to hope, beyond all hopes, that they bite hard if you choose to fake. But I think that Black Hand are just going to play it straight here and execute towards the A site. Yeah, they're already postured here.
Yep. They only got the utility for 1 execute, and it's towards A. TRK from default, it could be a nasty crossfire, especially with the AWP of Maluk arriving inside the CT spawn at the perfect moment. Now TRK draws the contact, and there goes Pesa. There's the flash. It's so perfect here from Team 1. They've practiced against this execute hundreds of times, it feels, and they'll deal with Team 1 easily. Excuse me, they'll deal with Black Hand easily. Team 1, 13-6.
Yeah, and eventually, if you don't get that bomb plant on the full loss bonus, then you have to go for an eco, and that is the case for Black Hand. They can still go for a half buy, so they will invest decently, and you can even go beyond the 2K mark with the full loss bonus, but they're not going to do that for the most part. It will be a little bit of utility. 3 Deagles, the P250 and the Tech 9. Team 1, you know, same as it has been. They even have an AK in the mix in Pace's hands still. Maluk watching patiently here with the AWP. Making sure that no one gets past him towards mid. In fact, Black Hand are just going to try and push up into A. TRK gets the first frag. They continue to charge in his direction. Good flashbangs thrown again, but Pace is watching. Overlooked there at balcony. Eventually goes down, but it's all up to Dexter, whose vision is very much known and not much to work with on his side. So that's it. 14-6 for Team 1. Yeah, 30 for TRK. And I mean, Team 1, they're in full control right now.
I mean, even then, Pesadelo is also having an incredible half for himself. He started this one off at 10 kills. He's had 9 kills in 5 rounds, if that says anything to the success right now for Team 1.
And one thing I talked about, you know, even though Team 1, I've talked about in the past, I should say, even though Team 1 didn't necessarily have much success over the last 2 seasons, going 3 and 4 in ECL, it still gave Pesadelo and TRK a chance to shine a little bit more and get more confident with their fragging ability. So in the off chance that Malbs isn't really having the best of games, like he is here, only 11 frags, they can shine and they can take his place in terms of fragging duties. Husky gets one into Pesa, and now TRK comes back for 2.
And IDK now. Oh, IDK! You think this round went awry?
What is going on?
I mean, it's just an absolute brawl out towards middle, and Malbs, the last B player, surprise. You thought that round? What? You thought that round was finished?
Yeah.
You thought that round was finished when it's a 2v4, and or 3v5, then TRK shows up with a double kill, and kills go left, right, and center, and then somehow Bulbs is the last guy.
It's one of those chaotic rounds where it's like, it doesn't really matter if it's a 3v5 or 2v4. Like, all the frags came in so quickly that it was just like instant trades back and forth, and eventually Team 1 comes out of it with the advantage. So, all right, 15-6, Blackhand are on their last chance, their last leg here to try and make this work.
Oh,
and
boy.
Pesa just pushes through. He gets 3! Pesa's trying to end this one right here, right now. Zulu and Justair, the last two standing. But what a play from Pesadelo. Zulu gets one, traded out by Maluk with the USP pulled out, and I believe Justair is about to get taken down.
And we're going to see Blackhand probably entering in towards this lower bracket. Well, we didn't expect him to stay invincible here at Frag, but this is, you know, kind of the first look at this team. They're not immortal. I mean, they're from EU, yes, and we NA people might think they are, but no. Team 1 come through, and they dominate this map of Mirage. That CT side was flawless. And quite the spectacle to see. Congratulations to Team 1. They can continue up in the upper bracket, and Blackhand will have to fight it out through the lowers.
And again, a good thing for Team 1 is that they're showing they're not a one-trick pony. They're not just built around mobs. And he's not the only reason why they're finding success here in their resurgence right over the last couple of months. It's really everyone is playing their part exceptionally well. And, I mean, they continue on in the upper bracket. They're going to be a tough team to take down here. I think they could go a very long way.
I think that is, I mean, coming into this tournament, I'm saying Team 1 are in red hot form.
Yes.
Like, you know, that they had a little RMR blunder, you know, to say, and then, but recent form has said everything is perfect for them.
You know, it's funny. I think sometimes you need that, right? You need that loss against a team that you're just not expected to lose to say, hey, whoa, hold on a second. Why did we lose that? We should not have gone down in that. And they can just talk about it and say, okay, here's what we can improve upon. And then you can really propel yourselves forward off of it, which they absolutely have.
Yeah, and we're seeing the results of it right here at Frag 17. They're further down the line in towards that upper bracket, and they're looking to get themselves a quick qualification in towards that main event. For the guys over at Blackhand, though, their tournament life is quite literally on the line, as now, well, they've made their way across the Atlantic, and they might be going back home. They're only one loss away from being eliminated in this LCQ.
I think that they'll still have a pretty decent chance of continuing on that lower bracket. They certainly showed their stuff in a big way. The ability to stay in the matches in the early going in particular on both Nuke and Mirage, very impressive. Just they could never find their rhythm. I felt like Team 1 were doing a really good job of preventing that from happening and the way that they were playing and really kind of getting in their faces, giving them very little breathing room. But I think they showed enough to say, look, they can perform well against the lower tier of competition that they're probably going to face in the lower bracket, but we'll have to wait and see if that's the case.
Yeah, but Blackhand show a little bit of mortality, and Team 1 are looking hot. That's going to do it for this matchup here today. Team 1 moving further down the bracket. And yeah, I think we're going to be wrapping this one up on the stream, except before we head out, we have to give a shout out to our guys over at Mavix, who provide us with the LMAX competitive advantage to keep you guys all cool, well rested, and comfortable. The LMAX adds to Mavix gaming chairs all that good stuff that keeps you at the top of your game, and you can even get it 50% off when purchased with a gaming chair. An excellent deal for anyone who's looking to upgrade their setups out at home or even get their first gaming chair. Mavix Gaming has brought all the good stuff here to all these Fragadelphia events, so shout outs to them. Well, before we head on out as well, quick shout out to CS Money, where you can keep upgrading your inventory. You can buy skins easy peasy, millions of skins, and one of the most trusted platforms to trade CSGO skins. So you can go ahead and hit up cs.money for all that good stuff. I think that's on that note, though. JRT, aka John, I know John Retweet. You go by a couple different names, but well, that's gonna do it here for us on the Nerd Street channel. But any final words before this series? This was a statement series, let's be honest.
No, yeah, I think it's great to see Team 1 in top form. I mean, you know, a lot of hope for these UK teams coming into Fragadelphia, but I think it shows how much work Team 1 have been putting in as of late, and I think they're going to be formidable, as I mentioned.
Yeah, that's going to be Team 1, a formidable opponent. But for now, that's going to do it for us. We'll see you guys in maybe a bit. I'm not sure if it's the end of the day. We'll see how the bracket shakes out. But for now, peace.
FTX US. Real gamers. Real stories that actually happened. For real. I wanted to be there for my teammates. For my IGL. but I just had a lot going on. One currency turned into 3, which then turned into 5. It was getting hard to keep track of it all while competing at the same time.
Alex, just shoot him! Shoot him! Alex, shoot him!
Alex's idea of rotating to objective was walking around his table and checking to see if his Ethereum was up.
I spent $450 in air travel and Airbnb to be at this tournament.
I hate him.
He would just stop doing whatever he was supposed to in game.
It was to a point where I was making calls. I was just taking Alex's in-game leader role.
I had to either manage my crypto or manage my teammates. I was starting to get a sneaking suspicion that they were going to cut me.
We were going to cut him.
That's why I asked my local esports specialist about FTX US and the FTX app. Talk to your esports specialist if you've had a history of letting your team down, being blamed for throwing the game, or getting distracted by managing too many currencies. The FTX app may be right for you. Some gamers have reported changes in behavior, such as less anxiety, top fragging, no longer yelling at each other on comms, being a better teammate, and clutching. Do not use the FTX app if you like letting your teammates down, enjoy being overwhelmed and disorganized, or losing. FTX US is one of the largest, most reputable cryptocurrency exchanges in the world. The FTX app is trusted by over 6 million people and is designed to offer you a safe, convenient way to buy, sell, and track your favorite cryptocurrencies within minutes. FTX is 85% cheaper than other exchanges. Use the FTX app to buy crypto and NFTs with 0 fees in minutes. Use a crypto debit card, track your entire crypto portfolio, and get important news updates. Currencies include Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and more. Ask your local esports specialist if the FTX app is right for you.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Spacey shit.
Hey gamers, welcome back to the B stream, the Frag B stream. You got a different voice behind the mic, 2 different voices behind the mic. This is Upmind, joined here by the one and only Griffin. Griffin, what's up, bro?
Yes, sir. We are here, Frag 17, baby. B stream vibes. We are jumping into our 4th best of 3 on the day. I am typically behind the scenes, as people may know, but coming in to relieve the dulcet tones of our lovely talent here throughout the day. So
dang right. I mean, you've been around. You've heard enough.
You
might have absorbed a thing or two.
I've done a few cast reads in my day. I think I know how this goes.
Okay, Griffin.
But we are jumping into EG Black versus Snake Den. We are into map 1 on Vertigo. I'd missed the veto, but we will pick that up once we're.
Yeah, I'll try to HLTV that one up. So our first map is Vertigo. Our second map being Inferno. Decider being Overpass. Pretty standard. We saw EG, I think, actually playing Inferno earlier. So not too bad. EG, been having a stellar day so far. Earlier on the A stream, sweeping past their opponents. But now, of course, not so great of a start. 0-3 start going to Snake Den. We did join this game a bit late. We skipped out the pistol. Let's get back into it. It's actually, Griffin, it's been a decent time since I've been on the mic for good old Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
it feels good seeing these pixels again.
It is great to have you back.
Thanks, buddy.
You know, we've got our inaugural Mustache Masters project coming up.
Yes,
we'll definitely
sir.
bring you back in. Get another yearly cast of Counter-Strike.
Dang
you,
right.
You know,
dang right.
Have your return from the old Valorante child game.
No, just it's just the brain power, really. That you could consider that. But going in now, we have an elaborate game of tug of war happening back over towards the mid side. This is Snake Den, putting up a smoke, getting a free access back over towards A, but you're still gonna have a shot facing around the perimeter of the smoke. Of course, Walco, the only person here on site, only good for 1. You still have a 2v4 rush. Good patience. Injury, overstretching a couple boundaries. Going down for really no cost, no trade potential. This is tough, though. Still a flash. Double smokes, though. A lot of potential for EG to get deep into sight just by scaling. Oh, wow. Big peek coming out from Wiz. Finds a gap. Still the hard 2v2. This isn't a crossfire, though. Chu alongside Pat. It's going to be Chu with the first contact. Needs to get the first. Indeed he does. And it's just way too tough for Wiz. Good stuff from Chu. And Snake Den actually going up 4-0 on EG.
Yeah, man. Tight post plan on the Jenny there. Able to swing and find 2. And that mid lurk, honestly, the full exec, they actually threw out that smoke banking off of sand and let a little one-way through. So as the defender's rotating off of elevator, coming towards that B site, trying to find a cheeky one time, and they get picked up off the rear side of that one-way. So fantastic work to Snake Den. Again, 4-0 here. EG Black on the back foot with a couple deagles in the spy, and they are running down mid. What do we got?
What do we got? One player holding it down, and it's dropped just wide swing. There you go. That's all you want to see with the pistols. Get mobile, get wide.
It's an infamous strat. Buy deagles, push mid. Works
Hold W,
every
have
time.
fun.
Yeah.
Only the real gamers pull stuff off like that, but now, of course, the rest of the rounds, only men can surpass. Pistols, of course, still in the hands of EG. Not a lot of space to go, not a lot of utility. to make this retake possible. You already have Lester actually for the first contact. Big flash coming out, and Lester isn't able to get anything. Huge wide swing coming out from EG, and they actually have the man advantage, covering up the smoke. They don't have a defuse kit though, so they just have to hold on. Pat, an injury though, still holding on in a 2v2. Good spray from Injury. They have no idea where Pat is, and Injury is still spraying away. Stanislav, now in a 1v2, standing tall on top of the boxes, but can't find any pixels. Finally finds Injury, but Pat was laying in the smoke for a long time. 5-0 going back towards the side of Snake Den, but that one was, of course, pistols, so you do start to see some economic damage.
And the pause comes through.
Good. Well timed.
Yep, we have witnessed quite a fortuitous T side here coming in off map 1. Snake Den definitely have their execs down pat, and we'll see what they do. Full stack of utility. EG Black, obviously, a couple decisions to make here on the buy. We will see Wiz going full in on the AWP. And, I mean, general thoughts on the map. Tempo CT side, I feel like your Opper needs to make work.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's unique in Counter-Strike.
No,
right?
No, but on Vertigo especially, a lot of long angles. The first contacts are extremely important because, again, Vertigo, once you lose one angle, you lose out on a lot of space. There's not a lot of space for the Opper to readjust. You got to hit that first contact, or else, of course, you have to be running for the hills. Snake Den. Going back in now, I was mentioning the economy. Their economy was running real high before the round, or before this round. Pat, of course, still has 9k, so we're chilling. But Snake Den, of course, still has to stay on their toes in a big round here against EG. They are going to spread a little bit wider throughout the map, but this is big. EG making a push down into ramp. That's Rush rushing in and can't get anything. Chew. Ay, ay, ay.
Getting away by the skin of his teeth there, left on 15 HP. Good damage from Rush and a good pop flush from that corner. But with the smokes down, hard to find that 1v1 in the midst of it all. And here we have a little bit of a tempo reset. Probably looking at Wiz here to actually find a re-entry or some info into the round, as these CTs right now are playing pretty passive.
Yeah, this noise cutting from Snake Den is doing pretty much exactly the job they wanted. Keep EG on their toes, keep them mobile, keep them spread. But again, zero information here for Snake Den. It's just going to be a much longer process than to make it into these angles. Again, it's just angle by angle, corner by corner. They have to swing essentially dry. Still a bit of utility, though, and a lot of players stacked up. Back over towards ramp. They did try to find an opportunity, but nobody's peeking. 30 seconds left. Man in construction pretty much has to do everything.
Yeah, Wiz with a tight angle onto construction. He does have a smoke to drop behind him if he's managed to find this first entry. Stan with a molly to follow up and maybe one flash, but this is going to be a tough take. There it is. The first one is found. He goes for a second. Nice snap maneuver. 3 for Wiz. Can he find the 4th?
Do it. No, I can't get the leg. But now it's 2. The man advantage has been completely reversed by Wiz and Wiz alone.
Huge.
One more player remaining, and he just bursts out of the smoke dead. EG, what a way to get back into the game. That's all on Wiz.
Yeah, steadfast, man. Split it up 2-2. They know the T's are going to reset there. Just hope for an over-aggression off of the antsy CT side, trying to gain that info, and it pans out in their favor. Nice static hold. The good opping from Wiz to pick those 3 up. Definitely securing the round.
Snake Den, you guys are facing Evil Geniuses. Yes, it's a 5-0 scoreline, but that could easily evaporate. It's their last gun round for a decent bit if they end up going out. And wow. What a stack going back over towards mid. Case and down at 11.
I'm learning a lot. I'll tell you that much. The IM play of our Vertigo does not match the caliber.
Again, Case and poor guy.
No.
Jeez, guy goes down in mid and goes down back over in ramp, and now Chu making his way up construction. Only gets one back for Snake Den.
He may have the audio cue off of that sandbag player. I think he did get dinked through the wall, but maybe they're not aware. The nades are coming out. X-ray is not.
Nah, they're not aiming on him.
And
they have nades. They would have thrown it at him if they had known. Rush capitalizes it, and he takes down Lester. You still have 3 players trying to somehow navigate their way through the smoke. That's a decent idea. Chop on the front side, of course, hearing that plan. Needed to go for the frag. Somehow Pat takes it back, but what a shot from Chop. And of course, Wiz is there for the cleanup. Evil Geniuses stacking up again.
Yeah, that was an interesting take. I mean, it was kind of surprising that they didn't hard clear the sandbags out after that one spray shot, but that's the strength of the A1S, right? That silenced fire rate is not one to easily track, and if you can get it off in the madness, in the chaos, chances are your T's are not going to be aware. So well played.
Yeah.
Holding there, and see here a hard eco for Snake Den as they edge into the 8th round.
Hardest of ecos. Full Glocks on the board, but again, Snake Den, the only thing that you really can do in a round like this, stack up, combine your efforts.
Ooh, 0 damage.
Close to being chunky, but just didn't get deep enough. But this is good here for Snake Den. This is realistically all you really want out of your eco. You're trying to isolate 1v1s. And at this point, them cutting noise, they're trying to tract at least a contact back over towards that mid side, but Evil Genius is clearly not showing that. Finally, the exec in mid.
Yeah, and they're totally aware of the econ here. 2 stacked in mid, definitely geared towards the eco position. The sandbags play getting a little sticky with the boost and the swings from lower, and here we have Wiz pinned with the AWP. Well, they're going to play against some block wide swings. It's looking rough. He gets 2, and Pat takes him down. The AWP in hand, able to turn around, whipping, finding that kill onto Elevator. And Pat in the 1v2 with an AWP. This is actually doable.
Yeah, Pat's a sharpshooter. Nice shot. Still quite a bit of work to do. He has no idea about this coverage. And Stanislaw pops up
Goes
at
for
the
the
perfect
fake as well
time
for the info, but yeah, Stan's timing impeccable. Glad you picked up on that.
So there you go, EG. Basing on the Glocks. They go down to 2. So not good for their own economy. Now you're seeing, finally, both teams an extremely similar place in terms of economy. AKA the future is relatively the same for either one of these teams, depending on the loss. This one's important. Here comes EG. Double push back over towards stairs. There's only one here. Snake Den playing more of a default. Wow. Frag's going back and forth, but that first one was so huge, but they needed that trade. They've regrouped back over towards ramp. Again, this is pretty early on in the round. This is right after they had the contacts back over in mid and in stairs. So Snake Den making decent timing on this pop.
And here we'll see it again. Wiz, pointer precision, locking down construction. Maybe the read on a light eco. Ready to fall off this as soon as he takes his first shot. We do.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, the creep up into sight.
They were waiting so long for that opportunity in construction, and there you go. Kaysen shocks both players coming out of construction, and that's just the round. You mentioned the situation with these teams just a bit earlier. Chop and Walco need to hold up onto these rifles. So there you go, Snake Den. On the T side of Vertigo, still extending their lead. Decent adjustments so far from Snake Den in terms of how far they're actually spreading themselves out throughout the map, baiting EG into contacts. So the earlier interactions need to just be a bit cleaner.
Yeah. And, I mean, what a story for these two teams as well. Snake Den coming in, I believe, off of an advanced run on the SEA. A couple players heard here and there off a couple LAN. I'm definitely familiar with Pat, Chu, seen Kaysen around. And then, you know, obviously the EG Black roster.
Yep.
Storied players all coming up throughout amateur tournaments, just like Fragadelphia. A lot of them have played in many of them in years past. Yep. And now under the EG banner, it's fantastic to see the representation here at Frag 17.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, honestly, because I was talking to Stanislaw earlier in the interview, and Stan, he has never played a Frag, first and foremost. So seeing these young players on this roster for EG Black, ones who have LAN experience, one who have been to Frag, it's pretty interesting. Stan walking into this roster, you would think that these are rookies, but no, these guys are battle-hardened.
Yeah, in some contexts, more experienced than Stan.
Yeah,
right?
no,
Coming
actually.
Since Pro-Am lands.
Yeah. At least as of recent.
Right.
Getting back into it, of course, a lot more pressure from the CT side. Going in towards ramp early on, but they've backed out towards site. giving a lot of space for the terrorist to go through that ramp side. But again, a lot of space leads to comfortability. Stanislaw, he tried to punish that. That was a decent idea. Leaving a lot of time for these players just to roam. But Chu, he does the exact same.
Reverse ray transfer.
Baiting in EG, but what is this now? Chu just runs right into Walco. There was no way they were going to expect Walco anyways. It's still 2-on-2. Rotation has come in strong. Chop takes down Kaysen. Now it's a 1v2.
Oof. Injury found his timing into sight as well, but chooses to take the duel towards CT, and players just ready for him. That could have gone any way.
Wow. Again, that 2v2, 3v2. Had to get shut down by the very, very, very early rotations from both Walco and Chop. If Walco wasn't there in construction, you don't get that 2v2. Chop comes in at the perfect time in the back of sight, takes away the last two. EG now, standing real tall. You see the economy, you see the guns, lack thereof. For Snake Den, most of the players, again, would have liked to think that they were doing a stack this round, but not so much.
I mean, we'll see what these Deagles can find. 4 Deags, 1 P250, little default on T-side Vertigo. Could find you some success.
Classic. Just trying to get picks. But again, it's what they've realistically been doing throughout this entire half, playing at least slower setups. Not exactly going to say defaults, but really leading EG into enemy lines. But it's been really 50-50 on that success rate. EG, they've been getting more and more patient as the rounds go.
Haircuts.
And there you go, Walco. Whack-a-mole real quick onto injury.
Walco's giving him out for free all day. I'm down to the barbershop.
Wiz for some free haircuts back over towards that mid side, but instead smacks him down with some body shots. Everyone else on the T side going back over towards ramp. And it's just the rifles just trying to keep things clean. Still yet another reminder of the economy. EG, not clean. Just about $1,000 in the bank. These Deagles could still do a lot of work going into the end of this half, but still.
It's very important for EG Black to hold on to their guns here and rush. Finding himself a nice 2K there from Sandbag's going to enable that. Only one gun down on Sandy. He had a FAMAS at the end of the day, so should be able to buy back in on a similar level. I do want to praise him for that, too. I feel like in my history of watching Stan, he's got a very powerful FAMAS.
Yeah. Very specifically
underrated
FAMAS.
Weapon.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe not underrated.
I mean, it's
I think
it's rated.
The Galil is
rated.
underrated, I think.
Yeah, for the amount of bullets, I guess.
35 in the mag, the pen, the damage.
Yeah, you're right. Underrated.
Just the spray's a little.
Woohoo! What a
action
shocking
across
start.
The entirety of the map, right? Walco finding the pick onto Pat into mid, and Wiz, excuse me, going for that early aggro down ramp, finding success. And maybe knowing player tendencies too. I mean, that free fire there was pretty pixel perfect. So
well done. It's been more or less the same approach for Snake Den. Quite a few of these rounds. Again, different timings, of course. More or less the same approach in terms of that patience. We have yet another situation. Snake Den isolated in a 1v1. Goes down. Injury and Basin trying to make their way into B, but of course they're getting denied. Chop in the front door. Shuts it down. 6-6. We're tied up now. EG had to come back from a 5-1 start. No, just a 5-0 start. Snake Den, I was just saying earlier. Again, a team like this, you can't be really throwing away opportunities like they just had. And my, oh my, they've only really afforded themselves an equalizer going into the next half, if anything.
So again, we'll see a bit of a mixed buy here, a little bit of a kitchen sink grab from Snake Den, a little bit of util, one pop flash, and it seems that they're already making contact.
Yep.
Chop into mid, though. I think the one man was a decoy, but 4 through mid. Chop is able.
Oh, nice shots from injury.
Not good for 4, but 3.
Yeah. For 3. Decent work early on from Snake Den. I mean, not a terrible idea. You put the one back over towards ramp. You have literally just the one flash for you to pop out of mid. It could work. Now you have to rely on injury. Going in now, has an off angle to deal with. Rush. Waiting in spawn. Who's going to get spotted first? Injury gets spotted. 7-6. Lead now for Evil Geniuses. Something that we're expecting going into this game, but now familiar territory. It's Snake Den.
We were witnessing for the first time in this match.
Yeah. Snake Den up against the ropes. Next round, of course, they lose this one. Completely dry. This half might just be slipping out of their fingers.
It feels like the momentum is sort of picking up here for EG Black. They're gaining their senses, perhaps a little bit of early aggression from Snake Den catching EG Black on the back foot. But now that they have regained composure, they're looking very, very immaculate. And that nade is going to be good for it. If not, Rush is spammed through the smoke.
Jeez, Rush. I love the follow-up. Throws out the nade, immediately starts spraying. Legend. 3v4 still. And at this point, they're just relying on Lesser. Get this one pick, allow your teammates to run away. Maybe bait in a rotation. Lesser. Baiting for a pixel, making a whole lot of noise. Doesn't spot the man in construction. Neither vice versa. And there's the contact. That's the contact that Lesser was dreading. Walco catches his two teammates. Bomb currently still in the control of Kaysen behind him, but it's only Kaysen. 20 HP as he goes down to Chop. Still 1v3 to go. Let's see what sort of moves he can make back over towards mid. He had a smoke. Still has a nade to use. But again, realistically speaking, there's a lot of risks being taken here by Kaysen. Still has an AK to save up for that next round. But it's going to be Rush. In his face. Shuts it down. 8-6, EG. Lining up for a pretty decent half here. Decent end to the half. 8 rounds out of the last 9 going their way.
Yep. And of course, Snake Den on maximum loss here. Going into the tail end of this half with full AK buys. Moderate to good utility.
Yeah.
Get enough for an exec with these
Way
smokes.
better than what I thought their cash was initially going to get. Here we go, early peek. Chu, he's just running on forward. You still have the man in sandbags that he hasn't spotted. And Rush is going to take him down instead. And Rush can maybe run away. He's trying to smoke himself off. Nobody in construction needs to help out because nobody is peeking. So there you go. Snake Den losing out on a huge opportunity for a trade frag. Down to a man. Down a man.
Good nade coming in. Utility from EG Black. Still staggering this ever-slowing hit. We got some utility trade-offs here for Pat. Looks like he'll be smoking down left and right mid-sight. And supposedly some pop flashes for the entry, but Rush is in a prime position. I've seen a lot of EG Black sort of posting up on these double boxes mid-sight, sitting on top of these smokes.
Such a sick off angle. Rush is going to easily get his first. The eagle on his perch strikes down and takes down one. We still have 3. Pat, injury, Lesser. Holding it down, though. This is the most decent chance we've gotten for Snake Den in a long time. It's a 3v4 post plant. Not a lot of util to use, but they finally have guns. They finally have space. It's their final chance to get around here on the T side, but it's a decent chance. Here comes Chop. Takes down Pat, but you have injury sliding into sandbags, trying to get a better angle. He still has his teammate over in construction, and it's only going to be Lesser now who goes down. EG, what a way to sweep up the last round. All 3 players go down in an instant. 9-6. 9 out of the last 10 rounds going towards the side of EG after a poor start. That's what you like to see from the boys.
Yeah, man. Well struck on the whole. Like I had mentioned, Rush perching up on that A site. You've got Kaysen flying up back, completely turned, waiting for the pop flash. Rush is just all the more ready. And even with their singular retake molly being extinguished by the wall of smokes being thrown by Snake Den, didn't matter. They didn't need the time. A couple good pop flashes through the smokes that were still up there and able to retake the rest of the site. Nice little pinch from the flank, but here we are, fast into the pistol round. I'm still in the last half. EG Black just running it down mid. Glocks finding 2. Stand through the wall onto Lesser's dome.
Jeez, Chu. Gets doinked immediately. Poor guy.
That early gush deep into mid elevator is exactly what you need, right? The USPs coming from elevator, coming from CT, it makes the mid push without utility all that more intimidating. And now that it's down, now that the gush has come there, CTs are extremely hesitant to peek.
Yeah, they're forced to put up this crossfire here. Injury has to help out Chu. No, injury.
Stan
outstretching to check
Chill.
his angle, and Stan doesn't care. Walko on the other side, of course, getting the last, but Stan with a huge round. 4 kills in the round. And EG starting off on the right foot. Potentially close out the rest of this half.
Sheesh.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. I always knew Stan, you know, he's calling the pistols. He's got the massive brain pistol strats, but the dude is just clicking heads right now. He's definitely feeling the land buff. Meanwhile, Walko, big chillin'. 60 ADR. But you know the R-dubs is through the roof.
Of course.
The contribution is
impactful,
immaculate.
baby.
Yep. And we do see a mixed buy from the CTs here, hoping to get a couple guns off of the Ts, stifle a bit of their economy as they are in a very good position to keep it rolling.
Yeah, this is actually a decent buy here in all things considered for the CTs.
Yeah, solid positioning as well. Equals up on mid boost. We got the scout to play with.
Pat.
I think Rush saw him.
He walks on by. Rush takes him down easily with a MAC-10. But that's the whole goal for Rush there. Rush scaling down the space with the MAC-10. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Just getting as close as possible. Making the most out of that MAC-10. Very smart. Early move, but you still have, of course, a lot of work to be done by the 2 players still here on site. Surprisingly, only 2. The Lesser, of course, still has the scout, and he's boosted up, but a good smoke. That's going to cover up all of his chances, and Shu had no chance in a 1v1 against Stanislaw. Again, just look at that smoke. So much coverage, and he has no chance of getting the wall bangs.
They got 2-man on the boost. Mid-sight. Telling you, man. It's the wave. Just drop some smokes and just jump up.
The vultures, man, from above. Looking for their chances.
Injury about to play some whack-a-mole.
Oh, okay. Encasing.
Unlucky.
Just goes X Games mode for a second.
Oh, I love Counter-Strike.
Parkour.
What seems so simple in real life. Oh, I'll just grab onto the slider. You're just walking into a hard-clipped wall. Oh, Source Engine, we love you.
Gaming. Snake Den. This is an all too familiar sight, at least for what has been the last 12 rounds, essentially. Back down to an eco. Back down to yet another reset. Of course, they forced up quite a bit in the last round, so can't take that away from them, but still, EG.
Full A committal.
Yeah, this is fun. A lot of CTs lining up around A. But nobody's going to be on the other side to receive that. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and the one lurk that was playing info.
He's gone.
He's got the info. They're taking it to B ever so precariously. And they will soon realize that the jig is up. Time to rotate. Our time is now to find these double doinks with these USPs, but they are just actually sitting on A. There is no rotate.
That's right. Snake Den, your time is up. My time is now. You cannot see me. My time is now.
Yo, I'm Snake Den. Is EG Black? You guys sneaky link under mid? I'm sorry, man.
Truly sneaky.
I'm being exposed to all the Zoomer lingo. It's LAN weekend.
Yeah, you're just letting it out all at once. I get it.
It's like I'm a
You got the kids watching, man.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you're appealing to the right demographic. Of course, the USP is just a formality. Rotating all the way over towards site. Stanislaw getting a whole lot of cash for those kills.
It's actually a really nice pad for Stan, too.
Jesus, 6.5K. Stacking it up for EG. Most of the players, of course, thinking about the upgrades, and indeed they're going to go for it. But this is it now, Snake Den. Lose out in this round, and it's a real long road for them on a comeback if they attempt it.
Yeah, man. And then, you know, if this gun round does go EG's way, morale looking a little low. Heading into map 2, Inferno being EG Black's pick. Depending on side select there, side start. I don't know. How that fares.
Chew. Already down to 50 HP. The early util from Evil Geniuses has been so good. I don't think I've seen a single nade from them.
For sure.
Not hit their mark.
And the coordination too. It's not just the lineups, but if they have the lineup, they'll throw 2 at once.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's
It's
just
well planned.
You don't expect that from
I would say diligent, but it really is just well planned.
Yeah, well regimented. You know, practice. You can tell this is a team.
Yep.
Put some respect on the name.
For sure. Even though they've only played like one official, I think, outside of this tournament. But here we go. Lester with the op. Aiming down mid. That is so unfortunate. Oh, Lester goes down and out for the count, but still injury and Kaysen taking back the round, and they still have the bomb in sight. Right in front of him, injury. With a huge opportunity to push Snake Den forward. Finally, it has to be this coordinated push. Coming back for EG. They decide to split, and it does work out to at least give the team the bomb once again. They're coming back towards site. Do they have any idea about Shu? Surely they're going to be diligent. Surely they're at least going to check. But the bomb just goes down immediately. No fake, no nothing. They don't care about ramp. They just do it. 2v3 though. And Wiz is closing down the space. This is great.
Yeah, really liking the postman plays here. Obviously, massive weight on these individual plays here.
Look at this from Injury though. Injury so patient. And he wins his battle against Wiz. So well done, Injury.
Wow.
The patience. Just compensating for anyone that could be on the lurk.
And the op is retrieved.
Snake Den. Finally, a round right when they need it.
Yeah, a tough win, honestly. I was not expecting that round to go their way.
The way it started,
Lester full up on the op, you know, looking for impact. 6 and 16 currently. CT side op, you need to make impact. And that first shot being a wall, probably the worst feeling as the Deddy opper.
Yeah.
Like, you were that close, and then you just got gunned down. But they survive and bring it into the next.
Gets a second opportunity. Lester. Haha. Lester.
Casters.
Thanks. I do it. I do the thing.
Oh, casters.
Lester's no lesser man. Stepping up for the 1v1. Can't.
I love you guys.
Love you too, Griffin. So nice to see you, you know that?
Yeah. Same to you, man. Definitely been too long. Especially now that we're in an approximate similar
We
location.
are actually in the same city. This is unfortunate.
We'll make some magic.
Yeah. Well, we'll make something happen. Over towards mid. Snake Den. Doing a pretty good job holding it down, but haven't come into too many interactions just of yet. They had the one contact, and EG have not recommitted. Back down to A. Oh. Are they still gonna care about that?
I feel like I cursed them a little bit in my head. I was gonna say, oh, they're going for the silent boost, gonna go for that info on A. The second in my head I said silent boost, the noise cue was made. And caster cursing without even casting. That's the real producer curse. You think I thought.
Oh, true.
You think I thought,
true.
and it becomes manifested.
Pat stepping up for the first contact. Got to be able to take down Walco. You still have 3 from EG stepping up, make that 2. Lester with an easy angle. Stanislaus still trying to fight back, but this has just become tragic here for EG. One by one, they go down, going into the middle of sight. Not a single person for Snake Den actually in the middle of sight during that interaction. It was all just crossfires. It was all just deep contact. Very safely well done from Snake Den.
Yeah, Pat going down first off the top of the round, but gleans all of the information necessary for his team to come in off the rotate and hold it down. Good util to defend the site, and some nice shots. Secure the 8th for Snake Den. We're back into it. Full buys on both ends.
Oh, huge ramp play. There goes a big push. They get the position they want.
Noise cue.
feels like this smoke's gonna rotate in just a second. Maybe he catches both.
It's gonna dissipate very,
The
very
info's
soon.
there,
They're
but
just
he doesn't
walking
wanna
through.
roll,
Pat's not looking. Pat's not looking. Oh, Pat! How do you not see this? Are you kidding me?
It's a 4x3
what?
moment. It's a 4x3 moment.
Buddy, it just
And they're
lets him
already well
pass.
past.
What?
Wiz is like, guys, what the hell?
This is unreal. Pat is just getting wallbanged. No,
no
how does he
shot.
get the kill? What? 17 HP left on Pat, and does he survive this? Does he make it back to safe territory? The terrorists have just played a game of Ring Around the Rosie with Pat. 1v1. Kason's about to run into a very nasty surprise.
Oh, no.
Walco around the corner takes him down. Jeez, I thought the cheekiness was reserved for Snake Den this round, but not so much. Walco, the big contact. 2 players remaining here for Snake Den, and it's a tall, tall task. What was that, dude?
2022. Might as well call him Matt. It's like he's got a mat on the sides of his monitors. Just kind of horse blockers, blinders. I don't know. That
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You can't make
He
it
does
up,
have that coverage on the side of his screen. That's unfortunate.
It's a magical moment, though. You hate to see it, truly. On
No,
all
but it
sides,
happens like
but
it happens once every few games. To be honest, that's a common-ish occurrence.
Yeah.
But not like that. Not like that. Where he lets 2 walk by. Both players
off of the spam too. Like
Yeah.
fully aware of the info, they are directly close in his vicinity, and they just 2 ships in the night, whatever that. I don't know, man. I'm trying.
It's a blind thing. That's what you're trying to say? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
got it.
yeah.
I understood it. Just so you know. 13-8. Snake Den. Still in this game. At least for this round. EG Black on the verge of that reset again, but again. Have EG. We've been going quite spread throughout each round. Defaults almost every single time, not a single full exec. And indeed, we're seeing that again. Attention back over towards ramp. And a whole lot of util back over towards stairs. It's going to be a 3-man push. Kason getting pressured, but he still gets a massive frag.
Yeah, sort of a staggered molly there to have the CT playing on that default stack or potentially behind pillar to have no rotation out and the timing off of it.
Smoke's going to go.
Ooh, Chu.
Oh, the timing! Chu,
And
you're
he's
so
jiggling
good.
Chu for info play.
Oh, and the jiggle peaks. Playing around with the soul of Stan. Uses the FAMAS against him.
Yeah, forcing Stan to take that wide swing, readjusting his aim. Much easier for Chu to just kind of jiggle back into his
Classic
same
game of
pre-aim.
cat and mouse.
Exactly.
And now Chu has a whole lot more pitches to face on. 3 players coming back over towards ramp, and he takes down one of them. Both are still stuck. 40 seconds. So a little bit of time for the redirection. Just a dry round, though, because, again, EG, nowhere to go, no util to use. It's just going to be the easy frags going back for most of the players from Snake Den, but hello, Wiz. Wiz with a double. Injury takes him down. 13-9. Snake Den keeps themselves alive for at least another 2 rounds. More or less. They invested a lot this round, never mind. Thought that maybe the economy of Snake Den would be enough for maybe a fallback buy in the next round, but it won't really matter. EG on the pistols, finally going to be doing that dynamic that I mentioned earlier. Just rushing, going all together. Going to be Walco on the front side, of course, Snake Den. A whole lot of rifles ready, and we're going to go over towards the B side. It's going to be the first. Injury takes down 1 at least, but you still have 4 to go. Again, it is just Glocks. Long-range interactions won't go in their favor, but Injury's still looking to play a little game of whack-a-mole. He's down to 70 HP, but he's still fragging away. Well done, Injury. 2 players remaining. Stanislaw alongside Chop. Now it's only Chop. This is easy stuff. Just what Snake Den needed to at least keep the future of their game alive.
I can hear the echoes of Ryan. I can hear him in the venue. Dust 2 has arrived.
The Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
The party has arrived. We've had a couple decent reps here in the venue already for day one. We have Addis in the venue. Or Addis? What, is it Addis? Addis?
Addis?
Addis?
Addis? I think I've said Addis for most of my career.
Yeah, I'll stick to that. I'll stick to that. So you got Addis in the building. You got ESCA in the building. A lot of orgs from different regions and countries. It's not bad representation. It's one of the more diverse frags I've seen in a while.
Is it the same like Addis that is the retailer?
Yeah, the peripherals.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, little
boys.
Zowie partner, quote unquote. Good old Daniel from over at Addis. If you're listening, Daniel, shout out you.
Damn, Daniel.
Yeah, literally. He was always in the white vans, too.
Nice.
Like a 40-year-old man.
No, don't roast him like that.
No.
Christ.
Come on, I'm sorry.
I mean that sort of roast like 5 years ago would have been New Balances, and geez, I would have been pissed.
Yeah, dude. Nowadays it's like, yeah, he tripped out. In the newbies? In the dad shoes? Hold on.
Hey, yo. All right, not so much action happening here for EG. Putting up a contact back over towards stairs, but we're just about a minute in. Snake Den. Not making too much ground of their own, but again, they've expended a lot of utility already into this round. Their retake potential has been stunted. Of course, all 5 alive for both teams. Lots of opportunities for the first contact, and there goes the first contact. Rush slaps down injury, and now it's only one. Kaysen getting trapped. How many can he get out of this? Only one.
Play.
And Rush continues to go in, taking down Lester around the corner and still swinging. Chu had no chance, and now a 1v1 against Pat. Pat trying to rotate around, trying to find a gap for this 1v4, but really don't think it's going to happen here, Pat. EG. Off the back of a rush from Rush. We'd love to see that, and he gets yet another frag of the round. 4 kills from Rush. And now this is it. Snake Den. No loss bonus, barely any. And their cash is going to be dwindling all the way down to the hundreds. In a round where EG can convert 15. And of course, off that 15, they're going to be facing SMGs, pistols. It's an easy 16. EG can close up the first map with just a win here in this round.
Snake Den in a position where they are missing out on those final steps of utility, just picking up the pieces with a couple smokes and mollies to deter the initial T presence. But as you can see, full kits on everyone but Stan.
Oh, Chu? Watch out. I guess he knows
Is
what
that
he's
an
doing.
ang? Like,
yeah, he's trying to get a headshot ang.
Just right behind the little cone? The little traffic cone there?
I really don't understand why the traffic cone specifically, but I guess it just hides the rest of his body. Also ricochets, so it might block a bullet.
I'm with it.
I get it. I'm
with it.
It's cool. It's epic.
Any play where you're a pixel off from just killing yourself, that's I'm enthused.
Optimal.
It's the blood pumping.
Big push coming out from mid side. DG. 4 players needing to face on Lester. Lester just running away. Good cleared from EG. Okay, wow. The first shot from Lester. Lester had more opportunities there, but Kaysen, he just jumps into the fire. 3 people in mid, and he just jumps on in, but there goes Pat alongside injury, retaking the mid side, and it's a sweep. Stanislaw and Wiz had no idea. Now it's Chop in a 1v1. And Chop does win, but it's 15 HP remaining. And Chu has the flank. Snake Den are going to stay alive here in regulation.
Wow. All off the back of Lester there. I mean, only getting 1, but at the same time, staggering enough of the hit, putting that molly down, making sure that they can't get up on a construction as fast as they initially would have.
They had to depend on that pressure. Snake Den had 3 people off of Lester. Pushing into mid.
Yeah.
Off of his
straight into CT. Chop jumping straight up on that plank there. Again.
I mean, I was confused what Kaysen was doing, but like he was totally like the perfect decoy. Well done.
I feel like it's the evolution of Vertigo, and it's not a surprise. It's the verticality. you gotta jump up to make it work.
Sure.
Wow, so here we are. Full mid push. Tech9's out for EG Black.
Oh, Kaysen. Oh, wow, Kaysen. Alongside injury, they can have a lot of fun here, and indeed they are. The SMG alongside the A1S getting all that damage, and on the other side, actually, Molly kill going onto Wiz, apparently.
1G for Wiz.
He might have been stuck in a corner. And now a big pause. Both of these teams really need this pause. It's well timed no matter what. EG, Snake Den. Who would have thought that this game would be going the distance? We're about to hit 27 rounds already in this game. Snake Den, though. Not a team that we've seen with a lot of experience against the upper echelon of North America. But this is, I like to say, their best opportunity to get a statement win in NA. Because, I mean, you just look at the situation as of recent for this EG Black roster. I mean, they just introduced 2 new members. They've only recently been playing again. As soon as last week, they played their first official. Snake Den. Being together for a decent minute. This is a big opportunity for their team. Let's see how they capitalize. EG, again, off the pause and off of a big buy, just throwing all of their eggs into one basket. Look at these players coming up ramp, already scaling up the smoke. They get denied.
Not afraid to show presence. Of course, the strength of that position Chop is in the mid lurk, obviously drawing and garnering as much attention towards that A ramp as possible. It is going to move to a pinch, and Chop with his delayed hit into mid, ideally picking up 1 to 2 frags off of the rotate. But here we have Lesser posted up behind sandbags, finding an insane flick headshot to pick up 2 in the round. And now we just have Chop on that mid lurk, never actually executing, never actually pushing forward. Back down ladder, straight up ramp in a 1v3 situation. Lesser on 7 HP. But good utility and strong firearms on the side of Injury and Kaysen. Chop's going to have to make some magic. There is some info, though, however. Lesser, maybe a little more patience could have been beneficial for him there. Definitely not catching the read. Injury right behind that Opper, and fantastic trade, saving the Op into the next round.
As simple as that, they would have no idea about that second person. But they had to swing out pretty early on.
Yeah, it's tough to get that patience, that level of patience, right? And just assume that you're not going to get peeked from another angle. Like, tuck yourself under the sandbag, see who else might peer around. They don't know he's 7 HP, right? So.
Of course, you have all the confidence in the world at a level like this, but...
Oh, yeah.
Here we go again now. Snake Den. Might have just done what was possible to at least get a tie scoreline here, but look at that flash. Pretty much getting everyone. EG. Stunted.
They know the God Pop.
Back over towards ramp. All these players from EG stopped and halted. You have some decent coverage from the CT side here, but the Tech-9s might be able to overwhelm if they can get past Lester here. Reposition is not going to be too great with the smoke up.
And Stan is left with the utility and bomb, as well as 11 HP.
Oh, huge smoke coverage. Double smoke into the back of sight. Ooh. But Lester trying to find a pixel on top of the smoke, and indeed he gets it. That's the huge kill, leaving the bomb on the ground, but you still need to pay attention to the rest of the T's here, trying to make their way up mid. And Injury ready for the second. Well done, Injury. Good eye, walk up on a 1v5, and there's the tie scoreline. Snake Den taking EG the distance, 14-14. You still have some regulation to go. Snake Den, EG.
There it is.
I mean, we were mentioning earlier how fragile all of these economic situations have been for Snake Den. But EG, now it's their turn to be facing the edge of the cliff. One more round loss and it's over.
T side, 2 smokes to deal.
5.
3
I know.
flashes in its entirety.
5. What are your thoughts?
Fi has stepped in the room.
How has this game gotten to be 14-14? I checked on them live and they were looking great. 13-8. It's looking pretty.
They did start 5.
Why?
Lose 5.
Snake Den was up on the T side.
What's happening, guys? Back to you, Upmod.
Thank you, Fi.
We'll see a little more of Fi later on today. A little less of me, hopefully.
This is it now. Snake Den. They're going to have 2 chances to try to pull off at least 1 round to push overtime. EG, this is it. It's going to be the push coming back for Pat, but you still have a lot of coverage for the T's back over towards that mid side. It's a triple push.
Here we go. Chop, ever comfortable in his mid lurk. This
Oh
is
my.
a much quicker tempo though. Molly's coming down from injury a little bit flubbed there and not able to get the angle actually into sight. Rush finding the entry, and now the B site.
So huge.
Is foregone.
That's the first time that we've really seen a clean exec from Evil Geniuses, and what a time to do it. Snake Den now. Left to just try their absolute hardest going into this next one. They still have a buy in the next. They might as well. Here comes True on the front side. Got to be able to find the first contact in the back. And finds one behind double boxes. Everyone from EG now stuck over towards stairs. And the smoke is there. True finally going for the defuse. It's going to be a ninja defuse, but Rush gets him. And now it's Lester trying to make his way out, but finally gets found out by Rush. And Pat, he has no time. He needs to run. EG. A clean take and a clean dismount. And he saves the op. I would have thought that maybe the bomb would have taken it away.
Is it disrespectful to say that they just threw strategy out of the window and just said, run it up mid, let's take B?
They haven't done that though.
They haven't.
They haven't. So
Yeah,
that's legitimately like
there is tactic there. The tempo is a complete shift. Chop with one pop flash, able to clear every single angle into sight. No one is aware until they've already got the first entry, and there's 3 Ts in the B site.
Double ops on CT side Vertigo. Kaysen, Lesser, stepping up to the plate to try to push this one into overtime. Wiz finds Pat though. Doesn't find the kill.
Little tippy toes.
Right, exactly.
Gets out.
Winkle Toes makes his way out, 16 HP.
Chu is fearless, man. His teammate gets legged, just hangs out. I'm good for one.
Don't care, didn't ask.
But now is where it becomes a little more scary for Snake Den.
So
EG
scary.
Black in this tempo stall.
Lesser
going for info.
Lesser! He just walks on by, but there's still a player in construction. Rush hasn't peeked. And is Lesser checking? I think Rush is just giving off the effect that he's not there. He's just gonna walk by. Oh, Rush! Still a minute left in the round.
His teammates freeze.
Has a lot of time to play with. And has a lot of space to give his team. But needs to find the kill here on to Lesser. No, yeah, Lester's just not going to find anything.
Wraps around to find the kill on to Lesser, and he's telling his teammates, A-ramp is clean.
Yep.
Run it up. We've got A site, Molly CT, Heaven, what have you.
But where's the rotation? How fast is this? The CTs might have made it in time before them.
Yeah, they're waiting for the smokes to go down. There's one for Ellie, maybe one for back site.
There are.
A little nervous for that Heaven peak, but the Molly to deter.
Oh, they're just committing to it. They're going to use the smoke late. You're going to try to create some chaos here in sight, and they indeed.
Onto elevator, drawing out more and more time. The pop left from Heaven, they're pushing straight through. Rush full blind, puts 50 down. Walco in a 1v3, the tap comes through, but can he
Line
find
up?
3?
No!
We're going to overtime. Snake Den, the equalizer.
We're really watching. Snake Den taking Evil Geniuses to overtime.
I'm really casting
Welcome
this
to
match.
You're casting.
I'm casting this
You're
match.
casting, period.
Why aren't I producing?
Welcome to the Frag B stream, folks. The best time in Counter-Strike. EG, Snake Den, pure vibes. You'll have to see it. Let's have fun with it.
Unbelievable. Please. I'm having fun already, man. I don't know how much better this can get. We're in an OT here. Snake Den, the underdogs.
Double ops and a
clawing
10K
back.
OT, by the way.
Yeah.
This is very scary. EG is switching up the tempo again. A lot of pressure coming back over towards that Ram side, but it's Snake Den shutting it all the way down. Look how much util they're using here.
Not going to happen to Pat again.
Surely not.
We saw this
Surely
happen
not.
earlier. The black bars. Just wait for it. Stan's going to pop a few shots.
Oh,
Pat gets
here we go. Here we go, Pat. He does not falter. Finds his opportunity, finds the 2. And this time they were actually on his screen.
The horse blinders have been toggled off. Crosshair is true. It aims just.
Nice.
Decent timing there for Entry. The drop off gets the info. Going for a wide swing, a little bit coordinated with his elevator player, but
I'm so glad that I'm not the only one that misinputs right click.
on the suppressor.
I do it all the time.
Hey, sometimes it's intentional, man.
Mid spray, I just start unscrewing.
There's a hidden power that lies in the unsuppressed A1. I will say that much.
It's pretty alpha, for sure.
Absolutely.
For sure. No, I could see that.
You
Snake
get
Den.
the 2013 beta like sound cue. The audio that was just never treated. You remember when the AK sounded like super tinny and terrible?
Yeah.
They retooled all the gun audio.
Oh, but
the
I actually
unsuppressed
miss the
A1
old
has stayed the same.
I do miss
agree,
the
agree. I like it.
Yeah, even though it makes like literally every single time makes my ears bleed, but you know, it is what it is. Getting back into it, Snake Den have the lead here in overtime over Evil Geniuses, one of NA's finest. EG stacked up 4 back over towards ramp again. And another change.
Pat with a little reverse ramp smoke and a molly for construction.
Oh, here we go. Pop flash re-exec back into ramp just to try to take away some of these terrorists, but it's just not going to happen. Stanislaw on the front side might be able to play whack-a-mole with one more, and indeed he does. 48 HP left on Stanislaw after the first interaction, and after the second, the exact same. Well done from Stan. Double op still around, though. Lester at an angle into the middle of the ramp. He loses it. Both ops are here. All 3 players are here. The op is trying to find an angle, but you gotta watch out for construction. These players are so close. Stanislaw going for the plant. It's gonna be the takedown from injury, but he outstretches. Rush takes him down. Still a 2-on-3 and a lot of time to go. And more than enough time for Chop to potentially make this flank. He hears one go by, and he finds Lester, and he knows exactly where the last one is. Wiz takes him down, and it's 16-16.
Stan putting that round on his back a little bit.
A little bit.
Playing super aggro. He's the spear and the brain. And he's playing for info. He's finding 2 off the start.
It's not like that was his plan, though. Snake Den fully pushed into ramp there. Fully tried to re-exec. Just didn't work. Stan shuts him down, and now we're back once again. Final round of the first half of OT. It's gonna be Snake Den.
It was a good gamble for what it's worth, but we are now into round 33, 16-16.
This was supposed to be just an extra, Griffin.
Yeah.
Just a little treat.
Let's go all night, baby.
Let's go.
Fragadelphia,
what Frag is all about.
24/7. Come through at the block, 401 North Broad in Philadelphia.
FNN Fragadelphia News Network. 24/7 coverage.
I don't know about News Network. Maybe
no,
like
I mean, yeah, we haven't really given a lot of news.
Vibes.
Ah, yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Vibes on all the time.
Anyone in the chat vibing right now?
Any vibers? Lester, not having a chillin' time.
I'm going to chill on that one.
2v4. After the mid-interaction goes awry, 2 players go down. In EG, they found a lot of free real estate on this map. They've isolated the 2 CTs. Back over towards A. This has become a very slippery scenario. The players of Snake Den, but you still have to watch out for the fact that EG simply haven't taken up the map control that they wanted just yet, but they're making their way up.
And they're choosing the right side. 3 seconds on the clock here. Definitely the right instinct from Snake Den to start edging for that info. Close on picking up the mid lurk there. We do maybe have a player DC. Potential pause coming in next.
Uh-oh.
Stand to find Pat there, and we go into our second half of OT?
Yeah. Second half of OT potentially.
Wait.
Yeah, no, we are not good.
Okay, a little tacky here.
Yeah. All good.
A little tic-tac-toe.
I mean, who would have expected already? First map. You're on Vertigo. EG, they have a decent history on Vertigo, but again, we're talking about a different structure potentially. We do get our man back, thankfully. No long pause.
no
that's the frag special. I thought I was already gonna get that in my first map here, and I'm like, all right, great, awesome. Literally exactly what I signed up for.
Yeah,
I knew what I was signing up for.
So wait, so this was Snake Den's pick. EG Black started on CT. Snake Den took a nice T tempo.
Yep.
Inferno, EG Black's pick. Do we assume Snake Den takes CT, right?
That sounds about right.
I just don't know like what the meta is on Inferno now. If you'd rather just get the T side out, I don't know what it's ever been. Let's be real. I mean, obviously you prefer the CT side, but
I would prefer to start CT. In all honesty.
Sometimes you want to take that tempo though. If you're really feeling the whole dub.
I mean, I would rather take CT then. That's
true.
True. It gives me the momentum I need going into the T side. Wow. Speaking of momentum, Shu trying to fix him up,
and the pop flash.
It's just not gonna happen. Shu, fast and furious, up into construction, but he gets shut down anyways. 1 HP remaining for Pat, by the way. Okay, I was about to say that Molly could easily stretch and just get a sliver of Pat, but it's a sliver of Lester. Jeez whiz. Smacks down the left side of the smoke, barely finding a pixel, but you still need to worry about 3 players.
Ooh, good for another.
No way! Wiz peeks on back, and he still takes down Case, and of course Pat down to 1 HP. The Molly takes him down, but it's a very possible 1v2 here for Injury. Full util going into this one. Has no idea what these 2 players are, still waiting in for the rotation. Both players coming in from boost. Injury is going to plant very safe. Very, very safe plant. Nobody jumping on top. He has some space to work with. Might be able to find a gap, but it was Chop that finds a gap instead.
The smoke just starting to rotate around the default box. Able to pick up the double dink off of the slide left. I like what he was doing. The slow play off of that plant could have been an easy way into a 1-on-2. But here we are. 18-16, EG Black find their way, find their footing.
Finally. It's been quite the journey here for Snake Den, but one step away from having big upset map slip out of their hands.
One step away indeed. As you can see, the upper graphic there illustrating the next round for EG Black will be the victory.
On G.
On G. Fantastic observing kit provided by Ches Puff.
Dang right.
Shoutouts, Ches Puff.
Shoutouts to Ches.
The young goat.
How young is he?
He's a little old.
Yeah, for sure. Oh,
Chop!
man.
Huge damage though. Finds 1, doesn't matter, doesn't pick up 2. Big DR.
There you go, Chop. Wiz, okay. Classic Wiz plays. So aggressive. Coming out from the smoke, taking down Lester. Walked in, walked out. Pat, Shu, Injury. The last 3 remaining potentially here for Snake Den on Vertigo. It's about the readjustment now. They had the first contact back over towards mid. They put out a flash over on the A side. Looking to pull some rotations.
Ooh.
Oh, whoa. That might have made some noise.
Cue, yeah.
Is there someone deep enough in mid for that to happen? I don't think so. Wiz. Waiting for his chance, not calling any rotations.
I feel like this preferred method of entry, this boost up, is like, exactly. Like, everyone's reading it at this point. Like, maybe just pop flash, run up the steps? I don't know. But
they should have just pop flash, period. He went out, dry peek.
There it
Wiz,
is.
okay, Wiz on the front side. There goes the big flash. Are they actually going to be able to take down Wiz? Wiz is playing around, but not able to find at least an angle onto these players. But here's the flank. There goes Rush, and there goes Stanislaw.
There it is.
19-16, finally going under the belt of Evil Geniuses. But I say finally because, man, what a time it was for us to finally make it there. Way too long.
Absolutely, Gus. It was a banger OT, a banger game 1 for us. Yours truly.
The
Bring
gamers.
it in. The gamers, indeed. The production, the commentator duo. We're all just gamers here, right? And we love to cast some games. We like to talk about Counter-Strike. We like to throw images of Pepe on an ottoman above. I don't know what to say. Appreciate Ferme on the 1s and 2s in remote land.
No, this is great.
That was a slapper.
What was he cooking? What was he thinking?
Bro, relax.
Relax.
Just chill.
Oh, true. You gotta let the chicken chill.
So we were looking at vetoes there for a second. We all know going to map 2, Inferno, it is EG Black's pick. I imagine we'll go to a little break. I think Fi's probably going to jump in for me. I got some producing duties is the word. Please, yeah, it's time for me to go. I can no longer say words. We're watching Gus floss. And you know what? I'll do the throw. Do the break thing.
Commercial.
You wouldn't trust your clumsy best friend with your brand new i9 3090 GPU DDR5 memory, 4TB, M.2 PC? And you shouldn't just trust anyone managing your cryptocurrencies either. Sign up with FTX and start managing your crypto on a safe and secure platform trusted by over 6 million users worldwide. Download the FTX app today. Use referral code NERD, that's NERD, and earn free crypto on every trade over $10.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Hey team, welcome back to the stream. It's Fragadelphia. It's the B stream. I'm up mine. This is Phi. We switched out casters because it's the B stream and we can do what we want. Welcome back to the game though. We just witnessed a map 1.
That was, yeah, sure. That was a map 1. Map doesn't really matter. Score doesn't matter. Or maybe it does, because that was like a 1916 barely win for EG Black, which is a super big surprise considering they're coming into this event probably wanting to make playoffs at a minimum and make a deep run. And I'm going to be frank with you, I probably only know 2 to 3 players who are playing for that Snake Den team. That was that's a bit of a worrying loss, maybe.
Yeah, and it wasn't exactly like either team doing anything special. It really was just due diligence. It was about putting off rotations. It was really about some individual mistakes here and there for both teams. But that's kind of what you expect more or less at that level. But EG isn't that level. You know what I mean? They are supposed to be better. They are supposed to be making at least top 4 this weekend, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, not exactly the best of starts for this best of 3. But yeah, at least they've won. At least they're in the lead. And we'll be seeing them on Inferno next.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so... Oh, wow. And we're transported in here. It's like some weird like Instagram filter, but it's still inside the server. So, I mean, the one thing I do want to actually like kind of bring up, it's a little historical thing that's kind of come with like through RBG, Carpe Diem, and even I guess now it's at the EG team. They do kind of like cough up a couple of these, maps against teams that shouldn't really happen. I'm sure it happened back in FRAG 16 where they let a couple games definitely get away from them when they were in the pit. Not necessarily on stage, but when they were in the pit, things got down and dirty. It's FRAG. There are so many different teams, and no one's just here to like lie down and take it. Okay, they want to go ahead and take a map off a major winner, and
apparently
when they go to their advanced sign-up tryouts, like, hey, I beat Rush on LAN, so, and you're in, right? So, I mean, look, people fighting for their resumes out here on Snake's Den, or maybe a series victory. You know what? I just hope we get a competitive Inferno out of this one.
Yeah, that's the only hope, because Snake Den, they ended up taking a lot of advantage of the early T side. They ended up getting up their 5 straight rounds to start off the game. And I mean, EG never really fully recovered from there. They were keeping the score at least between 3, realistically, the entire game. And at this point, it's really just trying to see if EG can just get off to the right start and just prevent any of that situation happening.
Yeah, I mean, you come into this like a whole event, and you kind of like you look at EG and you say, okay, they have they have an S tier IGL from North America. I mean, maybe Stan's not in like tip top form, right? Let's not but like look at the trophy cabinet.
He's been here with the team for only about a month, anyways.
Exactly.
So let's give it some time before we see that full form back. But in terms of fragging form, he was actually doing insanely well.
Yeah, even then, like I saw some of his like his ECL games kind of returning back into the the lower divisions in North America. But he was actually just like fragging up a storm. He was like CT side opping like a beast and stuff like that. I mean, of course, now he's in a much more structured system where he has a very strong primary in Wiz who can definitely be developed into a star level opper. And you're adding in Rush, probably one of the best support players to ever come out of North America. So I mean, theoretically, it's supposed to be the greatest team to to develop these players, right? Of Chop, Wiz, and Walco. But of course, at the same time, it's a completely new role swap. Just remember, like Walco was initially an IGL for the last 2.5 years, and now that calling duty is no longer his. He is more into a fragging / rotator role. Things have changed for this team, for considering they had this structure for so long. So I mean, I'm gonna give all the caveats and asterisks I want, all the cope. Let that one fly through. I don't know, man. It's like.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
why not? I mean, but we should just be keeping things realistic for this game. It should just be EG making their way by this one.
Right,
easily.
yeah.
I was expecting Snake Den to stay to their single digits, but that's not the case. Snake Den, even though I've been gone from competitive CS for about 1.5 years, and I've been gone from LANs for about 1 year. And to say the least, I just haven't seen these guys play. You know what I mean? Ever.
Yeah.
So just going into it, you could already tell that EG, longer standing players, Snake Den, not so much. Just should be the easy line of that 2-0. But from what I saw on Vertigo, from the play style that should be played on Inferno, the push and pull, we saw a lot of pro activity from a lot of players from Snake Den all over the map doing some of these. And but to be honest, like I really do see Snake Den giving EG a lot of issues on the T side, just keeping them mobile in terms of those rotations. But again, otherwise, that's really the only reason I can give them so far, because I haven't seen anyone be like an insane fragger yet, and I haven't really seen any sort of X factor to really make the team strategically better than EG.
Yeah, there were a lot of micro mistakes I was catching from EG. I was actually sitting behind them, and they were a little frustrated towards getting into that overtime. Only now when they started into overtime, though, I think things definitely eased up for the team, and they were able to actually close out with a pretty decent sheet, 19-16, not too bad. But there were some moments like when Pat got that double kill over towards ramp. They were pretty pissed off over there at the EG camp. Like, who's not watching ramp? Like, who's not watching the scaffolding, right? There's a lot of, question marks that are going up in the air.
That was a second-time play, by the way. He made that exact same play just a few rounds ago, but just didn't see the guys because of 4x3.
Oh. Yeah, but they were pretty, angry right there.
Yeah.
Is the thing when I was down there in the pit, and there's like these small micro mistakes that are happening for EG. Just can't. That's just a team at this caliber. Those type of things just cannot be happening when someone's just not watching an angle, right? And someone's going to exploit that, and it turns out Snake Den were. There's reason to say that they could have just taken this map, and it would have been easy done. They were up 13-8 for goodness sakes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mental factors going into this one, but you've got over the biggest hurdle. You've denied them to come back. So now you're here on Inferno. We should just close this one out.
Yeah. At least that's the hope. Because again, Inferno is a little bit more of an even map than per se Vertigo. Vertigo does give off a little bit of that edge of RNG, maybe,
Perhaps.
Just that bit of unpredictability. Maybe Inferno is just something that EG can just confidently actually stick together. Maybe it's just a map that they've practiced more. Because again, Vertigo is usually just a counter pick. It's a pick that a lot of teams just try to throw out, just trying to counter another team or just trying to see what maps they just don't play. So again, just something a little bit more comfortable. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the exact idea that Snake Den had going into that pick. So again, I'm just trying to see if EG Black can just stay clean. They could just stay clean and just not make the obvious mistakes.
Yeah, even as a team, the core of this, EG Black lineup, as like Carpe Diem, they were one of the best Vertigo teams in North America, like just straight up. But what I think has certainly happened is they've swapped a lot of roles around.
They have.
I think, and that's a big problem because when someone gets comfortable playing the same position for 2 years, they're good playing that position for 2 years with the same calling, right? And the dry run strats that you've done hundreds and hundreds of times in a practice server. I know these guys grinded while they were under the RVG and Carpe Diem tags.
Absolutely.
Inside, they were known for just the proficiency of their executes. But then, when things get swapped around, all that information and knowledge just kind of goes out the window, and you have to start again from scratch. So, I'm going to make these caveats for EG is that, things get mixed up. And now going into Inferno, it's a map they pick, and even then, Stanislaw said they're kind of revitalizing their map pool in his winner's interview today. So that was, Mirage was an interesting choice when I looked at it from EG in their last series they picked up. Now they're going back to an Inferno, which is just generally said a map where the best team wins. That's what a lot of, I talked to the PA players, that's like, we're just going to pick Inferno every time because that's just how it goes. The better team wins typically. So if you manage utility and map positioning, all that good stuff, if you're just the more well-rounded team, you should be able to take this map. So hoping to jump into this one soon.
Yeah. Should just be ready in just a little bit as we're here live from the Fragadelphia B stream. We're chilling backstage.
We're literally on Inferno, actually. We're not in the backstage.
We're riding through Inferno.
We can't. Whoa. Look at this warm-up. Whoa.
Yeah.
Look, you can't break the image to the viewer. Come on. We're in Inferno. They believed us. They thought we were in Inferno.
They did believe us.
Wait, we're about. Whoa, let's go. We're getting into Inferno. Come on.
It's a pause.
Oh. Man, I was like so excited.
I was a little.
Okay. Wait. We can do this again.
Wait. Okay.
I don't know how much higher I can go.
We gotta keep it up until they actually unpause because that's just how it works. We're making a lot of noise like no reason. Yeah! Let's go! All right, gamers, welcome back to what is gaming. Counter-Strike, Evil Geniuses, Snake Den, Fragadelphia B-Stream. You'll have to see it. EG taking the first map of Vertigo, and it was, well fought to say the very least from Snake Den, but on a more comfortable map like Inferno, EG looking for something a lot cleaner.
I am so sorry for that opening of part of the map, guys, for those who... We just do it for every round now? All right.
Yes.
Kicking off Inferno, every good team's favorite map. Not to say that's... Hey, maybe it's Snake Den's favorite map. You don't... I'm not judging.
I like this map, for sure.
It's a cool map.
Yeah.
There are a couple maps.
Just played it a lot, so...
Have you tried out Tuscan, by the way? Have you seen any of that?
Long time ago, yeah.
Gosh, before my time, probably.
Yes. Yeah.
New Tuscan looks cool.
You youngin'. But I've not seen New Tuscan, actually. It looks
like old... It has the same layout as old Tuscan.
Oh. Okay. All right. Sick. I'm down with that.
Let's get it. B-play.
Let's game. Pat on the front side. Gonna be able to find absolutely nothing. Just some damage. Walco going back in. 56 HP.
Oh my.
They're gonna commit. They're gonna commit. 4 players into church. There goes Lester. No chance for any of the CTs, but here comes the retake. Back over, and Banana.
Bye-bye.
Rush takes them both down. EG. Flawless ending to the pistol.
No more funny business. EG, you've had enough.
Almost literally. We've had enough. It's too late. What time is it?
It's like...
Okay, it's 7.
It's 7. It's 7
But this is our
PM.
4th best of 3.
This is technically EG's... This is only EG's
No, this
second.
is their 3rd.
This is their 3rd BO3
right?
of the day? I think this is only their second.
Is, on this stream, our 4th best of 3.
4th best of 3,
Yeah.
right.
It's been a long day, okay?
I think Snake Den, I believe, took their time with one of their best of 3s, it seemed. And, I mean, they took their time with this one, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. But it does say group round 3 in the top right, so...
I'm pretty sure it said group round 3 for the last game. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, my God. Okay. Never mind.
Sorry to break the image. We'll see this one here from Chop. He'll deal with the pistols. It's in the apartments. We got one more batter at the plate. 3 strikes and you're out. We're on to the next inning.
Oh, jeez. Chop. Leaving Pat and Chew. Last 2 remaining. It's a decent chance, at least for the one. Okay, I was about to say there is no way.
If he lost that fight, that would have been quite sad. But at the end of the day, he will. Of course, Rush will wrap him up, and we're seeing Pat in a cool 1v4.
Very sick and epic 1v4.
Yeah, no kit. That's a cool smoke. Cool smoke.
Nice smoke.
Nice smoke, bro.
Oh, is he gonna go for the glue?
No.
Oh no, because
absolutely not.
He's dead.
Yeah, that's right. My very astute assumption.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I try. EG is winning.
EG. Yeah.
Would you like to compliment me on my astute observation?
Yeah, that is an incredible observation. We are on the map of Inferno. This is a Counter-Strike is a 5 versus 5 multiplayer shooter created by the Valve Corporation based out of Irvine, California.
Really? Irvine, California. Didn't know that. I thought they were based out of like Seattle or something.
I think they're like, I know they have like I'm pretty sure they had actually like offices in Irvine. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me pull up the Wikipedia page really quickly.
We have much more important things to research, okay?
Oh, they're doing the Astralis stack.
More or less.
One flash in this whole setup just goes up in smoke. One singular flash. But instead, I think Walko's going to run into this setup and get nuked. What's your bet? Place your bets now, folks.
I believe that...
Mods, can you run a poll really quickly?
I believe that gaming happens.
Gaming is happening right now.
As we speak.
There's so much gaming. As you can see, look at this. The inspecting the default
look at the gameplay.
Look at the...
Oh, I actually appreciate that stack
You know
a lot,
what?
actually. the low high that they have going on.
Ty, observer, don't even move off this. The bomb plant doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. Keep it.
Oh, and they're leaving.
No, come
they're
on.
coming out from their hidey holes, and they're going.
And Wolko's just been there waiting this entire
This is
time.
so- Oh, come
Mamma
on.
mia, and he's still holding on to 6 bullets. He just wants the one taps. Wolko gets the ace.
Come on, Wolko.
All right.
He's
all
loving
right.
these new role swaps, man. This is like the best thing that's happened to his career.
He's been let go. No, Wolko has, of course, historically been an insane rifler in NA, but he's always been sort of anchored back, playing more as a support, just playing along with the team.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and... So, yeah. Valve Corporation is an American video game developer, publisher, digital distribution company. It is headquartered in Bellevue, Washington, but I know they have offices in Irvine or something like that. Irvine, California.
I was right about the Washington part.
You were.
Wow. Kills going back and forth, eh?
There's a lot of information in that big head of hair.
No, indeed. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I wouldn't say a lot, but I mean, a little bit at least.
It truly is an extension of the brain. Anyhow,
we have gaming. 4v4. It is EG. Big contacts back over towards Banana. It doesn't pull any rotations, though. You still get the 2. Back over on A.
ready? 3, 2. Oh.
Ready, replay, rolling?
Sure. Yeah, ready, replay, rolling.
Sorry. That's only for production.
That's a production meme. You wouldn't get this
You wouldn't
production
get it.
reference. Griffin would die laughing at that reference.
No, he would.
He's a
He's
producer.
45 seconds left. EG made no space back over towards A instead. Of course, backing
No counter util.
right into injuries. Crosshair injury is going to be able to find the first and the second. Rush and Stanislaus still trying to make their way out, completely dry. They had no idea where Pat is.
Huge.
Nice from Rush. Rush, 42 HP. Stanislaus, 68. They stay alive in a 2v2. Up in the hands of Lesser. Lesser gonna close in the gap back over towards construction,
Shadow
but
advantage.
it's a 1v1. Pop Flash going in, and he actually wins the 1v1. Stanislaw around the corner has the better angle onto Lester. Now with a Galil, 1v1 against Kaysen! Slaps him down with a headshot, and Stanislaw stands tall, putting EG at 4.
What an opportunity there for Stanislaus to say, I'm not going to wait for the fight. I'm going to swing him, take the different elevation. I love that play. He made the sound cue even that he dropped in. And so the swing is coming through from Snake Den, thinking, he's down low. I'll have this isolated fight. No, he takes the elevated duel, and the Crosshair's no way it's going to be in the right position. Very well played in that clutch. And we're going to bring this one back. 4-0 for EG. This is a different one. This is going to be a different game, I feel.
Maybe. It was a very similar start in the last one, but just for a different team. Now EG have put Snake Den firmly up against the ropes. I mean, look how scrappy of a buy they have in a round like this.
Just a little bit of a lane setup. Player jump spotting towards top banana. I mean, it is a death sentence if you try to walk out middle. And, well, guess what? They believe it or not, guys, they won't walk out middle.
Very surprising. Very surprising. I mean, even with the pop flash, though, you would have actually assumed that something would have happened. But no. Indeed, they are booting back over towards Banana. You have a player making noise back over in apartments. Chop, you need to make some noise here, buddy. You got to pull in these rotations. No, he's just listening to him. He's just hearing him go. He's calling for his teammates to come back. But the CTs, they aren't committing for the rotation just yet entirely. One of them is slowly going back, thinking about it. But Kaysen is stuck around over towards Arches. And look at injuries. No, injury. Just gets destroyed by Chop. But here comes Kaysen. How does nobody check? Kaysen gets so much damage, and now it's Lesser here to farm, here to clean up. Stanislaw down to 47, has a lot of bullets still to go. Lester's able to get one out of it. Wiz and Walco both down to half. What a hold. But the T side still has control of the site and will be able to get the bomb down.
Big deal, though, because, well, gun retrieved up for Pat. And Chu also gets himself an MP9. This low HP could definitely pay dividends here on the side of Inferno, but it's a lot of headshot angles, keep that in mind.
Uh-oh.
So it can still be difficult. Mollies go in, but Walco's able to hold. Now swinging in from pit.
Such an awkward angle. Still down a half. And he's still... Oh, the timing was so good on Chu, but it does not matter. Wiz takes down Pets. He could have used his sidearm against Chu, but he just didn't know it. 19 HP left on Chu, but his reaction, pinpoint. 1-4.
Snakeden are going to enjoy that win. That was a really impactful one, considering the way it started as well, with Intra just looking the wrong way on the boost. It started so terribly for them, but they still brought it back, still holding some resilience in this game for Snakeden. It's resilience that brought them back on Vertigo.
Yeah, not just, of course, the way the round started, the way this game started. Geez, Snakeden. You lose that round, you easily have the exact same deficit that EG left you guys with in the last map. So Lester, he steps up with an op. Wiz does the same in this round. But it's a rush on the front side, already with space, but the man in apartments backs out.
So taking a lot of this control can exert some pressure. The next target here for EG is going to be top banana. Working that part of the map, they press the CT side back, they burn some utility from the defender's belts, and then they won't have the proper utility to take a counter into you. In the same time, Injury playing up close though towards middle. Big kill there for Rush, but a nade goes back in towards banana that finds Walco. So technically traded on both fronts, but it's EG who have this map advantage.
More or less. Map control.
Map brain. Neurons, fire.
Yeah, but it's more or less. Because look at the amount of pressure the CTs put onto these specific angles. You have the crossfire back over in B. You have yet another crossfire in the middle of A. To be honest,
mid-site smoke?
They're not. Whoa. Mid-site smoke. Are they looking to isolate CT here?
That's Pat. Pat's been multi-killing this series. For sure, for Snakeden.
And Chu can help out here. It just has to be Pat to get that first contact to distract for Chu. Here comes the pop flash. Here comes the take. Stanislaw on the front side. The smoke in the middle of the side actually dissipates, and Chu is just backed on out into construction, leaving this to a retake. Chu just goes in for the spray, though. Well done. 27 HP left on Chop, 29 left on Rush.
But the problem is no utility here for the CT side. It's going to be tough. Chu.
Oh! Great 50-50 for Stanislaw, playing peekaboo through the smoke. A 3v4 now, but the man advantage makes up for HP. 1 HP left on Stan, and he still gets the headshot. Pat and Lesser, do they know that they have a chance? Do they know that all this HP is gone? They're still trying. Pat on the front side, able to get the first, but he backs on out of construction, and he runs right into the crosshair of Wiz. Lesser, my boy. You see that HP. If he had seen that HP, there is no way those players don't make one last push. But he has to back on out with time. 1-5 going towards the side of EG Black. And really in a round where actually had the least amount of odds really winning.
Stan the man. I mean, starting off in that one, first of all, I want to go back to that mid-site smoke that they threw in. They use it in a really interesting way. They use it to sneak up on the Coffins player and then smoking CT and Coffins. So they get up close to the site and then they pop instantly. It's a really cool tactic thrown in there by EG. Maybe for some of the players watching this, you can go ahead and tag along to that one. Not every time you have to split in a CT spawn. Not everyone is Furia.
No, don't do that.
Not everyone's Furia.
Yeah, that is. If I see that in any pug, I would actually molt.
There is a gun. It shoots electricity. It's up close. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, just as he pulls out the USP. It's tragedy. Tragic, really.
Lester, you got to save. And indeed he is. It's going to be 5 players most likely surviving for EG, finally stacking up their cash.
Tough that Lester's never really finding himself in a position to have the impact in these rounds.
Same thing in the last map, too. Lester not finding impact with the op, especially on the CT side. Was not able to find mileage on Vertigo with the long angles on Inferno.
Actually funny, Pat just stole some T-side nades that are left in spawn.
Nice, well done.
Was he about to shoot the chicken there?
Nah, don't do it. He thought about it.
He thought about it. But,
he thought about it. No!
He befriended it. He befriended it.
My man!
Pat, good man. I'm going to go out and shake his hand really quickly. He's like, sir.
I want to shake that man's hand. No, purely you just want to shake that man's hand out of honor.
Let me shake your hand.
6-1. Snake Den. Now looking at a deficit, farther than what they put EG on the last map. Should easily slip out of their hands starting this round though. Look at the economy. Look at the score.
Lester's going for the run boost middle, and nothing goes awry. It's a little action happening on the mid map. This is happening. Walko up banana,
wow.
And that's an instant first. It puts everything down here on the Pat.
Walko 48 HP, and Pat finds too. It was indeed all on his shoulders, and he lifts it up with might. 3v4, excuse me, for EG. Not with a lot of map control. Definitely being proactive. Chop. The front side of apartments as the CT smoke goes down.
Oh.
That is so risky from injury, but it works out for him. Chop, though. On his venture. Over towards A. Finds one now. Still has Kaysen to deal with. Kaysen sitting in the middle of pit, finds one, still has a smoke to deal with right below him, and a molly right in front of him to just leave these T players confused. And the flash goes out too. Chop fully flashed. He's still stuck. He can't make it out. Finally wide swings, and Kaysen slaps down Chop. A 1v2. Wiz looking for a quick scope, and indeed he finds it. And Pat, he's all the way out in the open. A1S picked up for Wiz. Both players extremely low on HP, and Wiz knows it.
It comes down to the duel. Pat knows he's stuck in pit. And he picks his timing wonderfully.
My, oh my, what a swing from Pat.
Oh, man, and that's going to be another huge clutch coming up for Snakes. That another 1v1 and a round and a half from Pat even.
Jeez, all right.
This man's a multi-fragger, man. I'm telling you, that map of Vertigo, he was bringing those CT rounds home on Vertigo, and now he's here on Inferno doing the same. I mean, more of that, please.
Right, you always talk about positions being one and done, but Matt always gets more than one. Always extends the mileage. Pat. Alongside the push from mid.
Finally.
Crunching down on EG. EG has nowhere to go, and they actually get the first pick. Walko.
Oh, buddy.
Looking for a pixel. Pat. More or less compensating for it. More or less knows that Walko could be making that space. You got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me.
What
Pat,
a read.
Dry through the smoke. Takes down Walko. Now you have Kaysen needing to find a few of his own. Oh, the spray from Kaysen. Good for the second, but not for the first. But Chop finally goes down to the op, and now Wiz holding on to potentially the last rifle that EG will have for another 2 rounds.
This is a different round. This is a different look. These rounds coming down to the wire.
Needed, no clutch needed. Just the contacts finally working for Snake Den.
Wiz has gotten surprised. He has a 1v1 on the site versus injury.
He does. What is going on?
I don't want to even consider the opportunity.
Wait, what? No, he needs boosted. This is clear pixels. I think they know. They're starting to close down.
Yeah.
They cleared out mid.
He's dead.
Now they're about to clear short. Well done, Lester. Well done. Snake Den, due diligence. Get a 3rd round. Like I said before, EG were on the verge of dropping their last gun for 2 rounds, and that's exactly what you're about to see. Pistols in the hands of evil geniuses. A Snake Den have actually put a dent into the attack of EG here in Inferno.
But this is the type of round where you can just turn up the tempo, where, maybe Snake Den have been a little bit lazy on their molly usage in a couple of their rounds. This is where it can just quickly just turn on its head, and you're just going to see a Tech 9 rush out the gates that's just going to blow past all of this early utility. There is a significant chance. If they overstep the mark here, Snake Den could get caught in a crossfire. For now, we're just seeing it go straight to the apartments. I think this is a one-way street. Up mind.
It's a meat grinder. So many players here for Snake Den, and not a lot of places for EG to go. It's the crossfire, double crossfire from Arch. Injury steps up to the plate, gonna be able to get the first onto Stanislaw, but here comes 3 dropping out of apartments. It has to be Kaysen. Kaysen going big already with the first, but can't get more with the A1S. The pistols surviving there. Not clean, though. They're not able to make it into the middle of sight. Lesser actually takes down
What?
Rush, but there's still a player stuck in pit, and the pistol works out for injury, actually. All right, I guess. 4 rounds going back towards the side of Snake Den. More importantly, 4 players stay alive, and they keep their guns.
That was one of the engagements of Counter-Strike we just witnessed right there.
That indeed was an interaction.
That was, I mean, it was almost like akin to like a Valorant classic fight. Just guys were burst firing around the corner, just inside a
Not
boiler.
aiming in any direction.
Yeah, just showing as much as a kneecap to his opponent, just trying to just cheese him out of a kill.
That sounds like Counter-Strike, to be honest.
Yeah, you know what? That actually sounds a bit more That actually does sound a bit more Counter-Strike.
Lesser missing out on his shot over to Wardsman, and that leaves the Opper down to 12. Again, Lesser. Gotta find mileage off that op. Gotta find a first contact, but he just hasn't been able to get any clean interactions as of yet.
Flash out towards middle, maybe to try and threaten a peek, but Rush can come through Boiler at any time and punish Chu. But smoke into Boiler just to stop any potential play. So, trying really hard to hold onto their brackets control here. But now that they've kind of dropped that utility, they're not even really going to get the opportunity to play behind it. So, someone could just say it's a bit of burned resources here for the Snake Den team, and it's EG who are up in the utility exchange, and they're ready to pounce on this A site.
Full 5v5, but again, 3 players here for Snake Den, including a player in Library, keeping a good watch on what is a triple push into Arch. Here comes Injury, gonna be able to get the first, not the second. Full control here for Evil Geniuses, but with 25 seconds left, they have to commit to A, but they have no idea what any of these players are. You have 2 players hiding in pit. Kaysen now playing time. He's the one that's been spotted. He can now play a little bit of a game of whack-a-mole, but he has to move, and Chu doesn't find an angle. The bomb is able to go down cleanly. 39 HP, though, here for Chu. They finally found one, but they still haven't found Chu, and Walko is just too good. The due diligence is there for him to take him down, and Lesser now stuck in a 1v4, making a 1v3 off of the no-scope of all things. But that's realistically all that we could see Lesser do in this round. A lot of cash still remaining for these guys, but the op preferably saved.
Don't die of fall damage, please.
Yeah, jeez.
He could jump off the bridge here and die of fall damage.
Do it.
What do you... Okay. Do it for the vine.
He ain't gonna do it. He ain't gonna do it.
I want to actually commend EG on that round for just completely recognizing it's a double pit setup and just completely playing around it perfectly.
Yeah.
Stanislaw not planting out in the open. He's like, all right, I see one person in mini pit and there's still 4 alive. It's probably the second person who's also in pit. I'm just going to plant where they just can't see me.
They isolated it entirely. They had to smoke down, and they were waiting for really any sort of contact. They knew that any unchecked space was a chance for someone to be around the corner. So that's, again, all you like to see from a team of the caliber of EG. Back over towards that mid side, you do have Lesser back on the AWP, but more importantly, you have EG spreading throughout the map. A little bit of control back over towards Banana, but when I say a little bit, it's only a little bit.
That's a little owie at the start of the round. Lots of utility damage. Sad face.
Brownie emoji.
I would use like the crying, like sad cat emoji, you know.
I usually use the one that's like it's like the new puppy eye emoji.
Oh yeah,
that one. Yeah, I usually use.
What
that
a shot! Okay, what a shot from Chop.
I also just use like the empty shocked expression, just the. You
know
what
that?
I mean.
Yeah, I know what that one is.
With the little dot eyes, no eyebrows.
Yeah.
That one's my favorite.
Don't all emoji? I mean, there are a couple emojis that have eyebrows. Eyebrows are.
Yeah, but that one didn't have eyebrows. That's the big part about
rare emojis.
Yeah.
We're on Twitch. Why don't we talk about like Twitch emoticons or something like that?
Hello,
Anyways,
gamers, welcome to Twitch.television. We're watching gaming.
And there's about to be some gaming on this B site right here. Look at this. Look at that gamer flash.
30 seconds left. Good time for this exec to happen, but no space being made.
The chicken!
Chew! He could have hit here. I mean, but of course, they already know that the stack was coming from somewhere. Chu trying to play some space, but it just doesn't happen. And Rush gets a big kill on the injury. Now it's just Lesser in a 1v3, and he pulls out the op, pulls out the scope. Rush hears it and takes him down. 8-4 going towards the side of EG. They've won the half, and they can take it further.
The real tragedy about that round is that the chicken died in the new box, Molly. Unbelievable. Yeah, that was also just a pretty nice B execute. That was pretty good.
Dang right. Yeah.
That was clean. That was a clean round.
Yeah.
Rush also just spinning around and just doming the person inside a CT spawn. Like, tough luck. That's the type of stuff that just makes you lean back in your Mavix gaming chair.
Even though we're not sitting in Mavix gaming chairs right now.
They are.
They are. The fans in New York.
We can only wish we were sitting in a Mavix gaming chair.
Of course. Unlike all of our fellow comrades over in the pit.
I see. No, for May, this is not an ad read.
Don't pull up the graphic.
8-4 rolling for EG. For May, our producer, of course. Everyone type heart for May in chat if you heart for May.
I had a Twitter interaction earlier today with Ferme about racing sim rigs.
Okay.
To be honest,
I saw his tweet about that. Actually.
I was more thinking like, is Ferme about to make like a pedal, like a pedal macro set? Is he about to buy like 5 different pedals and just have his feet be his?
He has
his
like
2
30
extra hands?
screens surrounded him. His house is made of monitors.
He needs more
say.
inputs. He needs more ways to run this stream eloquently.
He has has active camouflage on his house. It has so many monitors.
And back into this round, we finally have guns in the hands of Snake Den, but it's going to be a push over towards Arches. Injury in the front side has a molly to deal with, but he definitely has a crossfire too. Injury, this is genius. Walks right through the molly and gets a whole lot of damage.
Hold on.
Rush down to 12 HP, and he's done. A big risk from Injury, but it pays off in spades. 5-8 going back towards the side of EG still, but Snake Den closing down on EG before the half ends.
Snake Den came through with that round, and they just put all their chips in towards mid-brackets. They funneled everyone in there, and it actually paid off. Even the bottom banana player is starting to push through. A very risky round from Snake Den, but the clutch up there from Injury just to save the round with a big multi-kill to cement the round there for Snake Den. Holding on to, a reasonable half, still staying competitive.
Yeah, and I mean, they win this round. It's a golden ticket to a 7th because look at the cash of EG. Easily a reset after this, so here we go. About 15 seconds in at EG. Fully taking control of mid, but that's all they have for now. Finally putting up some utility to try to take a bit of A. But more importantly, what we've seen from Snake Den very consistently throughout this half has been patience. A lot of great patience. No individuals going for 1v1, staying confident. Everyone playing off of each other and going for the most optimal interactions possible.
I just heard a chicken immolate itself.
Oh.
Second time this game. Chickens, fire is no good.
That's true. That's true.
Fire cook you.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Delivery.
I just imagine like an actual player bot just getting hit in the face with a bunch of nades, just like
just
getting
doined.
Yeah.
Getting domed.
Well, the utility's being used for this A play. Let's take it away, Outmine.
Yep. Big play already from Lester. Pulling out the molly, stopping the push. 30 seconds left. You have EG. Stopping the track, 68 HP, and oh my word, he's just done for. Big flash from Wiz, but now Kaysen has to somehow make something out of this, but it just won't happen. All 3 players go down in an instant for Snake Den. And EG, once again, are going to be able to stand tall in this half. Extends now their lead going into the second half. Actually, Snake Den just didn't expect this sort of cash situation going into this round, especially, of course, because of the win that they just had. But, again, the reinvestments has left them completely in the dirt, so you see the reasoning for Pat and Chu saving here.
These executes from EG are awkward for the CTs to even deal with, because The CT side puts in their counter utility. The molly starts to fade. But all that does is it like makes you lean in closer to your screen if you're like the CT side, and then there's just one flash, pop, everyone's full of white, and they're all dead. So it's like...
I guess it is just more time for you to just chill and wait.
Yeah, you just chill, wait. It's like, oh, wait,
demise.
I have flashes as a piece of utility. Why don't I just wait for the molly? But it's such a well-timed flash, and everyone's so coordinated from EG. I mean, it shows the, what the power was of the old Carpe Diem team. And that was just their dry run executes were just so pristine.
Better reactions from the CTs on that retake would have been more appreciated, of course, with a reflash, but EG doing a good job on the exec, and now this time they're facing on a lot of pressure.
Bye-bye.
Pressure over in apartments and pressure over in a banana. Injury has let one go by. Chop. No idea.
Who's let
behind
who
him.
go by? Now.
Oh, right. Did Chop let injury go by, or did injury let Chop go by? This is tough.
I'm starting to think that injury let them go by, but maybe.
Maybe the info is there.
Oh,
three players are going to be in his crosshair. Going to be able to get one. The 5-7 goes out, but the AK is there for the trade. Damage was done onto Wiz, but it's not the kill. But the rotation has been made. You do have Kaysen getting a better position in the back of A through that kill back over in mid. Not only that, but it's going to be the full rotation. 2 players here to give them a better chance. What is this from Kaysen? Kaysen loses out on patience and just holds W. And now Wiz, 12 HP remaining. Wolko, 75. Needing to walk in with 35 seconds left into the middle of this A site, but they have a perfect smoke. The smoke that leads them directly into the back of sight, and Lesser finds one on the Wiz. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. Snake Den makes something out of nothing after going down 6-1 at the beginning of the half. 6-9 is our scoreline going into the second, and EG, they're not exactly out of the woods yet, but it's a better scoreline than what we saw in the first map.
Absolutely nice.
Nice.
But that was, I mean, I love the decision-making there from Kaysen saying, I got some backup on the way. I'm just going to make an unexpected play.
Yeah.
You know, when they have, if they're just like priming utility sets to try and execute on A, I might have an opportunity.
And I mean, we've had plenty of times where, that big early molly comes in to try to stop the rush. So, I mean, they just never, ever anticipated it. It was about that conditioning, Vi.
Towards Banana, here we go. Onto the B site, 2 to lead the charge, and Stanislaw to hit the floor. Walko, the last man on the site, but he has the power position. It is new box, but he does drop. Rush though on the flank. No shot, he got this 1v3. The dual Berettas are a gun in the game.
Indeed, they are. A pistol in the game.
Oh, getting very specific now, are we got mine?
I mean, yeah, pistols are guns, right? I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we could say a $300 gun. We could say there's characteristics of the dual Berettas. I always wonder. Sorry, this is a side thought.
Sure.
For the dual Berettas, why doesn't the guy just like shoot both of them at once? Why does he have to go 1-2, 1-2, 1-2? Wouldn't it just be faster?
That's too much for me. That's too much.
Common sense with 5 casts.
No, I guess you're right. That blew my mind.
Sorry. Yeah, this is... Many people have theorized, but little have actually come to a full conclusion. That's a nice flashback in here for EG. At least they get themselves the 1-for-1 here on the Force Buy. They're going to need a lot more than that, though.
Whoa. Yeah, here comes the reinvestment. Here from Snake Den. Lesser. One that gets the trade, but he's down to 6 HP, and he needs his teammate to come up big.
Indeed.
He does. Kaysen takes down Wolko, but Wiz takes down injury on his own. A 2v2 out of nowhere.
Smoke to CT.
No.
He's going to run through.
No. Oh, Stan! Stanislaw just rushes in with a heart of gold, takes down both. EG now in double digits, but man, they didn't need to do him like that.
Oh, man, and that, folks, is what makes you lean back in your Mavix gaming chair. I would be mauling that. Yeah, it's like, I smoke spawn. He's going to wait for his teammate to come through. We'll have ourselves a nice 2 versus 2 post plan. But how about we skip the middleman and get right to the main course here? So what a play there from Stan. And it brings Snake Den down to the exact same financial situation EG we're in. Tech 9s and a couple of Deegs. And out mid. And they're looking to take brackets control. Or the apartments.
Yeah, the poor man's Petri dish.
Nice. That was supposed to be the silent boost up into the apartments, guys. Why? Yeah.
That was, I mean.
That was like the loud variant of the apartments boost. Here we go, up lane.
Hello lane. Hello Wiz.
Ouch.
Hello Rush. Hello kills. Injury. Lester. Last two remaining. After 3 go down in an instant. Still have Molly in front to stop the rush. And Wiz with a big nade.
Why are nade kills in this game just so comical? Like, they're just like, boom. It's like...
A lot of things in Counter-Strike are very, very,
Zeus,
very humorous
like,
to me.
They've, I don't know, it really is just like a comedic element to just like,
No,
boom, boom. Does he have the bomb? Wait, no, he doesn't. Okay, just...
Oh. Well, that stinks. That would have been cool.
All right, this is where he stops. He says 1v1 knife fight spawn, and we go.
I'm ready for it. 30 seconds.
Empty.
Do nothing to the economy. 11-7. Just a formality. And now we're back.
We're back where?
Because apparently Snake Den have no guns after saving. How does?
Oh, that was a force buy.
That was a force. Why did they force? Why did they force?
They kind of has.
Snake,
They're
no,
like
they
on
didn't.
double.
No,
they're on double.
they forced the round before.
Up mine, we can take this
did
off.
they need to
We can
force
take this one off the air and find about why Snake then decided to force buy despite being
But
on.
why did they force buy pistols of all things then? That makes no sense.
They had $1,400 a player. They were on double. They were kind of like on double eco.
Well, now this round they're also suck.
Yeah. Is it not? I mean, all in all, what we can take away from this moment, Upmind, is that Snake Den are not in a very good position in this game of Counter-Strike.
You know what? I can concur. That is something I can agree with you with.
We just have to accept that fact here, Upmind. This is the intervention. Trying really hard to get up into the apartment.
Very silently, clearly.
Yeah. The most silent apartment. See, what you do is you
silent and deadly.
You knife your teammates so they
very
so they scream so they cover the footsteps. All right, guys.
Right.
What? You know what would be a crazy tactic on land if you just started shouting really loudly while you're jumping up apartments so they couldn't hear the footsteps? They're like right across from you, and you just like say, it's like, guys, we're going B, while you're just like, it start just like, you have like a skillet and a wood spoon, and you just start like.
I could see it.
Yeah.
I could see it, to be honest. I've honestly seen worse on land.
Yeah,
I've seen worse.
That would be so frag. That would be so
like,
frag.
to be honest, that actually wouldn't surprise me.
They bring out the symbols. There you go.
There you go. We're done. 12-7. Now we're back, thankfully. Now we have no more pistols.
Snap back to reality. Or whatever that Eminem guy said.
Yeah, yeah. I love M&Ms.
Yeah. I don't know.
What?
Not that I haven't had, like, I'm not an Eminem listener, nor am I an Eminem consumer. Consumer.
What do you mean? Have you ever tried an M&M?
I mean, of course I have, but I'm
okay.
like, it's not like my candy of choice.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. I was about to say that, like no way this guy just hasn't tried an M&M.
That would
suck. I would feel really bad.
Yeah, that would be like, has like society left you behind, or like what's going on?
I already assumed that of you in the first place.
Oh wow, thanks man.
15 seconds in, and we have pretty much run out of utility here for Snake Den. But they've landed themselves here in a default. Or EG. Not stretching too many boundaries. You did see a bit of a push back over towards Banana, but they backed up immediately back into sight. And it's the same dynamic back over towards A. No one making any outstretching peaks back over towards the mid side. Same thing over in apartments. It's purely a sight hold here for both teams.
See, this is where you break out the symbols and break the silence.
Bang, bang, bang! Just start running up apartments.
Yes. You don't need to throw utility. You just need to just... That's how you break the silence in the round. Like, you just startle them, and then you hit the execute.
You're right, actually. Imagine dead silent, then all of a sudden...
Just a college band starts playing right behind.
Sorry to the audio listeners, as everyone is.
Yeah. Audi. All right, guys, let's go ahead and
Sorry
hop
to
into this
literally
one.
everyone watching for that.
Alrighty, 2 kills for Chop.
Yeah.
How about a third, folks? Can we get a third? Yes, we can get a third. And we can get 2 for Wiz. That's gonna be EG Black making their way to 13-7.
Howdy doody.
Howdy. Look, I'm trying to go for like the auctioneer tone.
Yeah.
Can we get a third? Can we get a fourth? How about a fifth? How about a fifth for Chop? Can any fifth? Any takers? Any takers? No, unfortunately, it's gonna be sold. 4K for Chop.
Nice.
That's probably how I got like started with casting. Is just like emulating like the troll voices and stuff like that. Yeah, that's probably.
Really?
That's how we got here. Yeah, I used to like fake a radio announcer voice when like reading the school newspaper.
Oh.
So.
See, wow. Okay. Wait, what do you mean reading the school newspaper? Like you did the announcements in the morning?
No, like I would just go to lunch table and just kind of read it as like a joke.
Ah, okay, as a bit, as a funny.
Yeah,
as
a funny.
Your friends thought that you were.
Yeah,
hilarious.
they thought I was so hilarious that. Well, we'll leave my high school stories to another day. Anyways, Chop.
Speaking of tragic things.
Yeah.
Push from Snake Den into
I wouldn't say this is tragic. This is just more expected. I'm gonna be honest.
No,
with you.
yeah, but this is
This is a Chop farm, dude. I think he's gotten like a couple 3Ks now.
It's been like a car crash for the last like 6 rounds. Like it's big, it's loud. You can't look away. It's ugly.
It also can help you obscure your jump into the T apartments.
A car crash would indeed obscure someone's listening of footsteps in mid. Yeah.
Grit your teeth through that one, folks.
Listen, this is Frag B stream, folks. I don't know what y'all expected coming into this because we're vibing and freaking out. We're having a great time.
Like Fragadelphia, the mainstream just finished up and they tuned into this. Ooh, okay.
Wait, did it actually finish? Oh, my bad. I thought A stream.
We're supposed to act a little bit more professional here online.
I guess so. 3v3. Now here for Wiz. As he stands alone here on A, but his teammates are fast rotating. What is this?
Pushing the chips forward, but it might work out. They're going to smoke out lane, and they're going to walk into a 2-man stack.
It's actually going to work here. Chop in the front line, and wall codes. Who are you?
They bamboozled them.
It just works.
It's like the puppeteers, man. It's like, yes, they're going to think that there's only one person on the A side. He's probably stuck inside the pit. They'll never be Arch. And...
double arch.
I'm gonna be honest. If I'm IGLing my open team, I'm saying into 3v3, we're gonna go smoke lane, go up arch.
Yep. I'm in. What else do you do?
I'm not comparing Snake Den to my IGLing, but I mean that's just a.
No, literally peak IGLing is calling smoke arch.
Or smoke lane, go arch.
Smoke short, go arch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, peak level IGLing wasn't enough to break EG Black in that round.
It's 15-7. Your local advanced team, Snake Den, who had taken EG Black to a deep overtime 16-19, has now found themselves looking down the barrel.
I'm saying
2-0 loss.
This is already. If I'm Snake Den, look, you lost a couple frustrating rounds, but I am so happy with how they I would be so happy with how they performed.
Absolutely. I mean, coming into this, it was all EG in terms of the Preds.
Uh-oh.
But now, the 15-7, you need to see 8 rounds back in a row from Snake Den, and they already start off the trade back over towards that mid side.
I feel bad for Griffin. He had to cast such a long game.
Yeah, right. And now he's back. He's checked back in at 15-7.
Griffin, you want to cast one more round? No.
Cast with 5. Oh, man.
Yeah, you don't want to do it.
Yeah, you wanna.
We've been having a ball out here on the B stream so far. We're looking at potentially the last round of the day.
Last.
I hope I'm correct about that. I hate me when I I wouldn't say purposefully spread information on the internet, but
no, me when I purposefully spread misinformation on the internet.
Yeah. But
here we go. It's gonna be 4 players for now. On the T side, trying to make their exec into A.
They have barely any utility to do this, though. They have to cross past Chop and then go into the site. There's a lot of hurdles they have to cover with 2 smokes and 2 flashes.
They're just using the flashes first. No smokes out just yet. Here we go. Chop is going to be able to get the first, surely. Can he get the second? This train just keeps going. It's easy for Chop. Chop takes down 3 and puts EG in prime position to take this BO3 as now Chu in a 1v3. 25 seconds left. Nowhere to go. As a flank in mid. Needs to check pit. Is actually going to be able to get the headshot. But an even better peek from Wiz is going to give Evil Geniuses Black the best of 3 victory and move them on to tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it was a series that probably should have been a lot shorter than EG Black wanted it to be.
Yeah.
I mean, this series went on an overtime affair. They let a comeback slip through their fingers. I won't say it's the happiest of victories for EG Black, but I'm sure the guys over at the squad are just happy they got it across the line. They're here to stay in the upper bracket. They'll have an extra lifeline going into this, but it wasn't pretty, and the bracket only gets harder from here.
It absolutely does. Evil Geniuses Black, they have a lot of highly ranked teams throughout this bracket to still face, and that was on the lower bell curve of it. It's the same thing that we saw earlier, just some struggles from the top teams, but no losses just yet, so no big upsets.
Yeah.
But it's not looking like all the top teams are immortal, you know what I mean? Some of them can bleed, and that just means more entertainment for the next 3 days.
Oh, yeah. I love it. We still got 3 more days of this stuff, too. This was only day 1, and dude, today was packed, too.
Today was sick. Today was, I mean, first of all, venue was packed.
Oh, yeah.
Everything was popping. You had some top teams. You had a lot of representation just from the local NA community. And throughout the weekend, it's just about to get even more stacked because, of course, you get the top teams that participated here from LCQ and 8 teams being invited into the main event of Fragadelphia 17. But we're not done with our last chance qualifier. We do not have all 8 spots confirmed. But for today, we are done. Day 1 of 4 has been concluded. Please check in with us tomorrow to see who else makes it through from the LCQ into Fragadelphia 17. But live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, this is Fragadelphia 17. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Commercial.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Video games were definitely a source of tension in my family. They weren't really happy that I'm like kind of starting to steer away from education and steer away from school.
I had a grind. I came here from nothing. I was never in the spotlight. In fact, it's something that's very new to me.
Esports isn't for now. Esports is for 100 years from now. Just like the NFL 100 years ago when the NFL was starting up, like, what is this? People hitting each other for fun, and look at it now.
Anything worth doing in life is always going to be hard. So I knew that this was going to be difficult. I just didn't know to what extent.
27 seconds to go. This round is
I was dealing with all these things, and I had to keep a facade of everything is fine. And there came a point where the facade just cracked.
Quitting esports was the easiest option.
That year was probably like the worst year in like a very long time. There was like a huge falling out with like gaming in general.
Everything was going great, and one day I had gotten a call from my sister, and she was crying, and she was just saying, "Mom can't walk. Like, get over here. Like, Mom's not walking. Like, she can't walk." I'm sorry.
And then my dad asked me, he says, so what are you gonna do about it? Why do you gotta tell me that? Why can't you just tell me to give up? But he didn't, so I didn't.
Through all like the lows, to knowing like this is something I've always wanted since I was young, and I've been a gamer my whole life. I've been in esports since I was like 15, and knowing that everything I do now is like culminating to like this person that I've kind of always wanted to become, it makes everything worth it.
Esports.
Esports is home. It's everything I've ever known.